Chapter 620. Finally, Zhou Xuanji expanded the Lotus world by dozens of times. He planted all the natural resources he obtained in every corner to produce spiritual qi for the Lotus world. To prevent his disciples from digging up these natural resources, he set up a defensive barrier. Once it was triggered, the plunderers would be repelled but not killed. After all this, Zhou Xuanji came to the heavenly hall and teleported Emperor Yan of Zhou out. In the forest, Emperor Yan of Zhou was shocked when he saw Zhou Xuanji. He thought that this brat was here to kill him. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he let out Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Shaoxian. Then, he left the place. He did this for Lady Zhao Xian's wish. But he did not want to see Emperor Yan of Zhou, so he asked Zhou Shaoxian to look after her. Zhou Shaoxian was powerful enough to protect Lady Zhao Xian. You. How could you? Emperor Yan of Zhou opened his eyes wide and trembled. He could not believe his eyes. How could a dead person come back to life? It was possible if she had just died. But how many years had it been since Lady Zhao Xian died? Humph. It's him? Zhou Shaoxian crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at her grandfather with disdain. She knew about Zhou Xuanji's past a long time ago. She was pampered since she was young. She could not imagine how it felt to be hunted down by her own father. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Emperor Yan of Zhou looked at Zhou Shaoxian and fell into a daze. Because Zhou Shaoxian was too similar to Lady Zhao Xian. Just like sisters. But he heard a rumor that Zhou Xuanji had a daughter. Could it be? Emperor Yan of Zhou suddenly felt ashamed, and he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Lady Zhao Xian walked up to him with a complicated expression and pursed her lips. Emperor Yan of Zhou hesitated for a while before mustering up his courage and said, Xian, smack. Lady Zhao Xian slapped him. He did not dodge or retreat but took the slap head on. This was what he deserved. He accepted it. At this moment, a powerful gust came. Zhou Shaoxian charged over and slapped him. This slap caused him to vomit blood. He was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and breaking it. Zhou Shaoxian smiled proudly, Grandma, you are not strong enough. I can help you to make him suffer. Lady Zhao Xian was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Xuanji came to the old immortal's Taoist temple. The Taoist temple had already disappeared, and there were still traces of wooden stakes on the ground. The spiritual flowers planted not far away had already been surrounded by weeds. He sighed, feeling as if things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Now, in his heart, the old immortal was already his master, more important than the old beggar. When he was on the verge of despair, it was the old immortal who pointed out the right path for him and brought him hope. It was also the old immortal who helped him comprehend the Tao intent. In the end, the old immortal had died for him. Even though there was still hope of resurrection, every time he thought of it, he would feel a little depressed. Senior, wait for me in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He walked to the tree he used to stay under and sat down against the trunk, feeling the breeze and all the details around him. That was how he had comprehended the Tao back then. Now that he had become an overlord saint, he had a different feeling when he calmed his mind. The world was very small. The universe was huge. Saint was very strong, but he was not strong enough to take in the entire universe. The rustling of grass in the wind was in front of his eyes and beside his ears. He raised his head and gazed into the distant sky, lost in thought. He did not focus on one thing but emptied his mind. After a long while, a silhouette appeared beside him. It was Ren Niming. Congratulations. You have become an overlord saint and surpassed all the saints in history. Ren Niming said with a smile. His eyes were even more passionate than before. Now, he really felt hope from Zhou Xuanji. The hope to defeat destiny. Zhou Xuanji looked at him intently and asked, when do I have the right to challenge destiny? Destiny was like a blade hanging above his head. He could not ignore it. Although he was powerful, he was afraid that the people around him would be harmed by destiny. There's still a period of time. Destiny is something that can even toy with the heavenly saints. If you want to defeat him, you must at least be more powerful than all the heavenly saints, and not just by a little, Ren Niming said seriously. He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would become arrogant. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, after defeating Destiny, do you want to become Destiny? A conscious rule was extremely horrifying. Especially someone like Ren Niming, who had abundant emotions and was good at scheming. Ren Niming shook his head and said with a smile, since I'm no longer Destiny, I will not go back. If you destroy Destiny, a new Destiny will be born. The karma will accelerate, but it will no longer have a consciousness. And I want to live for myself. Destiny is a rule that serves all living beings after all. His words were as flawless as ever. But Zhou Xuanji did not believe him completely. If he became Destiny, why couldn't he live for himself? Next, I only need to become more powerful. Powerful enough to challenge Destiny, right? He asked casually. After breaking through to the Overlord Saint, he planned to nurture his own Tao will. As for cultivation, he would leave it to the 4 demon god clones. He was so powerful not because of the Overlord Saint but because of his Tao will. The power of the rule that surpassed the heavenly law. Ren Niming nodded and said, you can develop freely. You have 5 heavenly law violet chi anyway, which is enough to create a new heavenly saint era and prevent the heavenly law from collapsing. He did not make any comments on the heavenly law violet chi but only mentioned it briefly. After that, he left quickly. Zhou Xuanji continued to stabilize his mental state. A few hours later, he went to pick up Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Shaoxian. In the forest, he did not see Emperor Yan of Zhou. Lady Zhao Xian decided to cut off all ties with Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was a little unwilling to do so. He swore that one day, he would appear before Lady Zhao Xian with dignity. Just like back then in the northern wilderness region, his name shook the world. As the emperor of the empire, he married Lady Zhao Xian despite the empress' objection. Lady Zhao Xian only had Daoya Old Man as her backer. Back then, he was extremely glorious. But now, he could not even raise his head in front of Lady Zhao Xian. Then, let him prove himself slowly. Zhou Xuanji smiled lightly and stored Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Shaoxian into the Lotus World before returning. Emperor Yan of Zhou's ambition was ignited. But he did not have much time left. Zhou Xuanji might leave the heavenly law universe with Lady Zhao Xian someday. At that time, it would be an eternal separation for Emperor Yan of Zhou. Returning to the Daoist temple, he continued to lean against the tree trunk to sense the heavens and earth and the universe's rules. He took out his legendary swords one after another. Many of his legendary swords had different powers. To him, after these powers were amplified, they would become different rules. For example, the Thunderclap Sword, Great Thousand Reincarnation Sword, and so on. What's the relationship between the Great Tao and the Heavenly Law? Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of a question and fell into deep thought. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 621. When Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the Tao will, the Great Thousand Worlds gradually regained their stability. Although there were still fights, they were much more peaceful than before, when the heavenly saints were leading them. As such, many creatures said that it was the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji who set the world. Barbarian god Huang Luo and Buddha Yang Ling didn't dare to cause any trouble. Xing Tiandao and Phoenix Lord Tianqi didn't make any moves either. The greater thousand worlds continued to develop. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. More than 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had reached 500 years old, but he still sat in front of the forest and did not leave. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Glorious Gold, Hidden Saber Sword, Primeval, Chaos Grand Beginning Sword. Because Swordmaster has obtained the first Primeval Divine Sword, the Divine Sword grades will be updated. When Swordmaster leaves the Heavenly Law universe, the new Divine Sword grades will be announced. Hearing the sword spirit's voice, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The primordial divine sword had finally appeared. There was actually an even higher grade of divine sword. He couldn't help but look forward to it. However, there was still a long time before he left the heavenly law universe. Then, the information of the divine sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Primal Chaos Sword Level, Primeval Description, a godly sword born at the beginning of chaos. It possesses the power of creation, creating something out of nothing and turning something rotten into something magical. One needs to be at least a 7th level Overlord Saint to use this sword. The power of creation. Overlord Saint level 7. Zhou Xuanji was amazed. How powerful was this sword? As for sword delivery, he was too lazy to check its information. In more than 100 years, he had obtained more than 300 godly swords, but the highest one was of the connecting heaven level. Fortunately, the sword spirit gave him a pleasant surprise when he was 500 years old. Now, the number of his divine swords had already exceeded 1,000. He had taken a big step towards having 10,000 swords. His cultivation base did not improve much as it was still at Overlord Saint level 1. His will of the way had improved quite a bit. He had a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. The Great Tao was more advanced than the Heavenly Tao, and it was more inclusive than the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was above all living beings. The Great Tao was higher than the Heavenly Tao, but it existed among all living beings. With the Tao in one's heart, the Tao would be there. This kind of belief was easy to say, but it was not easy to truly acknowledge the Tao by his side from the bottom of his heart. It was easy to deceive others, but difficult to deceive oneself, not to mention belief. As his understanding of Tao insight deepened, he felt even more reverence towards the Grand Tao. Because he could feel the power of the Great Tao all around him. It was invisible and indestructible. Just like the fish in the ocean marveling at the magic of the water. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He stretched his back and body. The sun is so beautiful. He muttered to himself and smiled. After comprehending the Great Tao for so long, it was time for him to go out and take a stroll. While he was comprehending, the disciples of Emperor Sword Court were also diligently cultivating. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the other trusted aides started to roam the world by themselves, and all of them made a name for themselves. He pondered for a moment. Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the Divine Cliff first. After the Divine Cliff returned to Wanshan Great Thousand, they returned to their original place and rebuilt their sect. Because of Zhou Xuanji's reputation, the Divine Cliff recruited disciples and developed quickly. No faction dared to offend them. Zhou Xuanji passed through the dense fog and came to the Divine Cliff city. Looking at the bustling city, he could not help but recall what he had seen and heard when he first ascended. That was how powerful the Divine Cliff was back then. Unfortunately, Cliff Master Han Shuzi, who had given his all to nurture him, was no longer around. Zhou Xuanji strolled forward in the sea of people. Along the way, he heard many disciples talking about him. This is the Divine Cliff that the Sword Emperor first ascended to. It's so majestic. Tisk. What's this? The Divine Cliff is only a second-rate faction in the Center God Province. With the Sword Emperor, the Divine Cliff is a first-rate faction. Tisk tsk. I want to join Emperor Sword Court, but I heard that Emperor Sword Court is with the Sword Emperor, and it's hard to find. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was in a good mood, but he did not feel very excited. He was no longer the child he used to be. As his Tao will grew, his mental state was also changing. Nothing in the mortal world entered his eyes. As he moved forward, no one could see his figure or sense his aura. An hour later, he came to the Cliff Master's palace. Cliff Master Yang Yutian, Elder Wu Qiu, and Lan Shangyin were discussing how to settle the new disciples. Hundreds of years had passed, but their appearances did not change. Time did not leave any traces on them. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "The Divine Cliff has been developing well recently. Looks like it will recover to its peak soon, or even surpass it." With this, Yang Yutian and the others turned around. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they became excited immediately. Yang Yutian and Wu Qiu took a step forward and wanted to hug Zhou Xuanji. But after taking a step, their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground and could not move. Zhou Xuanji no longer belonged to the divine cliff. He was the most powerful person in the heavenly law, the overlord Saint Sword Emperor, who reigned above the heavenly saints. Even though he did not unleash his saint's might, he still gave them immense pressure. "Why are you back?" Yang Yutian held back his excitement and asked in surprise. Lan Xiangying also looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Back then, after Zhou Xuanji ascended, she brought him on a mission. That was his first mission, which was to snatch Shi Shenzong from the hegemon Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I came back to take a look. I've been meditating in one place for more than 100 years. It's time to take a breather." Meditating? The three looked at each other in dismay and could not help but admire Zhou Xuanji. If they were in Zhou Xuanji's shoes, how could they calm down and cultivate after becoming the most powerful cultivator at such a young age? Moreover, they had to meditate and calm their minds. Zhou Xuanji began asking about the Divine Cliff's recent situation. Yang Yutian and Wu Qiu were very enthusiastic, while Lan Xiangying listened quietly. She felt a little excited too. With someone from the same sect like Zhou Xuanji, how could the Divine Cliff not flourish? The four chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji began to guide them in their cultivation. No matter what question they asked, Zhou Xuanji could answer them quickly and hit the nail on the head, which enlightened them. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts grew even higher. The atmosphere was harmonious. Zhou Xuanji did not put on airs either. He was in a good mood to meet his old friends. Among the stars, a stone coffin floated quietly. A silhouette flew over. It was the demonic ancestor from before. Only his soul was left, wandering in the universe. Ever since he heard that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, he did not dare to stay in the heavenly law universe anymore. He mustered up his courage and came to this place in the void. "What's that?" The demonic ancestor frowned. Why was there a coffin here? He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but he felt that it was a serendipity. A powerful cultivator who could come here must be very powerful. To be able to prepare a coffin for himself before he died, it was even more extraordinary. He approached the stone coffin carefully and prepared to open it. Chapter 622. After leaving the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region. He wanted to walk the same path as before. Reminiscing about the past could also give one an epiphany in their state of mind. Ever since his rise, the northern wilderness region had become even more exciting. Countless geniuses had emerged, each of them outstanding. His legend continued to spread in the northern wilderness region, becoming more and more legendary. The once destitute Great Zhou Empire had now become one of the most powerful empires in the northern wilderness region. The number of commoners and cultivators under its banner was the highest among all the empires. As he strolled around the world, he could often see his own stone statues. There were even temples where he enjoyed the incense offerings of the mortal world. He discovered that the incense was closely related to his luck. Every time he got close to the joss sticks that were worshipping him, his luck would increase a little. This must be the rules of the heavenly Tao. Gaining people's faith is the greatest reward of benevolence. Zhou Xuanji stood in a simple temple and mumbled to himself. This stone statue looked very ugly, and one of its ears was missing. But for some reason, he felt that this stone statue was very spiritual. Perhaps it was because this stone statue had received a lot of incense offerings and had already manifested its spirit. At that moment, a stone monkey emerged from behind him. It was the primordial ancestor statue. Zhou Xuanji looked back at it and asked with narrowed eyes, "Why are you here?" The primordial ancestor statue had screwed him over, so he had a bad impression of it. The demon ancestor's soul escaped from the heavenly law universe and encountered that enemy of mine. I reckon that it won't be long before that fellow uses the demon ancestor's soul to infiltrate the heavenly law universe. You are already very strong now. Are you prepared for battle? The primordial ancestor statue went straight to the point, sounding a little anxious. The soul of the demon ancestor? Zhou Xuanji almost forgot about this guy. He asked, then can you tell me the other party's name and ability? As for that mysterious enemy, he also wanted to get rid of it. Otherwise, it would be like a knife hanging over his head, making him feel uneasy. I was severely injured and lost most of my memories. I only remember that his name has the word yen in it. As for his specific abilities, I can't remember. Although he is strong, he is not as strong as the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have charged in long ago. The primordial ancestor statue replied. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did it feel like this fellow was teasing it? Why don't you forget about yourself? He snorted coldly and said, since you've fallen to such a state, why not let him capture you? The primordial ancestor statue fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about his background. The old immortal, the old beggar, the primordial ancestor statue, and that mysterious flame all came from the Kunlun origin court, so why didn't they know each other? Was the difference in status too great? It had been so many years. Hadn't they met once? Zhou Xuanji was deeply doubtful. After a while. Since he wants to come in, you can use the power of your eyes. I will teach you a divine ability. The primordial ancestor statue raised its right hand and shot a beam of light from its index finger toward Zhou Xuanji's forehead. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed the beam of light with his right hand and examined it before slapping it into his forehead. The primordial ancestor statue was shocked. This kid is so strong. How long has it been since they last met? This rate of growth was simply too outrageous. If he was in the Kunlun origin court, countless almighties would want to rope him in. Zhou Xuanji was not worried about it launching a sneak attack, and he quickly organized the memories of this divine ability. Exterminating divine light. If it hit the enemy, it could immobilize the enemy. If it hit a magic treasure, it could directly snatch it. This divine ability was ingenious. It had two different effects on living beings and magic treasures. After learning this divine ability, Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense power in his eyes. He could already control this power. What's your next plan? Continue hiding? Zhou Xuanji stared at the primordial ancestor statue and asked. This guy was quite sincere. Through the exterminating divine light, he knew that this pair of eyes was indeed powerful. The primordial ancestor statue sighed. I want to be like your senior and ask you to bring me back to the Kunlun origin court. But I can't. If I go back, I will be doomed eternally, and I might even implicate you. As long as you help me destroy Yen, I will stay in the heavenly law universe until my body is reconstructed. Stay in the heavenly law universe? Zhou Xuanji looked at it intently. He did not expose it but asked if the primordial ancestor statue had any other instructions. The primordial ancestor statue replied, no. Take care of yourself. Don't die in his hands. After that, it dived into the ground and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and left. He traveled through space and came to the demon realm. Soon, he found Xian Xianghua. She was brainwashing a group of demon geniuses in a valley. Although I am a woman, I was able to rise from the mortal world and counterattack to become the lord of the demon world. I not only relied on my talent that surpassed all living beings, but also the pride in my bones. No matter how strong the enemy is, I still feel that they can't withstand a single blow. Xian Xianghua stood on the top of the mountain and laughed arrogantly. The geniuses in the valley all looked fanatical. Of course, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts, but they had to act that way on the surface. Zhou Xuanji stood on the sea of clouds and heard Xian Xianghua's words. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This old demonic woman liked this kind of thing. He immediately walked up to Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua sensed his aura and looked back in surprise. The geniuses in the valley thought that a powerful enemy was coming. They all took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. Why are you here? Xian Xianghua asked with a smile. She flew up to Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The geniuses in the valley opened their eyes wide at this scene. It was the first time they saw Xian Xianghua behaving like a little girl. As the heavenly law demon monarch, after Xian Xianghua grasped the heart of the demonic realm, her cultivation rose along with it. Now, she was already in the ascending heaven state. In the demonic realm, she was invincible. Even ascending heaven level 10 existences could not do anything to her. Such a powerful female cultivator fell in love with someone. I'm here to see you. Let's talk somewhere else? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His eyes were gentle, which made Xian Xianghua a little shy. It was the first time she was shy in front of Zhou Xuanji. She turned around and introduced him to her disciples. This is the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, the current Overlord Saint. You guys go ahead and cultivate. I have to receive him. After that, she held Zhou Xuanji's arm and flew toward the horizon. Boom! An uproar broke out in the valley. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. It's really him? Oh my god, the Sword Emperor is here. Ah, why didn't I come back to my senses just now? He's undoubtedly the most powerful cultivator under the heavenly law. He looks so young. Of course. He's only 500 years old. He's about the same age as your grandson. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The geniuses of the demon realm were extremely excited. Even in the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears. The word most powerful was enough to make Zhou Xuanji reach a pinnacle height that no one could match. On the other side, in the demon palace, Zhou Xuanji asked Xian Xianghua to sit down before he taught her the exterminating divine light. One must have the eyes bestowed by the primordial ancestor statue to use this divine ability. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian could not learn it even if they wanted to. Chapter 623. After Xian Xianghua finished inheriting the exterminating divine light, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Such a domineering divine art. I didn't expect our eyes to be so powerful." She felt sweet in her heart. Only she and Zhou Xuanji had this pair of eyes. Even Jiang Shui could not compare to her in this aspect. You have to be careful in the near future. The primordial ancestor's enemies are about to use the demon ancestor's soul to attack. He flipped his right hand, and a heavenly law of violet qi appeared in his hand. The heavenly law of violet qi flew into Xian Xianghua's hand. She curiously sized up the heavenly law of violet aura and clicked her tongue in wonder. This is the heavenly law of violet aura that the heavenly saints are fighting over? How do I use it to become a sage? If it was before, she would definitely refuse, but now that Zhou Xuanji had become a saint and the most powerful overlord saint, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, she would use his power. Because he was her man. Zhou Xuanji said, "Absorb it first. When you are completely merged into one, you will become a heavenly saint. Of course, if you leave this heavenly law of violet qi, you will no longer be a heavenly saint. If you leave the range of the heavenly law, you will lose the power of the heavenly law of violet qi." After becoming an overlord saint, he could easily see through the effects of the heaven's law of violet qi. To put it bluntly, the heavenly law of violet qi was the link between the heavenly law and the heavenly saints. The heavenly law sent an endless stream of heavenly law power to the heavenly law of violet qi, and then fed it back to the heavenly saint. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Isn't such a heavenly saint very weak? It's easy to lose yourself if you're obsessed with the power of a heavenly saint, causing yourself to stagnate. With invincible power, who would still cultivate? Even if he cultivated, he wouldn't feel as if he had a breakthrough like before. Do you want it or not?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, and Xian Xianghua immediately accepted the heavenly law of violet qi. After that, the two of them sat on the throne of the Lord of the Demon Realm and started chatting. Now that they'd become experts that ruled over an area, they didn't have to worry too much like they did in the past. "Little Langjun, when will you marry me?" Xian Xianghua lifted Zhou Xuanji's chin and asked with a charming smile. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "How do you want me to marry you?" Xian Xianghua tilted her head and smiled. "Let's have a grand wedding in the demon realm." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will discuss this with her mother. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianghua immediately rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't angry. After all, she, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Shaoxian were already a family. The two of them chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji directly entered the world within the lotus. The 24-rank deep black lotus fell into Xian Xianghua's hands. She played with the 24-rank deep black lotus and sighed. Only he would treat such a treasure like a world. The 24-stage deep black lotus also had its own power, and it didn't just contain an independent world. She placed the 24-rank deep black lotus on her lap and began to comprehend the heavenly law violet qi. The world within the lotus. Zhou Xuanji called Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian together. Wow, you are finally going to marry Aunt Xian? Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly as if she was going to get married. Jiang Shui pinched her arm, causing her to grimace in pain. Lady Zhao Xian covered her mouth and smiled, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, you should indeed give her a status. After all, she has been devoted to you for so many years and has done so many things for you. Zhou Xuanji held her hand and smiled, when the time comes, you have to be with me. You are my wife forever. Jiang Shui smiled and said, oh? Do you mean that you will have more concubines in the future? Her smile was filled with a dangerous aura. Zhou Xuanji laughed and did not reply. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and smiled softly, let's go inside and talk. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Shaoxian burst into laughter, and so did Lady Zhao Xian. He didn't dare to blame Lady Zhao Xian, but he had no qualms about Zhou Shaoxian. Practice the white crane sword technique 1,000,000 times. If you miss one, I will lock you up for a year. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Zhou Shaoxian heard him and her face fell immediately. Why? She cried out in grief and indignation. Zhou Xuanji turned to leave as he said, because I'm your father. I'm the Overlord Saint. If you dare to lie to me, I will know even if you miss one time. Zhou Shaoxian was completely depressed. She held Lady Zhao Xian's hand and said coquettishly, Grandma, please control him. He's taking it out on his daughter after being bullied in front of his wife? Lady Zhao Xian smiled benevolently and stroked her hair. Don't worry, I will watch from the side, she comforted. Zhou Shaoxian was speechless. Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui to the demon palace to discuss the marriage with Xian Xianghua. The two women chatted while he wandered around the demon palace. He secretly cast a spell to modify the demon palace. He placed qi internalizing restrictions on every wall and strengthened the walls. All of this was a piece of cake for an overlord saint like him. At the saint realm, he could create something from nothing and turn something rotten into something magical. He could use his saint energy to create anything within the 5 elements, and he could even enlighten living beings. Even if it was a rock, he could easily enlighten it and turn it into a spirit. Finally, Xian Xianghua decided to get married in 10 years. For their current cultivation, 10 years was nothing. As the lord of the demon realm, Xian Xianghua had many things to deal with. She needed 10 years to prepare for the marriage. Zhou Xuanji had no objections. After that, he sent Jiang Shui back into the world in the lotus. He left the demon realm and headed toward the void. He decided to guard the void near Wanshan Great Thousand and wait for Yan's arrival. In a luxurious palace, 10 men in golden armor knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. Before them, a white-haired man sat on a cushion. It was Xing Tiandao. He wore a loose gray robe and had his eyes closed. He looked like a young man, and there were 3 golden flames on his forehead. They were the size of a thumb. Even though he sat there motionlessly, he gave off an aura that was as majestic as the heavenly law. Saint Ancestor, you really don't mind? A man in golden armor asked with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Since ancient times, Xing Tiandao had always been the most powerful heavenly saint. Why did everyone turn against Zhou Xuanji when he rose up? They were not convinced. Xing Tiandao replied without opening his eyes, it's a good thing for the heavenly law universe that he became the overlord saint. Moreover, he's not an evil person. On the contrary, he's more benevolent than the other heavenly saints. He had been observing Zhou Xuanji since a long time ago, or else he would not have invited Emperor Sword Court to the All Heavens Dao feast. But, no buts. Facing Xing Tiandao's domineering attitude, the 10 people in the palace did not dare to speak anymore. A while later, Xing Tiandao spoke slowly, "Don't forget what I told you before. Soon, I will carry it out. At that time, if you are not powerful enough, don't blame me for abandoning you." The 10 men in golden armor heard him and trembled in fear. They quickly promised that they would work hard to cultivate. "I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 624. In the Void. Zhou Xuanji sat on a meteorite and silently comprehended the great Tao around him. His 4 demon god avatars were scattered throughout the starry sky. If the demon ancestor's soul were to approach, he would definitely be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Xing Tiandao. Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "Are you Xing Tiandao or Phoenix Lord Tianqi?" There were only 4 heavenly saints left in the heavenly way. He had already seen 2 of them and was familiar with their auras. Victory over the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji heard him and opened his eyes slowly. He was quite curious about this strongest heaven saint. "What business do you have with me, sir?" Zhou Xuanji asked directly. He could sense no hostility from Xing Tiandao. The corners of Xing Tiandao's mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "First, congratulations on becoming an overlord saint. The primordial ancestor should have already told you about Yen. Do you know that there is another existence above the heavenly law? He protects the heavenly law universe, preventing the Kunlun origin court from harming it?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Xing Tiandao to know so much. Could it be that the primordial ancestor had a favor to ask of him? Above the heavenly Tao is the great Tao. That existence is an eternal and indestructible existence that controls the great Tao. No one knows where he came from, but there is one thing that Yen and the primordial ancestor fear. As long as the heavenly Tao doesn't collapse, he won't make a move. Yen used the soul of the devil ancestor to sneak in. Next, he will most likely look for you because you have the eye of the primordial ancestor. Xing Tiandao continued with a mysterious smile. Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly asked, "What do you want?" Xing Tiandao smiled and said, "I will search for the Kunlun origin court with you." He paused for a moment before continuing, "The primordial ancestor's memories have been fading. According to my previous understanding, the Kunlun origin court is different from the world order we imagined. I have been stuck at the Saint Realm for hundreds of millions of years, and I don't want to wait any longer." Several 100 million years, Zhou Xuanji's heart shook. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the heavenly saint's age. It was indeed impressive that he had reached Overlord Saint level 1 at the age of 500. Sure. He could sense Xing Tiandao's sincerity. At the same time, he felt that Xing Tiandao had some understanding of the Kunlun origin court and might be able to help him. He then said, "Before that, I want to defeat fate." Before he became stronger than Yen, he could not leave the heavenly law universe. During this period of time, he had to be careful of fate. At the same time, he also promised Ren Niming that he would keep his promise. Fate? Don't blindly trust others. Xing Tiandao said intently, which made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. After this, Xing Tiandao sat beside Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could ask, he smiled and said, "Why don't we discuss the Tao and each take what we need?" "All right." Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately. He had yet to discuss Tao with a heavenly saint. Furthermore, the person in front of him was definitely the only existence in the heavenly law universe that could rival him. The 2 sages began their discussion. Xing Tiandao was the first to talk about his Tao. His Tao was just like his name, it was all about winning. Victory over the heavens, victory over oneself, victory over the heavens. Zhou Xuanji could sense his immense confidence from his words. Soon, Zhou Xuanji was immersed in Xing Tiandao's Tao technique. Inside a dark palace. The demonic emperor sat on the stage, like a flickering candle in the dark night. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he could not reform his body even after hundreds of years. After losing demon god Nanming, he did not even dare to return to the Great Thousand World. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, he fled the heavenly law universe with this palace. At this moment, this palace was located in the silent and boundless universe. There were no stars in all directions, only endless darkness. The demonic emperor opened his eyes suddenly and mumbled with a frown, "Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji has found me? It shouldn't be. Could it be that this brat was still holding a grudge against him? He was already an overlord saint, how could he be so narrow-minded?" He felt depressed. 500 years ago, he could never have imagined that he would be forced into such a state by a junior. Boom! The palace suddenly shook violently, which shocked him so much that he stood up immediately with his eyes wide open. Damn it, he cursed furiously and thought about what to do. He thought that Zhou Xuanji had already locked onto him. If he ran out, he would surely die. At this moment, the palace gate opened suddenly. A ball of green flame levitated at the gate, which made the demonic emperor extremely anxious. "It's not Zhou Xuanji, what's that?" The demonic emperor was even more afraid. It was his first time coming to the universe outside the heavenly law universe. He was still fearful of unknown food. The green flame hissed like a venomous snake, which made the demonic emperor shiver in fear. Seeing that the situation was not right, the demonic emperor immediately flew out of the palace. Just when he flew out of the palace, he bumped into a ball of green flame, which scared him out of his wits. "What's that?" The demonic emperor cried out in fear. He stepped back instinctively, but it was too late. The green flame engulfed his soul in an instant. "Ha ha ha. I, the old ancestor, am finally back." An old and frenzied laughter came. This was the last voice the demonic emperor heard. Zhou Xuanji and Xing Tiandao discussed the Tao for 3 years in the starry sky. Both of them gained something, and Zhou Xuanji completely acknowledged Xing Tiandao. Of course, it was not because he saw Xing Tiandao as a friend but because he acknowledged his character and power. This day, they stopped discussing the Tao. It was not that they did not want to talk, but they sensed the aura of the demonic ancestor's soul. "Let me deal with this guy," Xing Tiandao said with a smile. After that, he disappeared on the spot. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji to search for the Kunlun origin court, so he had to do something in advance. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him and waited on the spot. Just when Xing Tiandao left, Ren Niming flew over from the Wanshan Great Thousand. "You intend to work with him?" Ren Niming asked with a frown. Anger could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I will help you get rid of Destiny and bring him out of the heavenly law universe. There is no conflict between the two." As for Ren Niming, he had always been dubious about him. He had been deceived many times in his life. Ren Niming took a deep breath and said, "Do you know why Xing Tiandao is so powerful?" Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "You want to say that he obtained the power of destiny?" Ren Niming shook his head and said meaningfully, "He's very mysterious. Even I don't know his background. You must be careful. According to my understanding, he has no relationship with the primordial ancestor." After that, Ren Niming left quickly. Not long after he left, Xing Tiandao returned. "I captured him." Xing Tiandao flew up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. He opened his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was the demonic ancestor's soul. It was only the size of half a palm and maintained its human form. He looked indifferent and did not panic at all. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. "You are Yen?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not sense any danger. It seemed that the demonic ancestor's soul only had a trace of Yan's will, and he came here just to gather information. Chapter 625. The demon ancestor looked at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "You obtained the primordial ancestor's eyes, so you definitely know where he is. let me give you a piece of advice. Pluck out your eyes and tell me where the primordial ancestor is, or else you will face unimaginable pain. So arrogant? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Can you barge in? He really knew how to boast. If this fellow was really that powerful, how could he let the primordial ancestor roam free until today? Let me give you a word of advice. The primordial ancestor is not a good person. If you protect him, you will face far more enemies than just me. The demon ancestor continued. He was not angered by Zhou Xuanji, and his tone remained the same. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, then tell me about the primordial ancestor's background and about his eyes. He also wanted to learn more about the primordial ancestor. Although the eyes given by the primordial ancestor were powerful, they were too dangerous. Not only for Zhou Xuanji, but also for Xian Xianghua. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun origin court. His talent wasn't considered outstanding, but because he seized some kind of power, he obtained your pair of eyes. Relying on these eyes, he rose to power in the Kunlun origin court, but he also angered some immortal existences. This is all I can tell you. This pair of eyes will attract endless troubles, and you won't even know what these troubles represent. The demon ancestor looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said meaningfully. He had waited for the primordial ancestor for countless years and was in no hurry. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should he take the risk for the primordial ancestor? Although this pair of eyes was powerful, it was not necessary. The fortuitous encounter is already in my hands. How can I give it up? Xing Tiandao said with a smile, answering Zhou Xuanji's doubts. That's right. He didn't steal this eye. Moreover, if he handed over the eye, would he really be able to resolve this karma? He didn't think so. He had lived for more than 500 years and had experienced similar situations before. Since that's the case, then wait for me. When I enter the heavenly Tao in 100 days, it will be the time when the heavenly Tao collapses. At that time, all of you will die without a doubt. The demon ancestor said coldly. With that said, his soul exploded and dissipated. The pitiful demon ancestor was used as a spear just like that, and his soul was scattered. Xing Tiandao looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I will help you when the time comes. He was still waiting to find the Kunlun origin court with Zhou Xuanji, so he naturally had to do his best. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, then, let's part ways here. I need to go back and continue comprehending Tao to increase my power. Enlightenment? Xing Tiandao nodded and began to ponder. What kind of Tao could make one stronger just by comprehending it? Zhou Xuanji turned and left, quickly returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand. As soon as he entered the clouds, he saw a familiar figure. Xian Daoya. This guy is still alive. Zhou Xuanji smiled and quickly appeared before Xian Daoya. Xian Daoya was given a big fright. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, he heaved a sigh of relief. How could it be you? Xian Daoya patted his chest and sighed, looking terrified. Why did you come back? Zhou Xuanji asked. When he saw Xian Daoya's wretched back, he felt that this guy was plotting something. Xian Daoya looked around and used his divine will to scan the surroundings. After making sure there were no other living beings, he said in a low voice, I went to the edge of the heavenly law universe. Guess what I found? Zhou Xuanji mocked, aliens? Xian Daoya was stunned. What kind of people were aliens? He said seriously, I saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Truth be told, he was the mastermind behind the great Emperor Dao court. I felt that something was wrong with him. I called out to him, but he did not respond at all. It was as though he had lost his soul. He could not help but shiver at the mention of this. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could Phoenix Lord Tianqi have been possessed by Yen? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. Every time I divine the days, I feel a chill down my spine. Xian Daoya shook his head and said with a trembling voice. There was something he did not say. He felt that the heavenly law was going to collapse. Out of the 9 saints, only 4 were left. The heavenly law chi was mostly depleted, and the heavenly law was at its weakest. What's your next plan? Zhou Xuanji changed the topic. He and Xian Daoya became friends after a fight. Ever since he knew about Xian Daoya, Daoya old man was troubled. Only the one who started the trouble could untie it. Why? You want to subdue me? Sure. Xian Daoya held back his excitement and said. In the current heavenly law universe, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the most powerful. Only by following him could he have the opportunity to reconstruct his body. Zhou Xuanji said, my grand teacher, who is your split soul, needs you to solve his problem. Xian Daoya's expression froze immediately. In the universe, on a floating, barren island, hundreds of powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court stood before a gigantic peak. All of them looked solemn. Following their gaze, they saw Phoenix Lord Tianqi looking down at them from the peak. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's body was covered by a pair of black wings. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were cold. His green pupils seemed to be hiding two universes. His long flaming hair was burning fiercely, and he emanated a horrifying aura that froze the surrounding asteroids. He looked down at everyone and said, the heavenly law is about to be destroyed. I have no hope of working together with Xing Tiandao. Next, I need you to leave the heavenly law universe and head toward the end of the void to find a stone stele with the words Dao Hong carved on it. After you find the Dao Hong stone stele, find a secluded place to hide and wait for me to find you. Hearing this, all the powerful cultivators from the great Emperor Dao court were shocked. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed? What the hell happened? They were confused, but they did not dare to ask. Because they could tell that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in a bad mood. An old man asked, Master, what are you going to do? Phoenix Lord Tianqi replied calmly, I will devour the heavenly saints and the great thousand world, and then I will find you. Okay, all of you set off immediately. I will give you a month to end your ties with the mortal world. After a month, if anyone is still in the heavenly law universe, don't blame me for being merciless. At this point, the people from the great Emperor Dao court could not retort and could only leave. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. His green pupils glowed with an evil radiance. Since the heavenly law is about to be destroyed, then help me. Wanshan Great Thousand. After returning to the familiar forest, Zhou Xuanji continued his Dao enlightenment. He had already arranged for Xian Daoya to meet Daoya Old Man in the Lotus World. If Xian Daoya dared to act recklessly, he could kill him anytime. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He looked up at the blue sky and mumbled, seems like my peaceful days are numbered. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and continued to understand his great Dao. After discussing Dao with Xing Tiandao, he learned many things. Most importantly, Xing Tiandao's boldness that could conquer everything deeply touched him. Boldness was related to willpower. If one's willpower was powerful enough, he could change everything. Chapter 626. Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man talked for 10 days and 10 nights before they ended. After the conversation, although Daoya Old Man looked very haggard, his eyes were as energetic as before. His heart was finally relieved. No matter what, if there wasn't Xian Daoya, there wouldn't be him. In terms of origin, Xian Daoya didn't do him wrong. Zhou Xuanji moved Xian Daoya out. Alright, I've already helped you relieve his worries. The grudges between us can be considered written off, right? Xian Daoya smiled. His smile was a little eager. Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji felt that he deserved a beating. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and closed his eyes. Xian Daoya was startled and asked, do you have any arrangements for me next? Zhou Xuanji muttered, go water the plants at the foot of the mountain. Since Xian Daoya wanted to follow him, then so be it. At least this guy had some ability. Xian Daoya was dumbfounded. Watering plants? What's the point of watering the weeds all over the mountain? He thought that Zhou Xuanji was making things difficult for him, so he could only leave the mountain obediently. Zhou Xuanji focused on comprehending the Great Tao. His will of the way had been constantly strengthening. Once his Tao intent took form, his cultivation would definitely soar. Not only that, but he could also fuse his will into his sword. Sword Tao rules was no longer just a single attack method, it could be fused with various sword techniques. For example, Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, Emperor's Way Thousand Hands Sword Buddha. After becoming an overlord saint for so many years, his power had always been increasing. It was just that he had never had the chance to fight. Therefore, in the face of Yan's threat, there was still a sliver of hope in his heart. After living for so long, he was used to fighting and even thirsted for it. In the blink of an eye. There was only half a year left until Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua's wedding. The entire demon realm was in great jubilation. All demonic creatures knew that the current lord of the demon realm was going to marry Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. This was a joyous occasion for the devil realm. After all, Zhou Xuanji was an overlord saint, the most powerful existence in the universe. If Xian Xianghua were to marry him, the demonic world would also be able to prosper. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhao Xian were also in the devil world, keeping Xian Xianghua company. Zhou Xuanji moved to the demon realm and continued to comprehend the Great Tao. As for this marriage, he didn't need to personally plan it, he only needed to participate. This saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, he was meditating halfway up a mountain, facing the cliff and comprehending the Tao. 100 divine swords hovered in front of him and spun rapidly, occasionally changing their trajectory. Several years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the Great Tao deepened. In his opinion, the reason why the Great Tao surpassed the heavenly Tao and was omnipresent was because the Great Tao was the foundation of the universe. It was just like a house. The entire structure was the Great Tao, and the master inside was the heavenly Tao. However, the walls inside were also the Great Tao. The Great Tao was the invisible wall of the universe, stabilizing it. Not only that, but the Great Tao could also evolve all things. Compared to the heavenly Tao, it was more creative. With the power of the Great Tao, he could destroy the entire heavenly law universe with a single thought. After understanding how terrifying the Great Tao was, Zhou Xuanji desired it even more. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. What's going on, this aura? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself and immediately disappeared. Deep within the universe, a terrifying streak of light shot over, its diameter reaching millions and millions of li. It blasted apart countless stars, tearing apart space as it sped forward. Their destination was the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji appeared before the Wanshan Great Thousand and slashed with the thunderclap sword. The sword chi was domineering and blocked the horrifying streak of light. An explosion shook the entire universe, and the spiritual chi in the universe churned and formed a violent gale. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. He looked back instinctively and saw that the Wanshan Great Thousand could not withstand the violent pressure and was crushed. He immediately took away some living beings with his divine sense, including the divine cliff. But everything happened too quickly. The living beings he could take away were less than a millionth of the Wanshan Great Thousand. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji looked toward the direction of the streak of light with a bitter expression. Another streak of light shot toward him. This time, its target was not the Wanshan Great Thousand but a Great Thousand world behind it. Zhou Xuanji dashed over and slashed it apart before flying toward the direction of the streak of light. Such a powerful saint's might. Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he flew forward at full speed. He had met barbarian god Huang Luo, Buddha Yang Ling, and Xing Tiandao. Among the remaining heavenly saints, only Phoenix Lord Tianqi had not come into contact with him. He could tell from the great Emperor Dao court that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not someone who kept a low profile. He was only planning in the dark. On the other side of the universe, Phoenix Lord Tianqi, who was millions of meters tall, levitated in the starry sky. His wings were still tightly wrapped around his body. A violent suction force was devouring the stars, asteroids, continents, and countless living beings. All of them were absorbed into his wings. At a glance, the entire universe had turned into a massive vortex with Phoenix Lord Tianqi at the center. It's Phoenix Lord Tianqi. What's going on? He's going to devour us? Damn. Someone save us. We're doomed, we can't resist at all. The living beings cried miserably as they were devoured by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was indifferent to their cries of pain. They were just ants. He would not feel anything even if he stomped a bunch of them to death. An eye opened on his forehead, which shot out beams of light. The beams expanded rapidly and shot toward various parts of the universe. Boom! A stream of sword chi came at him suddenly. It reached his face in the blink of an eye and was about to cut him in half. The eye on his forehead opened wide, and the sword chi disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji came up to him quickly and said with a deep voice, "What are you trying to do?" Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not surprised. Instead, he sized Zhou Xuanji up with interest and said, "Your body is really powerful. If I devour you, it will surely help my bloodline evolve." After he spoke, he spread his wings and revealed a body covered in dark purple crystals, as though he was wearing a layer of armor. "Zhou Xuanji, you should belong to me. Let me give you a piece of advice. The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. Don't stop me, or else I will make you regret it." Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed sinisterly. His murderous aura locked the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 clear Tai Chi sword and activated the sword fusion technique, 9 soul fusion technique, and primordial chaos sword shadow. In an instant, billions of sword shadows appeared in the starry sky and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Each sword shadow was radiating a brilliant white radiance, as though gods had appeared. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled with disdain, and the primordial chaos sword shadow charged toward him. Boom! His majestic body was shredded into pieces by the primordial chaos sword shadow. The primordial chaos sword shadow, which contained Tao will, was so powerful. Each sword shadow had horrifying destructive power. Countless feathers danced in the starry sky. The creatures that were still in the process of being sucked abruptly stopped. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Even a connecting heaven cultivator would tremble in fear when facing the primordial chaos sword shadow. It was too powerful. Chapter 627. After killing Phoenix Lord Tianqi, Zhou Xuanji did not let his guard down. He could still sense Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. This guy was not dead yet. Could he be like demon god Nanming and have the ability to split? Zhou Xuanji thought with squinted eyes. He clearly sensed that the primordial chaos sword shadow hit Phoenix Lord Tianqi accurately. And this Phoenix Lord Tianqi was not a duplicate either. His aura was so dense that it was not weaker than Xing Tiandao's. It seemed to be some kind of special divine ability. Your sword chi contains a high-level power that is even more powerful than the heavenly law. What is it? Phoenix Lord Tianqi's voice came. He sounded a little confused. It was his first time facing such a power. Somehow, he found it familiar, as though he had met him before. After he spoke, Phoenix Lord Tianqi reconstructed his body. It was unscathed, just like before he was killed. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji asked. Next, he fused the Thunderclap sword and 3 clear Tai Chi sword into his body before taking out the Saint Slayer sword. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled. "I can't tell you my natal divine ability." After that, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji. A violent gale blew at Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji did not lift his sword but crashed into Phoenix Lord Tianqi head-on. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was a few million meters tall, while Zhou Xuanji was less than 2 meters tall. They were not on the same level at all. Boom! Phoenix Lord Tianqi was sent flying backward like a mountain that was hit by a grain of sand. It was extremely shocking. Zhou Xuanji was an overlord saint. The heavenly saint and overlord saint's bodies clashed. There was no comparison at all. Zhou Xuanji followed up with another attack. The Saint Slayer sword could only be used once a year, so he must seize the opportunity. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was in great pain from the collision. Damn Overlord Saint. He cursed in his heart. His race's talent was powerful too, but he relied on the heavenly law Violet Chi to become a saint. His body did not transform. Not only did Zhou Xuanji build his body, but he also used the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. His body had reached the pinnacle below the heavenly law. Phoenix Lord Tianqi could not bear it any longer. Phoenix Lord Tianqi flapped his wings. Countless arrows shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a violent storm. Zhou Xuanji transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged forward forcefully, scattering the rain of arrows. Phoenix Lord Tiangang dodged quickly. The eye in between Phoenix Lord Tianho's brows opened again. Countless streams of intense flames gushed out and turned into a gigantic phoenix. It covered the entire starry sky and swallowed Zhou Xuanji. This fire phoenix was even bigger than the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He transformed into a legendary sword and used Void Instant Kill, piercing through the fire phoenix. He quickly rushed towards Phoenix Lord Tianho, transformed into his human form, and looked up. Phoenix Lord Tianqi stared at him. Extreme Nightmare Abyss. Phoenix Lord Tianqi fell into a daze, and Zhou Xuanji swung the Saint Slayer sword as well. An all-out slash. Sword Chi burst forth, illuminating the universe. Phoenix Lord Tianqi was directly killed. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji stopped with a smile. This time, he could feel that Phoenix Lord Tianqi was truly dead. His aura suddenly dissipated. A heavenly saint was still a heavenly saint. Unable to withstand a single blow. He subconsciously put away his sword and replaced it with the Thousand Samsara sword. He had always been on guard against fate, lest it ambushed him. Wait a minute. Something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He slashed at Phoenix Lord Tianqi twice, but he did not absorb any magic energy. Now, using world internalization during battle had become his instinct. Each of his slashes contained world internalization. He immediately turned and looked around, trying to find Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. In terms of power, I am inferior to you. But it is impossible for you to kill me. There is only one Zhou Xuanji in the heavenly law universe. I want to see how you are going to stop me. Phoenix Lord Tianqi laughed presumptuously and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to devour the great thousand world and all living beings. What are you trying to do? You are so sure that the heavenly law is going to be destroyed, and you want to have a life and death struggle? Zhou Xuanji cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like a thunderclap that shook the entire universe. Life and death struggle? How can someone like you, who relies on luck, understand my ambition? Phoenix Lord Tianqi sneered with disdain. After that, his aura disappeared completely. Zhou Xuanji frowned and left immediately. The heavenly law universe was too vast. He could not take care of every place. Emperor Sword Court was in the Lotus World. But his wife and daughter were not there. He had to return to the demon realm. In the demon palace. Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, what was that suppressive aura just now? Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Huang Lianxin, and Lady Zhao Xian could not sense it. They looked at each other in confusion. There were only the 5 of them in the palace. They were discussing the details of the wedding, but Xian Xianghua suddenly became silent, which made them feel strange. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came into the palace. The wedding might have to be delayed, he sighed softly. The 5 women's expressions changed. Zhou Xuanji explained the situation. He had already hidden the demon realm in the void, far away from the great thousand world. What should we do next? Xian Xianghua asked. She was not angry. As long as she was alive, it would not be a problem for her to marry Zhou Xuanji as many times as she wanted. Zhou Shaoxian was very excited and asked, are we going to travel through the void to find that Kunlun origin court? She did not venture out for a long time. To her, as long as Emperor Sword Court was with her, it did not matter where the environment was. As for the danger, she was looking forward to it. She had always dreamed of being like Zhou Xuanji, adventuring everywhere and slaying gods and demons alike. She only wanted to be quick in her actions. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will merge the demon realm with the 24-rank deep black lotus. From now on, the two worlds will live in harmony. You, the lord of the demon realm, will be the mediator. You can explain things clearly, but don't take them away forcefully." Xian Xianghua nodded and disappeared immediately. Zhou Xuanji looked at the other four women and asked, "Will you stay in the demon realm or return to Emperor Sword Court?" The four women chose to return to Emperor Sword Court. Staying here would only delay Xian Xianghua. After taking them away, Zhou Xuanji came out of the demon realm. He enveloped the demon realm with his saint energy, and the 24-rank deep black lotus appeared beside him. Under the compression of the saint energy, the demon realm shrunk visibly. At the same time, the heavenly law universe was in chaos. Many great thousand worlds, independent worlds, and mortal realms were devoured and absorbed by Phoenix Lord Tianqi. Sheng Tiandao, barbarian god Huang Luo, and Buddha Yang Ling were searching for Phoenix Lord Tianqi. However, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was mysterious and bizarre. He would disappear every time he was discovered. The third saint almost exploded in anger. He felt like he was being played. On the other side, Ren Niming traveled swiftly in the universe with Si Mengyan and Xiao Hu. They looked anxious, afraid that they would encounter Phoenix Lord Tianqi. "Damn, this is such a bad feeling." Xiao Hu cursed softly as he looked left and right. Ren Niming glanced at him and said, "Shut up. Be careful, he will find us directly." Xiao Hu heard him and immediately shut his mouth in fear. "Are you going to find Zhou Xuanji?" A voice came from ahead, and the three stopped immediately. They looked over and saw the demonic emperor floating a few hundred miles away like a cloud of dust. Chapter 628. Demonic Emperor, you worm is not dead yet? Ren Niming said coldly. He hated the demonic emperor from the bottom of his heart. The demonic emperor looked at the three of them with a strange smile, but did not say a word. Si Mengyan frowned, while Qiu Hu muttered, "Why does this fellow feel a little strange?" The demonic emperor's gaze was extremely invasive, as though he was looking at prey, which made them very unhappy. This bug should be corroded by some kind of power. "Be careful," Ren Niming said in a low voice. He had already seen through the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor twisted his neck and laughed coldly. "Fate, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Come here, let me eat you and realize your final value." The moment he said that, the three of them felt their blood run cold. This guy knew Ren Niming's true identity and still wanted to eat him? The demonic emperor rushed toward Ren Niming. Si Mengyan immediately waved his hand, and boundless blood qi flew out of his sleeve, transforming into countless blood snakes that pounced toward the demonic emperor. Qiu Hu roared furiously, his voice shaking the universe. The demonic emperor was not affected by the tiger's roar. He passed through the army of blood snakes and arrived before Ren Niming. Ren Niming did not panic. His eyes were cold and flashed with blue lightning. Bang! Blue lightning burst forth, forcing Si Mengyan and Qiu Hu back. The two of them looked up and were shocked to see that Ren Niming's right hand had become a knife and pierced through the demonic emperor's throat. The demonic emperor's hands were still in the posture of a hunting eagle. "He's that strong?" Qiu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the void, Zhou Xuanji successfully fused the demon realm into the 24-rank deep black lotus, and he immediately left this void. The Wanshan Great Thousand had been destroyed. Although he had saved many living beings, there were still many disciples of the Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff who had met with misfortune. This hatred must be avenged. He couldn't stand it anymore. After putting away the demon world, he went to the Northern Wilderness region and also refined the Northern Wilderness region, fusing it into the 24-rank deep black lotus. The three realms did not merge together, but instead stacked on top of each other. They were a distance away from each other and did not disturb each other. After doing all this, he began to focus on searching for Phoenix Lord Tian Ho. This dog must die. Arriving at the 34th level of the universe, he flew quickly, his divine will sweeping in all directions of the universe. Soon, he found the fate-defying trio. They were engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic emperor. That guy is still alive, but why is there something wrong with his aura? Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately gave chase. Bang! Stars exploded one after another, and Ren Niming flew backward. His long hair danced in the wind, and his face was filled with anger as he looked over with clenched teeth. The demonic emperor was like a crazed demon, weaving through the explosions, chasing after Ren Niming with a greedy expression. Si Mengyan and Xiao who continuously rushed over to block the demonic emperor, but they were both sent flying. They were not his match at all. Fate! Where are you going? The demonic emperor laughed maniacally, causing the entire starry sky to fall into a deathly silence. Seeing that he was getting closer to Ren Niming, Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared. Bang! Zhou Xuanji exploded the demonic emperor's body with a single palm strike, leaving only a strand of his soul floating in the air. This wisp of soul was very strange, as if two souls were entangled together. One of them was the demonic emperor. He was being hugged by an old and sinister soul, as if he was hugging a baby. The demonic emperor's eyes were tightly closed and he fell into a deep sleep. The old soul hugged him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a venomous and ruthless expression. What is this? Xiao Hu exclaimed, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Si Mengyan also tightly frowned. This soul looked really horrifying. You are not a creature from the heavenly law universe. Ren Niming looked at the old soul and cried out in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could this fellow also be from the Kunlun Origin Court? Was the Kunlun Origin Court going to fully invade the heavenly law universe? The Flame Emperor is just outside. He will soon barge in. At that time, all of you will die. You have no idea how strong he is. Let me, your ancestor, eat your fate and I will ensure that all of you leave the heavenly law cosmos alive. The old soul looked at Zhou Xuanji and laughed sinisterly. No one could tell if he was being sincere or not. Flame Emperor? Zhou Xuanji thought of the Flame Emperor from Chinese mythology. Without you, we can still leave alive, he said with a cold laugh. After saying that, he immediately made a move and used the universal attraction to suck the old soul over. The old soul cried out furiously, "Brat, don't offend me, or else you will regret it." Zhou Xuanji directly sucked him into the Tianxia map and suppressed him with Saint energy. He had long since moved Sovereign Xian and Dao Lord Xuantian's souls into the Tianxia map to help him look after the souls imprisoned in the Tianxia map. He ordered in his heart to have the souls of the two powerful beings help him interrogate for information. Xiao Hu and Si Mengyan flew over, looking very excited. They had long since heard that Zhou Xuanji had become an overlord saint, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had killed an enemy that they could not defeat with a single palm. Ren Niming came in front of Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, "If we don't kill Phoenix Lord Tianqi, the heavenly law will definitely collapse. If the heavenly law collapsed, the heavenly law universe would also be destroyed. When that time came, what was the point of seeking revenge from fate?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "Isn't there another existence above the heavenly law? When the heavenly law is in danger, won't he act?" Ren Niming felt quite startled before shaking his head. How can we speculate about such an existence? However, according to my understanding, that existence does not care about the heavenly law at all. Otherwise, how could he allow so many outerverse creatures to sneak in? He sighed, feeling incredibly complicated. The plan that he had plotted for countless years had been ruined because of Phoenix Lord Tianqi's sudden attack. His heart was stifled, depressed, and aggrieved. Then let's escape immediately. Xiao Hu said anxiously. As long as he followed Zhou Xuanji and left the heavenly law universe, he might still have a chance of survival. It was too dangerous to stay in the heavenly law universe. Si Mengyan nodded and said, "Anyway, the old ancestor's revenge has been avenged. Heavenly Lord Xiantai was dead, and his wish was fulfilled. I will bring you into the demon realm. I will go after Phoenix Lord Tianqi first. If not, we will leave the heavenly law universe. Zhou Xuanji muttered. Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan nodded in agreement. Ren Niming was in a dilemma. I will come and find you after some time, he said with gritted teeth. After saying this, he left. Zhou Xuanji did not ask him to stay. He looked at Qiu Hu and Si Mengyan. These two were already more powerful than Saint contenders. It seemed like the serendipity that Ren Niming gave them was incredible. He waved his right hand and sent the two into the demon realm. He continued ahead. At the same time, Phoenix Lord Tianqi was still devouring worlds. Once the three heavenly saints appeared, he disappeared immediately. As he devoured more and more worlds, his range of movement shortened. The time taken for the three heavenly saints to catch up to him was also shortened. This time, Zhou Xuanji caught up and surrounded Phoenix Lord Tianqi with the three heavenly saints. Phoenix Lord Tianqi wrapped his wings around his body and said with an unruly smile, "You are powerless. Most of the vast 1,000 worlds have been devoured by me. Soon, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you join hands." Chapter 629. Seeing how arrogant Phoenix Lord Tianqi was, the three heavenly saints were all furious. Barbarian god Huang Luo roared, "How dare you!" He immediately attacked, punching out. The space collapsed, and darkness instantly swallowed Phoenix Lord Tianho. Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura also disappeared. Sheng Tiandao frowned. His gaze moved left and right as he searched for Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura. Buddha Yangling flew over to Zhou Xuanji and sighed as he said, "There's nothing we can do. His divine abilities are too strange, and he most likely obtained some fortuitous encounter that we don't know about." His face was gloomy, and his mood was extremely uncomfortable. For him, he had helped Heavenly Lord Xiantai kill old ancestor Hongshi. In the end, before he could dominate the Heavenly Law universe, the Heavenly Law universe would be destroyed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel powerless, as if he was drawing water with a wicker basket. "Then what do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a way out anyway. If he really could not do it, he would leave. In any case, his family would always follow him. Buddha Yangling's expression was gloomy, and he fell into hesitation. Barbarian god Huang Luo also gave up on chasing Phoenix Lord Tianqi. He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said furiously, "Master, Phoenix Lord Tianqi is too arrogant. You must eliminate him." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm more powerful than him indeed, but I can't catch up to him, nor can I kill him." Every mystique had its flaws, but Phoenix Lord Tianqi's mystique was too mysterious. They had never seen it before, so they couldn't think of any flaws. "Master, if you leave the Heavenly Law universe, you must bring me along." Didn't Sheng Tiandao have the same thought? "If the three of us work together, we'll have a greater chance of surviving." Barbarian god Huang Luo changed the topic, and his tone revealed a trace of eagerness. His real goal was to say this sentence. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and nodded in agreement. "Then bring me along too," Buddha Yangling said anxiously. If he was left behind, he would definitely die. Zhou Xuanji said profoundly, "If you leave the Heavenly Law, you will no longer be Heavenly Saints. Without the power of the Heavenly Law, the strength of the Heavenly Saints would plummet." Barbarian god Huang Luo sighed and said, "We have to give it a try." Buddha Yangling nodded as well. At this point, there was no other way. Sheng Tiandao flew over and said, "Let's give up and leave the Heavenly Law universe first." Zhou Xuanji looked at the three heavenly saints and sighed in his heart. This was a heavenly saint. When he encountered danger, the first thing he thought of was to escape. Zhou Xuanji said, "Each of you try to take away as many worlds as you can. Consider it an explanation to the Heavenly Law. We will meet here again in a month." With that, he turned around and left. He did not want to take in any more living beings. He was not a heavenly saint and had never enjoyed the power of a heavenly saint. The 3 realms in the 24-rank deep black lotus were enough. Looking at his back, the 3 saints looked at each other. We are inferior to him. Buddha Yangling sighed. It was unknown what he was referring to, but he turned and left as well. In the dark void, Phoenix Lord Tian Ho was sitting cross-legged. His wings burned with purple flames and fluttered slightly. He suddenly opened the 3rd eye between his brows. Come out. Phoenix Lord Tianqi said. As his voice faded, a black shadow appeared in front of him. If not for the purple flames, it would be impossible to distinguish the existence of the black shadow. The black shadow stared at immortal Lord Tian Ho and said, "Let's stop here. You have already devoured so many worlds and are stronger than Xing Tian Dao. Next, you should help me surpass Xing Tian Dao and control this universe." The black shadow was the consciousness of destiny. So all of this was his arrangement. How are you going to control it? The current heavenly law is still not something I can deal with. Phoenix Lord Tianqi asked back, still keeping his 3rd eye open. The consciousness of destiny replied, I have my ways. Don't think I don't know your plan. If you dare to go against me, don't even think about leaving the heavenly law universe. Having heard that, Phoenix Lord Tianqi opened his eyes and said, a faction outside of heavenly law is targeting Ren Niming. Aren't you concerned? The consciousness of destiny was silent. Phoenix Lord Tianqi smiled, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Rules are rules. Do you really think you can control me? He thought disdainfully in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about how to leave the heavenly law universe. He was already powerful enough, but he did not want to offend Zhou Xuanji. He felt that Zhou Xuanji must have a more powerful background. At this moment, Destiny's consciousness suddenly entered his body. You. His expression changed drastically and he roared furiously. In the next second, his body began to twist and swell like a meatball. Zhou Xuanji had been trying his best to track down Phoenix Lord Tianqi, but he found that Phoenix Lord Tianqi's aura had suddenly disappeared. The heavenly law universe also quieted down. What's going on? Could he have already left? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned and thought to himself uneasily. He could faintly sense that a great disaster was about to befall him. He stopped in the starry sky and looked around. In the boundless universe, he seemed incredibly small, like a scale in the ocean. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the starry sky above him. They were incredibly big, as if they occupied the entire starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up and frowned again. These eyes, Phoenix Lord Tianqi's eyes. No. The gaze was completely different. This pair of eyes looked incredibly empty and emotionless. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, and an indescribable pressure came at him. Ever since he had broken through to the Overlord Saint stage, it was the first time he had felt such pressure. He felt like he was suffocating. You have been targeting me this entire time, but you don't know who I am? The consciousness of Destiny's voice sounded out, as if countless people were shouting at Zhou Xuanji from all directions. Destiny. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Great Thousand Reincarnation Sword and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji, you do not belong to the heavenly law universe. I banished you but did not kill you completely. I only wanted you to leave. But you only have yourself to blame. You were bewitched by Ren Niming. Destiny's consciousness coldly harumphed. It was not in a hurry to act and instead chose to judge Zhou Xuanji. If I was heartless, your mother's soul would have been destroyed long ago. If I was heartless, how could I let you live to this day? Ren Niming was only a part of my consciousness when I was born. I wanted to explore the rules of the myriad world, but he overestimated himself and thought that he was the true Destiny. Ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How was this different from what Ren Niming had said? Their identities should be reversed? Accept your punishment. The consciousness of Destiny roared, and the giant eye above suddenly descended. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword instinctively. There was a loud bang. A powerful light dazzled Zhou Xuanji's vision, and he instantly lost his sight. When his consciousness fell into complete chaos, the voice of destiny's consciousness sounded again. Every universe has its own rules. The struggle between rules is also a struggle between the common people. Zhou Xuanji, have you ever thought about who you are fighting for? Whoosh! Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of rain falling, which became louder and louder until it became a downpour. His consciousness also woke up. He did his best to open his eyes, and what he saw was a brilliant white light. Following this, he saw a man wearing a mask and a hood. He wore glasses and calmly looked down at him. Chapter 630. The patient has regained consciousness and can be sent back to the ward. The masked man wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Following this, the scene in front of Zhou Xuanji began to spin, and he turned his head in a daze. This is, nurse? Am I dreaming? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself blankly and felt a splitting headache. He would occasionally think about the memories of his previous lifetime, but ever since he comprehended Tao insight, his worries towards his previous lifetime had calmed down. After a while, he was pushed into the ward by two nurses. He turned his head and saw that there were two empty beds next to him. The sunlight shone in through the window. It was bright and warm. This realistic feeling didn't feel like a dream at all. Zhou Xuanji frowned. After the two nurses hung up the phone and left, he slowly sat up. He leaned against the wall of the bed and examined his body. He realized that he was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. The holy power in his body had completely disappeared. However, as he woke up, the Tianxia map began to continuously provide him with holy power, helping him heal his heavily injured body. What happened? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Purple radiance flashed in his black pupils. Could it be that he was reborn again? But if he was reborn, why would he be in a hospital that looked like a modern city? Most importantly, his Tianxia map and cultivation realm were still there. Even the 24-tier deep black lotus was still there. However, his soul was severely injured and his spiritual force could not enter it. Sword Spirit. He called out in his heart. Swordmaster, the Sword Spirit replied. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What's going on? Am I in some kind of illusion?" The Sword Spirit replied, "No, it should be in the real world. It's just that it's very strange. Although your body is compatible with your soul, it isn't your previous body. Your current body has already begun to fuse with your previous body. This phenomenon has never happened before." Its tone was as cold and emotionless as ever. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. What did fate do to me? He continued to ask in his mind. It used some kind of power to expel you from the heavenly law universe. Then, your body fused with this body without any rejection. The Sword Spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. Could it be that fate knew of his origins and banished him back to where he came from? Impossible. What kind of power is this? Cold sweat appeared on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He could not imagine how destiny had done this. Just as he was feeling uneasy and conflicted, a middle-aged woman rushed in. The middle-aged woman was wearing ordinary modern clothes. She was a little fat, and her hair was tied up with a rubber band. Her face was also very ordinary. She was carrying a plastic bag with fruit in it. She put the plastic bag aside. Although her eyes were red, she deliberately kept a straight face. Stinking brat. Do you dare to play games all night again? Isn't it just losing your job? Is there a need to give up on yourself? The middle-aged woman stood by the bed and scolded angrily. Her voice was somewhat sharp. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at her blankly. Wasn't this her mother from her previous life, Su Shu? Was he really beaten back by fate? Su Shu kept scolding him, and in the end, she covered her face and burst into tears. If you die, how am I going to live on? Hearing her sobbing, Zhou Xuanji felt sad for some reason. However, he was an overlord saint after all. He had already experienced life and death, so he quickly calmed down. He asked, How long have I been hospitalized? Su Shu wiped away her tears and said, 3 days. The doctor gave me a notice that I was in critical condition. I almost committed suicide to accompany you. She felt incredibly resentful before opening the plastic bag and starting to peel an apple for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned, still unable to understand his current situation. In front of fate, he could not resist at all. He had thought that he could threaten fate. Fate was so powerful and had countless opportunities to kill him, but it had not done so. Could it be that what fate had said was true and that Ren Niming was lying to him? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Su Shu brought over a chair from nearby and peeled an apple as she told him about what had happened after he had fallen unconscious. She talked about how worried they had been and how much money they had spent. Zhou Xuanji did not listen to her. If it was his first reincarnation, he might have been incredibly excited. However, he had already lived for 500 years, gotten married, and had children. He had even saved Lady Zhao Xian from the netherworld. He had experienced too many things. Facing the current situation, he only felt a bit emotional. He pulled back the blanket and got off the bed. What are you doing? You just woke up. The doctor said that your limbs will become weak and you need to rest. Su Shu said hurriedly as she put down the fruit knife and apple. She stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Zhou Xuanji onto the bed, but she found that she could not move him. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, Mum, don't worry, I'm fine. His saint energy was recovering, and even though he was heavily injured, he was still not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Su Shu felt quite startled. She was stunned by Zhou Xuanji's smile. Why did she feel that her son had changed? His facial features were the same as before, but he looked much more handsome. This was especially so for his eyes, which were incredibly bright and full of expression. His entire aura was like a completely different person, giving her an indescribable feeling. Zhou Xuanji walked to the window and looked out. Below were trees and carriages on the side of the street. Looking into the distance, there were tall buildings everywhere. Looking at this city of steel and concrete, he deeply breathed in. I'm really back? He muttered to himself. He did not feel panicked. As for the 24-rank deep black lotus, he did not need to worry. Su Shu walked to his side and asked anxiously, Son, what's wrong? Mum won't scold you anymore, but don't do anything stupid. Zhou Xuanji smirked and looked at her as he said, It's nothing, I just had a dream. I feel like I've lived an entire life. Now, it's time for me to properly show filial respect to you and Dad. Su Shu was once again stunned, not knowing what to say. Let's go home, Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was suddenly curious about this world. Was this really the world before his reincarnation? How far was this place from the heavenly law universe? Could destiny touch this world? He turned and left, and Su Shu hurriedly packed his things. A while later, after completing the discharge procedures, they walked out of the hospital. Son, are you really okay? Su Shu asked anxiously. She felt that there was something off about Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that there was something wrong with his mind? Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked up. His gaze was locked onto the sun. Su Shu also looked up and was blinded by the sunlight, and she hurriedly closed her eyes and lowered her head. She blinked and looked at Zhou Xuanji, and she found that he was looking at the sun, not looking away at all. Son, what are you looking at? Su Shu hurriedly pulled at him. Looking at the sun with the naked eye could easily cause one to be burned by the ultraviolet rays. Zhou Xuanji did not look down and said softly, as expected, There's something off. What a big bird. Su Shu hurriedly stretched out her hand and turned his face over. Her expression was grim as she pulled Zhou Xuanji towards the hospital. There was definitely something wrong with this boy's mind. Chapter 631. Zhou Xuanji lowered his head and looked at Su Shu as he smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go home. After saying that, he broke free from her hand without leaving a trace and strode forward. Su Shu frowned and hesitated for a moment before following him. "Son, you're going the wrong way." "Oh," the mother and son spoke as they turned a corner. On the way, Zhou Xuanji thought about this world. Just then, he had sensed the son's aura. There was a massive bird with decent cultivation hidden within. Could it be the legendary golden crow? In ancient legends, it was recorded that the sun's true form was a three-legged golden crow, and that bird also happened to have 3 legs. Moreover, it had heavenly law true god cultivation. Of course, to Zhou Xuanji, this 3-legged golden crow was not much of a threat. Just like that, he took the bus with Su Shu and returned to his rented apartment. His parents were in another city, and because he had been hospitalized, Su Shu had hurried over. His father was still on the way. "I'll give your dad a call and tell him not to come so he won't delay his work." Su Shu took out her phone as she walked. Zhou Xuanji looked at the streets around him and felt that things had remained the same, but the people had changed. Thinking about his previous life, he had been like most ordinary people. He had lived an ordinary life, and there was not much that was worth reminiscing about. He could only vaguely remember the district he had lived in before he reincarnated. His only regret about his previous life was that he had not been able to fulfill his filial duties. Under Su Shu's guidance, he returned to his rented apartment. It had a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, and the kitchen was connected to the living room. Su Shu asked Zhou Xuanji to wait for a while before leaving to buy groceries. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the apartment and came to the bedroom. Looking at the slightly messy bedroom, he could not help but shake his head and smile. In his previous life, he had been quite sloppy. His clothes were all over the place, and the things on the table were also quite messy. He sat in front of his computer and started to think about what to do next. Destiny was so powerful, and he had to quickly become stronger. What would he do if fate came for him again? Moreover, he also wanted to investigate why he had come here. He was afraid that this was an illusory divine ability that surpassed his imagination. He opened his laptop and looked on the internet. After opening his laptop, he used his divine sense to look into the internet. As expected, the internet could be searched with divine sense, and it felt like an energy technique legacy scroll. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The current Earth was in an era of information explosion, but this information was not considered much to an overlord saint. Soon, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all the information on the network. He eliminated some private and dark information and slowly opened his eyes. "Looks like I knew too little about this world in my previous life," Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. He had seen too much information. It was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Aliens do exist. The ancient myths were also real. For example, Zeus of Western mythology had once descended on Earth and left behind a palace that had sunk into the deep sea. Sun Wukong of the East was once an ordinary monkey. Later on, he was transformed by the mysterious power underground and became a world-shaking demon monkey. Yang Jian's third eye was also born from a similar force. Most importantly, he saw a plan. The Human Reversion Project. It was almost the middle of the 21st century, and the Earth's environment was deteriorating. Even if they started protecting the environment, it would be too late. Therefore, the various countries secretly planned to use the mysterious power in the depths of the Earth's core to help the Earth return to its ancestral roots. At that time, some ancient existences would be revived, and plants would grow wildly. Once the plan was launched, Earth would undergo earth-shaking changes. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He was very interested in that power. It was because of that power that so many myths had appeared. According to scientific research, it was that power that caused the dinosaurs to go extinct, and spirit chi appeared on Earth. Many animals relied on spirit chi to become spirits, and they either hid in cities or escaped into the universe. Afterwards, for some reason, all of the spirit chi was absorbed by the Earth's core, leaving behind only low-quality oxygen for Earth's creatures to survive. Right now, Zhou Xuanji could not go deep underground. He had to recover from his injuries first in order to avoid any complications. Half an hour later, Su Shu returned from buying groceries and cooked 3 small dishes for him. At the dining table, Su Shu continuously asked him if he was feeling unwell. After a series of questions and answers, Su Shu believed that her son's mind was fine and that he had just lost some of his memories. In the next 2 days, Su Shu stayed with Zhou Xuanji, and after confirming that he was fine, she went back. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji gave her a massage, treating all of the hidden injuries and pain in her joints. Su Shu thought that her mood had become better, which was why her body had become better. She did not think too much and happily returned to her hometown. After she left, Zhou Xuanji went out and made a bank card. He found a gold shop and looked at the various gold bars and jades before taking out gold bars to sell. Saint Energy could create something from nothing. Although the shop owner was quite confused, he still bought the gold bars. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji earned 400,000 gold bars and left confidently. The shop owner was worried that there was a problem and prepared to investigate in case the gold bars came from unknown sources. Zhou Xuanji did not transfer the money immediately and planned to give it to his parents after some time. To him, money had no value, he did not even need to eat. If he wanted something, he could just conjure it. In the next period of time, he peacefully recovered from his injuries. A month later, his Saint Energy had recovered quite a bit and could open the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. The world and the Lotus, the Northern Wilderness region, and the Demon Realm were all safe and sound. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and the others were all cultivating and did not encounter any attacks from destiny. Zhou Xuanji returned to the world in the Lotus and gathered Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, and Lady Zhao Xian before telling them where he was. When the 4 women found out that Zhou Xuanji had memories from his previous life, they were all very shocked. No wonder you were so smart since you were young. Jiang Shui touched Zhou Xuanji's waist and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and could only maintain his smile. Lady Zhao Xian muttered, "It seems like Master's fate changing is effective. But that's not right. According to what you said, you were just a mortal in your previous life. How could fate changing cross such a long distance and invite another mortal soul?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders. He would not tell them about the supreme legendary sword system. Zhou Shaoxian held on to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Father, bring me there to play. I want to see what that world looks like." Jiang Shui and Lady Zhao Xian looked curious too. "Sure, but I have to remind you that the ordinary people here are very weak. You can easily kill them with just a little bit of your aura. You must conceal your aura, especially you," Zhou Xuanji said with a nod. Toward the end, he pinched Zhou Xiaoshuan's cheeks, causing her to cry out in pain. After that, Zhou Xuanji brought them back to his rented apartment. Zhou Xuanji turned on his computer and logged into an online shopping website. "Dress according to the female clothing here," he said. Chapter 632. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian surrounded the table and began to discuss. After teaching them how to use the mouse, Zhou Xuanji backed off. Looking at the 4 women's novelty in front of the technological products, he burst out laughing. "Why is it so short? TSK, is this mortal world's woman so shameless? These pants and short sleeves are too shameful. There are even some with their breasts exposed. Isn't this the look of a brothel? Forget it, let's just leave it at that." Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. This was a clash of cultures. The women of the Wanshan Great Thousand and the Northern Wilderness region were rather conservative. If these words were to be spread on the internet, they would definitely be criticized. But the 4 girls were not afraid. After that, they chose different long skirts and coats. Xian Xianghua even put on a round hat. It had to be said that the combination was very beautiful. The most important thing was that she was extremely beautiful and her skin was fair. She looked good in anything. After changing, Zhou Xuanji brought them to the streets. On the way, they attracted a lot of attention. There were 4 women and 1 man, and the women were all as beautiful as fairies. How could they not attract attention? There were even some busybodies who took photos and shared them in various groups, making up all kinds of jokes. Zhou Xuanji and the others did not mind, and as they walked, Zhou Xuanji told them about the plan to return to the ancestral roots. Xian Xianghua was very interested in the mysterious power underground and wanted to take a look. As for Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian, they were attracted by the scenery on the street. Not so long ago, Zhou Xuanji had fantasized about bringing his wife and children back to Earth to show them to his parents in his previous life. He had never thought that they would really come back. Then, he decided to split up. He brought Xian Xianghua underground to investigate the mysterious power. As for Jiang Shui and the other two girls, they continued to stroll around the streets. With their strength, even if they were bombed with nuclear bombs, they would not die, so Zhou Xuanji was not worried. The two of them passed through the layers of soil and rocks. I do sense a mysterious power, and it feels somewhat familiar. She enveloped Zhou Xuanji with her magic energy and led him down. After all, Zhou Xuanji had not fully recovered from his injuries, and even with the Holy Light Redemption Sword, he needed time. Perhaps because of the power of destiny, his recovery speed was not very fast, so he could only rely on her for now. Familiar? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and once again sent his divine sense downwards. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed. This mysterious power, wasn't this his holy power? What was going on? He instantly thought of many possibilities and felt his hair stand on end. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said, "Don't think too much about it. After all, your opponent is destiny. It has separated your mana, and it is not impossible for it to travel through time and space." Zhou Xuanji understood this, but he was confused as to why fate wanted to separate his saint energy. The power of the saint state was immortal and inextinguishable. This was also the reason why this mysterious power could be maintained for countless years. As they dove deeper, they actually saw other humans along the way. It was just that their speed was too fast for the other party to notice. "Can you retract this power?" Xian Xianghua asked out of curiosity. She knew that Zhou Xuanji was injured, and if he could withdraw his saint energy, he would be able to recover quickly. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "We'll know after we go down and take a look." Xian Xianghua nodded. The light from the fire shone on her face. Below them was the planet's core. From here, the Earth's core looked like a sun. Lava surged on its surface, and raging flames burned. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This core was different from the images on the internet. He could already see that his saint energy was about to explode. Once his holy power exploded, Earth would be destroyed. Tisk, TSK. You want to activate the chance of humans returning to their ancestry? You're really playing with fire. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. This was the difference in power. The existence of holy power was something that current science could not explain. To the current Earth, it was like the power of God. When the Earth was in danger, they could only rely on this power of God. Unfortunately, humanity had underestimated the power of the one God. Because this is not the power of God. It was even more powerful than the power of the one God. Be careful. Fate might be watching us. Xian Xianghua reminded as she scanned the surroundings. At this point, human machines could no longer approach. Zhou Xuanji's arrival caused the saint energy in the core to boil, as if it was welcoming its owner. He immediately began to absorb the holy power. It was as if a fiery torrent was pouring into his body, causing him to squint his eyes. It felt good to be strong. However, he was still a little hesitant. Should he absorb it all? He still had feelings for Earth. In the end, he decided to keep a portion of the holy power and weaken it at the same time. When humans used it, it would not detonate the Earth. After a while, the two left quickly and flew back to the land. After absorbing the holy power, Zhou Xuanji's injuries were half healed, which made him feel good. It was no wonder that the Holy Light Redemption Sword couldn't heal him quickly. It was all because of fate. The two appeared in the bustling city and merged into the crowd silently. It was the weekend, and the streets were crowded. "This mortal realm is not that good," Xian Xianghua said with curled lips. What she pursued was power. Initially, she was interested in Earth. But after knowing that Earth was powered by Zhou Xuanji's holy power, she lost interest. Zhou Xuanji smiled. If you don't like it, do you want to go back? Xian Xianghua snorted. I don't want to. It's rare that I have time to rest. It's just the two of us. Let's walk around and find them later. After that, she held Zhou Xuanji's arm and smiled like a flower. At the edge of the Milky Way, the space was torn open, and a silhouette appeared. It was Xing Tiandao. His right arm was missing, and his shoulder was covered in blood. His aura was extremely weak, and his face was pale. Damn. Where is Kunlun Origin Court? Xing Tiandao gnashed his teeth and mumbled to himself in frustration. Ever since he left the heavenly law universe, he had never felt at ease. There were dangers everywhere, and even the most powerful heavenly saint was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He took a deep breath and flew ahead. As he flew, he was lost in his memories. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji and sighed again. If Zhou Xuanji did not challenge fate and left the heavenly law universe with him, Zhou Xuanji might not have died, and he would not be so miserable. Damn fate. He cursed furiously and sped up. Along the way, he did not notice that he was being filmed by a flying device. Earth. Zhou Xuanji and the four girls traveled around, and half a year passed before they knew it. He was going to bring Jiang Shui back to meet his parents. As for Xian Xianghua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian, he would meet them in the future. Or else, his parents on Earth would be scared to death. His experiences were too mysterious, and they would disturb his parents' lives on Earth. Chapter 633. Zhou Xuanji's parents lived in the county. There were not many people in the city during the winter and summer holidays. Walking on the street, Jiang Shui looked left and right, curious about everything. Xuanji, although this mortal realm doesn't have spiritual qi and the scenery isn't beautiful, I don't know why, but when I see these, I feel close to them. Is it because of you? Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. She had a sweet smile on her face and did not look like a mother at all. She did not look like a woman who had lived for more than 500 years. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "You really know how to suck up." Jiang Shui glared at him. He really doesn't know how to flirt. Following this, Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense, covering the entire city and quickly locking onto Su Shu's figure. She was on the bus from work. When she arrived at her destination, she met Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui the moment she got off the bus. "Son, why are you here?" Su Shu was taken aback and asked curiously. She subconsciously glanced at Jiang Shui, and her eyes lit up. What a beautiful lady. She wasn't wearing heavy makeup, and she was even holding her son's arm. Could it be? She immediately became excited. "Mom, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Jiang Shui." Zhou Xuanji smiled as he introduced himself, and Su Shu hurriedly introduced herself. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie. Xuanji often mentions you to me." Mystery? Su Shu was briefly stunned, which Jiang Shui immediately realized that something was amiss and explained, "Xian Ji is the title I gave him. He likes to call himself Xian Ji on the internet, so he got used to it." Su Shu came to a sudden realization and quickly asked Jiang Shui about it. Some asked about Jiang Shui's background and how she met Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui readily accepted his advice and did not reveal any flaws. "Alright, Mom, it's time to go back." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After that, he suddenly looked up. Jiang Shui raised her head as well, causing Su Shu to look up as well. Many meteors streaked across the sky, and one of them was getting bigger and bigger, smashing towards the county they were in. That is. Su Shu's eyes widened as she stood rooted to the spot. This kind of scene that only appeared in sci-fi movies appeared in front of her. How could she not be scared? Ah, a woman's scream came from the side, and the whole street was in chaos. Su Shu came back to her senses and instinctively grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand, preparing to escape. She realized that she could not move Zhou Xuanji. He smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I'm here." He looked up and saw that the meteorite had instantly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Not only that, but all the meteorites that had attacked Earth had disappeared. Su Shu was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes to make sure that she was not seeing things. What happened? She muttered to herself with a dull expression. The chaotic scene in the surrounding streets told her that she was not hallucinating. Zhou Xuanji looked over. His gaze pierced through the atmosphere and saw the situation in the universe. A ball of raging black flames floated above Earth, revealing only a skull. He looked down at Earth coldly. "What's that?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. She could also see the black flaming skull outside of Earth. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, "This familiar feeling, looks like destiny did not let me off." Everything was too coincidental. He had just woken up not long ago, and the peace on Earth had already been broken. It must be the drive of fate. Su Shu couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Nothing, let's go home." Su Shu did not give up and continuously asked questions on the way back. "Son, am I really not seeing things? Why did that meteorite suddenly disappear? And what is this destiny you were talking about? Son, did you hit your head?" Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless and did not know how to explain. Jiang Shui kept giggling and almost laughed out loud. She suddenly felt that Su Shu was quite cute. Su Shu was not even as old as Zhou Shaoxian. On the other side, above the atmosphere, the black flaming skull was stunned. What's going on? Why are the meteorites I summoned? He could not understand what was happening. Could it be that the mysterious power on Earth had awakened? He fell into a moment of hesitation. Should he still attack Earth? At the same time, Earth was in complete chaos. Meteorites appeared all over the world, and nearly 10 billion people saw them clearly. All social media platforms were flooded with traffic. Stars descending from the sky. This is the apocalypse. Why did those meteorites suddenly disappear? Could it be a virtual projection? Looks like I'm not alone. That's too scary. Oh my God. Tell me, I'm not dreaming. Why must I take out my transformation artifact? Every nation was discussing this, and the space agencies were in chaos. Zhou Xuanji did not know about any of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. In the entire Earth, he only cared about his parents. Even if the Earth exploded, he would not worry. Xian Xianghua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Lady Zhao Xian flew out of the atmosphere and surrounded the black flaming skull. This scene was also captured by the satellites of every nation. At this moment, many people almost went crazy. 3 Chinese women were flying? Was this the captain from China who was shocked? TSK, this guy is so ugly. Zhou Shaoxian spread out her hands in disdain. Xian Xianghua slammed out with her palm and dispersed the black flames, revealing a skeleton, which almost scared him to death. The black flaming skull was almost scared to death. It immediately turned and ran. Xian Xianghua raised her hand and pulled it in front of her, making it unable to move. "Who are you?" Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out in his mind, causing his body to tremble. He hurriedly replied in his mind, "I didn't know that the Earth was protected by powerful experts like you. I'll leave immediately, I was wrong." Xian Xianghua's strength was simply too terrifying, making him tremble. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua gave a peerlessly beautiful smile, instantly stunning him. So beautiful. Boom! The black flaming skull suddenly exploded and shattered in the universe. The 3 women turned and flew back to Earth, disappearing within the atmosphere, making it impossible for the satellites to capture them. Earth's various space agencies fell silent. It was deathly silent. That day, a hacker stole this video and spread it on the internet, causing the entire world to be in an uproar. The apocalyptic world was in danger, and everyone was in danger. Who are these three women? Are they gods? Oh my God. A mysterious power from the east. So powerful. It's so real. Kudos to the special effects artist. A bunch of idiots, you believe this? I can hire a university student to make a video like this for just $100. It's almost the middle of the 21st century, and you still believe in gods? Within a county town, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were chatting in a courtyard. Su Shu suddenly rushed out with her phone and called out, "Son, did you see the video in the family group?" 3 female deities appeared. 3 female deities? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui looked at each other and laughed. Su Shu rushed over to them and played the video on her phone for them to see. Chapter 634. Fake, it's definitely fake. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Su Shu pouted and pulled Jiang Shui as she asked, "Little Shui, look, does it look real? Does this stinking brat think I've never been to school? This is evidently real." Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Yes, it's real, he's blind." Hearing this, Su Shu felt quite happy and rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sent a telepathic message to Xian Xianghua, who was hundreds of kilometers away, asking about the skeleton's origins. Xian Xianghua replied, "I'm not sure, he didn't say. Seeing how weak he is, he should be fine." Her words were filled with disdain towards the skeleton. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and could only turn his attention to Su Shu and chat with her. Su Shu had been young before, and she had worried about the apocalypse. What she had seen today made her feel very excited, but also very afraid. Not too long later, Zhou Xuanji's father, Yang Dabong, returned. He held a plastic bag with both hands and cursed, "The streets are so chaotic, and the owner of the fruit shop wants to close down. He's talking about the apocalypse, what nonsense." They lived in the outskirts of the county town. This was an old 2-story house with a small courtyard in front. There were many houses like this on both sides of the street, and there were small mountains and rivers around them. It looked like a small villa in the outskirts. Yang Dabong walked over to Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "You brat, if you dare to play games all night again, your elder will beat you to death." He turned and smiled at Jiang Shui as he said, "Little Shui, right? Just treat this as your own home. I'll cook something good for you later." He smiled at Su Shu before hurriedly entering the house. Jiang Shui sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, "Your parents in your previous life were quite interesting." Zhou Xuanji only smiled and did not reply. He was curious about something else. It had only been half an afternoon since Xian Xianghua and the other 2 fought with the skeleton, and there was already a video? The speed was ridiculously fast. Could it be that there were countries behind this? That made sense. After all, the Earth was preparing to start the human ancestral plan. Before that happened, letting the humans know about extraterrestrial creatures and supernatural powers was a good thing. Now that they knew, starting the human ancestral plan would only bring them hope. If the opportunity for humanity to revert to their ancestral roots was suddenly activated, humans who did not know the threat of outer space would oppose it. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking and pulled Jiang Shui into the house. When he came to the kitchen, he handed the bank card to Su Shu and smiled, "Mom, take this money first." Su Shu was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly refused. She and Yang Dabong had jobs and were not seriously ill. How could they ask for money for a child? "Please listen to me, I don't need the money, and don't ask where the money came from. I can tell you responsibly that the money came from a legitimate source. Soon, the world will change. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Now, you and Dad should take the money and enjoy yourselves. Don't be frugal. I have as much money as I want." Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. He used Dao voice to make Su Shu instinctively trust him, and she dumbly accepted the bank card. After he left the kitchen, Su Shu came back to her senses. "Why would I believe him?" Su Shu mumbled to herself before revealing an excited smile. "My son has grown up and knows how to earn money. He even knows how to care for his parents. I didn't raise him for nothing." Then, as she washed the vegetables, she hummed a tune. Zhou Xuanji came to the living room and sat on the sofa, watching television with Jiang Shui. Just as expected, the television station started to broadcast the news that the satellite had captured in the afternoon. They moved so quickly. Yang Dabong cut some fruits and placed them on the table in front of the sofa before starting to chat with Zhou Xuanji about the news on the television. In the past few months, he had discovered many strange things. He had worked in a factory and had seen large snakes that were as thick as bowls and rats that were as big as dogs. Thinking back to what had happened today, he felt quite excited. This is just like the revival of spirit chi I saw when I was young. Could it be that the earth is going to evolve? Yang Dabong said excitedly as he swirled the cup of water. Who hadn't been a Chinibyu when they were young? Which man hadn't dreamed of traveling the world with a sword? Jiang Shui smiled and said, "It might be as you guessed." "Is that so?" "Back when I was in school, I liked to watch the internet, especially xianxia novels. Back then, I always dreamed of having my own flying sword." Yang Dabong chuckled as he reminisced. Jiang Shui did not know what he was talking about, but she still asked, "What do you like to watch?" Yang Dabang's expression brightened and he grinned as he said, "For example, Strongest Mythical Emperor, and 10,000 Demon Emperor. There are also 2 games that are quite good, called Fatal Game and Super Wild Monsters. Now, I occasionally use my phone to watch them." Speaking of them, Yang Dabong could not stop talking. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, and his memories from his previous life appeared in his mind. It was precisely because of Yang Dabang's influence that he had once fallen in love with an author called Ren Wuxiao. Who asked Yang Dabong to be Ren Wuxiao's diehard fan? He had even secretly used the money in his personal treasury to tip Ren Wuxiao to the alliance leader. Su Shu had discovered this, and she was so infuriated that she scolded him for 2 whole days. Time passed so quickly. It was as if those scenes had happened just yesterday. The family became more and more lively as they chatted, and Su Shu came to the living room to chat. She was making soup, and there was still some time before dinner. The meteors falling from the sky and the appearance of 3 female celestials in the atmosphere caused the entire world to be in an uproar. In the following month, these videos were not suppressed by the various countries. No authoritative organization came out to refute the rumors. People all over the world started to believe the authenticity of these videos. Roughly 2 months later, the leaders of various countries held a press conference and announced the Humanity Reversion Plan. At the same time, the various countries all over the world formed an Earth Alliance. They would no longer fight amongst themselves and would share resources and carry out the Humanity Reversion Plan together. This news completely bombarded the entire world. Heavens! I'll be able to see the Earth Alliance in my lifetime? Humanity Reversion Plan? I'm going to become an ape. Oh. I don't want to. Idiot, look at the news clearly. It's not a literal reversion. Humans will become stronger, just like Superman in the movies. Superman is too exaggerated. At most, he'll be on the level of Bruce Lee. Why do I feel like it's a sign of the apocalypse? Every country was discussing this matter, and it was incredibly lively. That month, pictures of all kinds of stone steels appeared on various countries' networks. These stone steels came from all over the world, and some even came from the North Pole and South Pole. There were all kinds of ancient words engraved on them, and when translated, there was only one sentence: Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji wants to steal the power of the earth. Descendants, beware, if he succeeds, the earth will collapse. At that moment, the entire world was curious about who the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was. Could he be a legendary figure? Chinese netizens felt that the Sword Emperor title was too ridiculous and that someone had definitely photoshopped it. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Young people really know how to have fun. I'm Sword God Yang Dabong. Yang Dabong lay on a rocking chair and played with his phone as he laughed. Within the living room, Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched, and beside him, Jiang Shui could not help but laugh. Chapter 635. After laughing for a while, Jiang Shui reminded Zhou Xuanji, even a stone steel like this has appeared. Looks like destiny is preparing something again. You must be careful, don't let your guard down just because this mortal realm is weak. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also wondering why destiny had set up these stone steels. Trying to incite the humans to deal with him? Impossible. Nearly 10 billion people added up wouldn't even be enough for a slap from him. There must be other intentions. Could it be that they were waiting for the people from the other worlds to arrive and deal with him after learning of this information? That was the only possibility. That wasn't right either. Sword Spirit, are you sure that I have been banished from the heavenly law universe by destiny? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. No matter how powerful destiny's power was, it could not control the world outside the heavenly law universe. Yes, 100% sure. The Sword Spirit's reply made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. Could it be that there was more than one destiny? The destiny of the heavenly law universe and the destiny of the Milky Way galaxy had already colluded? He was lost in thought. At that moment, Su Shu came down from upstairs. She sat beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Son, how long are you going to stay at home? Are you really not going to work?" During the day, Zhou Xuanji would travel around the world with Jiang Shui, and at night, they would come back for dinner. Every day, he would bring them all sorts of gifts. In the beginning, Su Shu and Yang Dabong were very happy, but as time went on, they felt that something was wrong. Why did it feel like the two of them were very idle? "Mom, I just want to accompany you. I work for money. I don't lack money." Zhou Xuanji leaned back on the sofa and said casually. Su Shu looked at Jiang Shui suspiciously and asked, "Shui, is your family very rich?" She thought that Zhou Xuanji had found Jiang Shui and felt that he had no worries in his life. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, "I don't have money. I'm the only one left in my family. My parents have passed away." When Su Shu heard this, her heart softened and she changed the topic. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji sensed a familiar aura. He turned around and saw Zhou Shaoxian appear on the stairs. She poked her head out and looked at them in the living room. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's gaze, she smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and thought about when to let Zhou Shaoxian meet her parents in her previous life. Perhaps one day, he would have to leave. It would be inconvenient for Su Shu and Yang Dabong to leave their modern lives and follow him. Apart from danger, could they endure boredom? In the end, Zhou Shaoxian still didn't show up. She was probably curious about Su Shu and Yang Dabong and couldn't help but come to take a look. Another half a month passed. On this day, while the whole world was still discussing the human ancestral reversion plan, the three-legged golden crow in the sun suddenly woke up. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes lit up. There was a loud bang. The sun exploded, triggering countless fireballs that flew to various parts of the universe. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew out, raising its head and cawing. Its entire body was burning with raging flames, and its body was like a graceful sparrow. When it spread its wings, they were even larger than the diameter of the sun. Compared to the surrounding stars, the scene was extremely spectacular. Its voice did not reach Earth, but it did not take long for alarms to ring at all the aviation authorities on Earth. The three-legged golden crow scanned its surroundings in the boundless sea of fire, and its gaze soon locked onto Earth. It had been speeding towards Earth at a speed faster than those fireballs. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji, who was taking a stroll along the coast of Europe, suddenly looked up. The global temperature began to rise, and huge waves rose up in the ocean, causing the tourists on the beach to hide in panic. "He's finally here," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Jiang Shui was not worried. Even without Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua could defeat the three-legged golden crow. Xian Xianghua changed into the black robe of the Lord of the Demon Realm. She wore a crown on her head and a black veil over her face as she appeared above Earth's atmosphere. Looking at the unstoppable three-legged golden crow, her eyes were filled with contempt. She did not take the three-legged golden crow seriously at all. "You've grown so big, yet you're only a heavenly law true god. How embarrassing," Xian Xianghua glared, and two beams of black light shot out. Exterminating divine light. A divine ability from the primordial ancestor. Two beams of black light pierced through the three-legged golden crow's wings at an extremely fast speed, causing it to shriek in pain. Unfortunately, its voice could not be transmitted in the universe because there was no spiritual qi in the universe, so sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. This time, Xian Xianghua did not kill the three-legged golden crow. She waved her sleeve and took the three-legged golden crow away. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she stared into the depths of the universe. Countless fireballs were hurtling towards Earth. Her eyes narrowed, and the fireballs all exploded into smoke. She was, after all, a strong practitioner of the reaching heaven state, and her strength was close to that of a saint. After doing all this, she turned and flew toward Earth. Next, Earth began to welcome darkness. The temperature dropped, and the entire world was in an uproar. What's going on? The sun seemed to have exploded. It's so cold. Could it really be the end of the world? Let's go home and turn on the air conditioner. Don't panic, netizens. Remember to turn on the floor heating. I'm poor. I don't have such things when I rent a house. The entire human race was terrified. The various aviation authorities received the images from the satellites and were all dumbfounded. There was a firebird hiding inside the sun. The firebird was terrifyingly huge. Before it, Earth was like a grain of sand. However, such a colossus was easily killed by a black-robed woman. The staff of the various aviation authorities were in a mess. They all contacted their respective leaders. The sun was destroyed, and Earth would face a catastrophe. After all, Earth's environment, gravity, and meteorological changes were all related to the sun. On the beach, looking at the stars in the night sky, Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He raised his right hand, and a bead flew out from his sleeve and disappeared. Next, it reappeared above Earth and gave off a powerful radiance, illuminating half of Earth. But Earth's temperature was still dropping. Zhou Xuanji slammed his right palm toward the ground. Saint energy enveloped Earth and restored the global temperature to normal. At the same time, he ensured that Earth's rotation speed was maintained. Otherwise, many people would have fainted. I need to interrogate that golden crow, Zhou Xuanji said softly. He then said to Jiang Shui, you can go back first. If my parents ask, tell them that I'm at a social gathering. Jiang Shui nodded and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji came to Xian Xianghua's side. At this moment, Xian Xianghua was lying on a sofa in a villa. She flipped her right hand, and the golden crow, which was as big as an egg, levitated in her palm. She stared at the golden crow and said with a smile, this is a rare golden crow. I didn't expect it to be hiding in this mortal realm. Interesting. I wonder who left it here. Zhou Xuanji sat beside her and lay down. He knocked his legs on the tea table and took out the truth sword. He gently pierced the golden crow's body with the tip of the sword. To prevent it from being burned by the golden crow's solar true flame, he enveloped the truth sword with saint energy. Tell me, why did you appear in the solar system, and who is your master? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. His tone was calm, but it made the golden crow extremely terrified. Chapter 636. How could this be? Why? The three-legged golden crow roared in its heart. It didn't understand why it was heavily injured as soon as it woke up. As far as it could remember, there were no powerful creatures in this universe. There was no spiritual energy on Earth, so how could it be occupied by other powerhouses? What frightened it the most was that its mouth began to speak uncontrollably. Its language was very strange, but Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua had high cultivations and could understand it with their divine senses. This three-legged golden crow had been in this universe for tens of millions of years. A long time ago, its master, Grey Emperor, brought it to the Milky Way galaxy and discovered that there was a mysterious and powerful force hidden on Earth. Thus, it hid in the sun and waited for Grey Emperor to return. This time, it was suddenly awakened. Before its consciousness was completely clear, it sensed that there were many living beings on Earth and wanted to devour it. Sky Emperor? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He thought of the Flame Emperor somehow. Both of them had a single surname and a single name. Could there be some kind of relationship between them? He immediately asked, "Do you know Flame Emperor and the Kunlun Origin Court?" The three-legged golden crow trembled and replied, "I know the Flame Emperor. He and my master are part of the 13 Void Boundary Emperors. As for the Kunlun Origin Court, I heard my master mention it, but I don't know what it is exactly." As soon as the words left his mouth, all his hopes turned to dust. It was over. Since the other party knew the Flame Emperor, he was definitely an enemy of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. This brat, I sold out master. When master returns, I will definitely die. No, I have to die now. The three-legged golden crow was in despair and almost fainted. Void Boundary 13 Emperors? What is the Emptiness Realm? Xian Xianghua asked curiously. Her tone was a little excited. The Flame Emperor was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao. How powerful would the 13 Void Boundary Emperors be if they joined forces? The three-legged golden crow resisted in his heart, but his body was very honest. He replied, "The void around the Kunlun Origin Court is the Void Boundary. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are the law enforcers of the Void Boundary. They prevent people from sneaking into the Kunlun Origin Court and prevent people from escaping." Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and understood each other's gaze. If he found the Void Realm, wouldn't he be able to find the Kunlun Origin Court? However, Zhou Xuanji had already offended the Flame Emperor. Now that he captured the three-legged golden crow, he had offended the Sky Emperor as well. If he went to the Emptiness Realm without permission, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "When is your master coming back?" Xian Xianghua continued to ask. The three-legged golden crow almost collapsed. "I beg you, don't ask any more. I was wrong." It answered truthfully, "I'm not sure. He just came back not long ago. It'll probably take a long time." It was over. This time, they were going to kill Wu to silence him. "What do we do with it?" Xian Xianghua asked Zhou Xuanji with a murderous look in her eyes. The three-legged golden crow was so scared that he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't kill it. Come to think of it, it's innocent." This almost moved the three-legged golden crow. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored it in the Tianxia map. He frowned and said thoughtfully, "Looks like I have to find a way to become stronger. In order to reach the Kunlun Origin Court, one had to bypass the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Since they were able to become the Emptiness Realm enforcers, it meant that there was an even greater force behind them. If he stayed on Earth, Emperor Tsang would definitely come looking for him. If he left Earth, where would he go? Without them, Earth would probably be destroyed. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he was in a dilemma. Xian Xianghua understood what he was thinking. She pondered and said, "Let's put the Earth into the 24-stage deep black lotus. With the help of the other 3 realms, it won't be difficult." Zhou Xuanji thought about it and felt that it was feasible. He still had a lot of feelings for Earth and did not want to see it destroyed just like that. He shook his head and said, "It's not enough to just throw the Earth in. Earthlings are too weak. They have never felt spiritual chi since birth. Moreover, if we do that, it will definitely cause chaos on Earth. Their technology can explore the universe. If humans found out that the universe outside had disappeared and the Earth was controlled by others, they would surely feel hatred and even fear." Zhou Xuanji understood Earthlings too well. Their minds were active and unconventional. The other mortal realms could not compare to them. Even those from the Great Thousand World might not be as cunning and ambitious as Earthlings. Zhou Xuanji suddenly had a bold idea, which was to put the entire Milky Way into the 24-stage deep black lotus. Earthlings did not know much about the universe outside the Milky Way after all. They could only make guesses. He felt that this was a good idea. He communicated with Xian Xianghua, which made her roll her eyes. How much magic energy would that consume? Aren't you tired? Xian Xianghua said unpleasantly. She could not understand Zhou Xuanji's love for Earth. Even Zhou Xuanji did not put in so much effort when facing the northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji smiled and left Earth straight away. He was prepared to fly above the Milky Way. Just when he came to the universe, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was Xing Tiandao. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji was confused and immediately flew toward Xing Tiandao. Xing Tiandao was resting on a barren planet. He also sensed Zhou Xuanji's aura. He opened his eyes, and Zhou Xuanji appeared before him. You are still alive? Xing Tiandao cried out in surprise. He got up immediately and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arms excitedly. Ever since he came to the Milky Way, he had been extremely depressed. There was no spiritual qi at all. After he left the heavenly law, his power was greatly reduced. He was no longer in the saint stage, so he did not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you here? Tell me about what happened during this period of time." Xing Tiandao took a deep breath and told him what happened after Zhou Xuanji disappeared. It turned out that after Zhou Xuanji was banished, the other 3 heavenly saints fled the heavenly law universe out of fear. While they were wandering, they encountered the Water Emperor of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. He was lucky enough to escape, but barbarian god Huang Luo and Buddha Yang Ling were captured. For the rest of the journey, Xing Tiandao encountered countless dangers. There were space-time storms, horrifying beasts hiding in the void, and many unkillable revenants that kept pestering him. After thousands of years, he finally came to the Milky Way. Xing Tiandao sighed continuously at the mention of his past. He almost cried. Thousands of years, Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. Destiny can change the world? Or is it just that different universes have different times? Xing Tiandao took a deep breath and said, "The Void Boundary 13 Emperors are too powerful. Don't let the Flame Emperor find you. Once you are captured, the consequences will be unimaginable." Fear appeared in his eyes at the mention of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Is the heavenly law universe destroyed? Zhou Xuanji asked. He wondered how Ren Niming and the old beggar were doing. Xing Tiandao shook his head and said, "How can it be destroyed? Without the heavenly law universe, destiny will also be destroyed. It's just that no one knows who will be in charge in the future." Shortly after, he asked about Zhou Xuanji's situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. After knowing that the Milky Way was the Sky Emperor's territory, Xing Tiandao panicked immediately. How did he end up in a thief's den? Chapter 637. What are you going to do next? Xing Tiandao asked. He could only survive by relying on Zhou Xuanji. Or else, if he continued to run around like this, he would collapse sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji told him his plan, which made Xing Tiandao frown. Such a vast universe. You want to refine it into an enchanted artifact? You must be crazy. Xing Tiandao said seriously. Although he was no longer a heavenly saint, he was once a saint and knew how much energy it would consume. Although Zhou Xuanji could recover, what if Emperor Tsang attacked him during this period of time? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I want to comprehend something. Maybe I can gain some inspiration from this process." Comprehend? Xing Tiandao's eyes sparkled but did not ask further. Everyone had their own path of cultivation, so it was not convenient for him to ask. After that, Zhou Xuanji flew up with Xing Tiandao. The universe was boundless, and there was no end to it. Zhou Xuanji flew for a while and stopped suddenly. He closed his eyes and spread his divine sense to envelop the entire Milky Way. Xing Tiandao sat nearby and continued to cultivate. It would take some time for Zhou Xuanji to integrate the Milky Way. The Milky Way was vast, and Zhou Xuanji could not envelop it with a single thought. A while later, he opened his eyes, and the 24-rank deep black lotus appeared before his chest. It floated quietly and did not move. He spread out his saint energy and attached it to the lotus with his divine sense. In an instant, the Milky Way's space rippled and covered the entire Milky Way. Instantly, all of Earth's satellites lost their effectiveness. Other than Earth, it was the same for other civilized planets. Earth has been searching for traces of other extraterrestrial civilizations. I didn't expect the Milky Way to have so many of them, and most of them are much more powerful than Earth. Zhou Xuanji found it funny. In the Milky Way, not all civilizations were developing technology. There were some worlds that were similar to cultivation or advanced martial arts. There were all kinds of extraterrestrials. However, these planets were very different from each other. Except for a few civilizations, most of them were developing quietly and did not plunder. He began to focus on integrating the Milky Way. He first compressed the universe of the Milky Way. This process must not affect the inside of the Milky Way. It was an extremely complicated process that had to do with the rules of space. Most cultivators were involved in the way of space. For example, storage rings and storage bags were used by the way of space. Time passed quickly. On the other hand, the Earth Alliance had already sped up the human reversion plan. All the countries shared their resources and created the most sturdy exploratory machine to penetrate deep into the Earth's core. With the extraction of energy from the Earth's core, people all over the world noticed that the air quality was improving. Spiritual energy began to emerge from the ground. It did not come from the core itself but from Zhou Xuanji's saint energy. Under Zhou Xuanji's control, the saint energy could already be used by humans without exploding. If his holy power were to explode, the entire solar system would be destroyed. After Zhou Xuanji left, Jiang Shui was also asked to leave by Su Shu and Yang Dabang. It was not that they disliked Jiang Shui, but they felt that delaying a young man like this was not a good thing. Jiang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only leave and silently protect them in another city. What was worth mentioning was that Xian Xianghua and the other two had been discovered by the Alliance's intelligence agents. There was no conflict, and the Alliance agents invited them warmly. In the end, Zhou Xiaoxian was invited to Europe to teach the ways of cultivation. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhao Xian did not stop him. Zhou Xiaoxian was very powerful. Nothing on earth could harm her. Even if they could deceive her, they could not do anything to her. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji did not want to leave Earth. Since Earth was about to recover its spiritual energy, he might as well teach her the ways of cultivation so that he could provide Emperor Sword Court with endless disciples in the future. A month later, a global live broadcast began. Television stations and tens of thousands of online video platforms all over the world prepared to broadcast the ways of cultivation. The broadcast took place in a forest. Reporters from all over the world were on helicopters, so the cameras were shaky. All the cameras were aimed at Zhou Xiaoxian. She held a sword with one hand, and her white dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a female sword immortal from the legends. Before she made her move, the reporters from all over the world introduced her in different languages. This is China's reporter, Xia Feifei. Let me introduce her first. Her name is Zhou Xiaoxian. She came from another world and stayed on Earth because she loves Earth. London's reporter, Mike, introduces this female hero from another world. You can even call her God. She. Hi. Red Sun's reporter, Nobi Dashiong, is broadcasting live for the people. Goria's reporter, Song Jiji, is at the front line for the people. This female hero from another world, Zhou Xiaoxian, is said to have the bloodline of Goria in her ancestors. She purposely searched for the source of her bloodline and descended to Earth. She will show us her sword techniques that surpass scientific understanding. Citizens of May, watch carefully. Next will be the demonstration of superpower. Zhou Xiaoxuan's appearance will make fantasy come true. She is a true superhero in reality. When the live broadcasts across the world began, the internet and the real world were in an uproar. The comments on those video platforms flooded the screen even more quickly. Zhou Xiaoxian was getting impatient, but she had not received the signal yet and could not make her move. This was the Alliance's decision. Only after she demonstrated her supernatural powers could all humans devote themselves to the ways of cultivation. The ways of cultivation that she taught had already been printed in large quantities and was prepared to be included in the textbooks for students all over the world. Because of this, no country dared not to publish the ways of cultivation. If they fell behind, they would be beaten up. No matter how powerful an army was to cultivate, they would not be as powerful as a country of cultivators. At the same time, a war of words was getting more and more intense on the internet. Netizens in Huaxia thought that Zhou Shaoxian was wearing an ancient Han costume and had a surname, so they went around saying that Zhou Shaoxian was from Huaxia. Netizens in other countries were not convinced and thought that Zhou Shaoxian was from the world. A while later, Zhou Shaoxian raised her sword. In an instant, everyone in the world held their breath. In front of Zhou Shaoxian was a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters tall. It was surrounded by forests and was far away from the city. The sea of clouds covered the top of the mountain. All the cameras were pointed behind Zhou Shaoxian so that they could clearly capture her strength. At this moment, everyone in the world could feel an aura coming from Zhou Shaoxian. It was indescribable, but it was a shocking aura. She casually slashed with her sword. The sword chi condensed into a beam of white light that was hundreds of meters long. It swept through the air and hit the mountain in front of her. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, causing many viewers to cover their ears. Many people were so shocked that they trembled and dropped their phones on the ground. The 1,000-meter mountain collapsed with a single slash. Dust billowed and countless rocks were sent flying. The scene was even more spectacular than a volcanic eruption. Zhou Xiaoshuan's white clothes fluttered, and soon, her figure was covered in dust. Chapter 638. After the mountain collapsed, the whole world was in an uproar. Zhou Shaoxian became a goddess in the hearts of billions of people. A human could be as powerful as a legend. She destroyed a 1,000-meter-tall mountain with a single slash. If they were to cultivate too, could they achieve such power? At this moment, the entire human race was in awe, followed by excited fantasies. The elderly in their 70s and 80s, and the children as young as 4 or 5-year-old, were all excited. Could spiritual qi help people live forever? Countless people thought of this question, and all online platforms almost collapsed from the overwhelming traffic. In the villa, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Lady Zhao Xian were watching the live stream on the sofa. So majestic, Xian Xianghua said with passionate eyes. Xian Xianghua said with a burning gaze. Clearly, she also wanted to be this glorious. Jiang Shui sighed in amazement. Although cultivation on Earth is not good, such technology is just as exquisite and more practical than enchanted artifacts. Lady Zhao Xian nodded with a smile. Should we choose some talents from Earth to join Emperor Sword Court? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua glanced at each other and felt that this was a good suggestion. At the same time, in the live stream, dust exploded, and a violent gale blew, causing the camera to shake. Zhou Xiaoshuan's silhouette was revealed, and the scene looked like a sci-fi movie. After that, Zhou Shaoxian flew back to the helicopters of the various countries and began to explain what cultivation was. She spoke Chinese. After coming to Earth for so long, she had already learned Chinese. With her cultivation, she could remember it after hearing it once. With a sweep of the internet with her divine will, she could grasp the languages of the various countries. Just like that, Zhou Shaoxian was named Emperor Sword Goddess by the Earth Alliance. She came up with such a pompous name herself. Half a year later, every country in the world began to promote cultivation techniques. Every bookstore in every city was giving out free copies. This cultivation technique was called the Emperor Sword Heart Technique. Because of Zhou Shaoxian, the name of Emperor Sword Court spread across the world. Everyone knew about a sanctum called Emperor Sword Court. There were countless powerful cultivators there, and Zhou Xiaoshuan's father was the founder of Emperor Sword Court. His sword techniques were unparalleled. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the starry sky. The Milky Way was before him. It was only a few million miles in diameter, and it looked like a silver vortex. He looked a little tired. Xing Tiandao sighed in amazement. I wonder what use this universe has for you? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, nothing. I just like this place. It's pure without spiritual qi. In the heavenly law universe, there was no technological civilization. All living beings were suppressed layer by layer. Above them were the heavenly Tao and destiny. Their thoughts were imprisoned, and they were far from being able to think as freely as those on earth. Xing Tiandao did not believe him, but there was nothing he could do. He still had to suck up to Zhou Xuanji and could not offend him. After some time, Zhou Xuanji finally stored the Milky Way into the 24-rank deep black lotus. After doing all this, the saint energy from the Tianxia map flowed endlessly into Zhou Xuanji's bones and muscles, helping him recover. The reason why heavenly saints could have endless holy power was because of the existence of the heavenly law. Although overlord sages were strong, they could not be like heavenly sages, who had an endless supply of holy power. Fortunately, the Tianxia map had already stored a large amount of holy power. It was enough for him to use for a long time. What's next? Xing Tiandao asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, then let's go. Let's leave this area and find a place with spiritual qi to cultivate for a while. Xing Tiandao agreed. The two of them quickly flew in the same direction and disappeared into the depths of the universe. They began to wander aimlessly through space. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji would scan Earth within the 24-rank deep black lotus with his divine sense occasionally. Su Shu and Yang Dabong had already begun cultivating. Now, everyone in the world was cultivating. Entertainment in various countries began to revolve around cultivation. There were even all kinds of cultivation rankings around the world. The trend of cultivation was getting more and more popular. Zhou Xiaoxian was the proudest. She enjoyed the treatment of an empress. She was served every day, and when she was free, she would go on a lecture tour around the world to motivate the humans. Jiang Shui and Lady Zhao Xian had fun everywhere, while Xian Xianghua studied the heavenly law violet qi in her villa. Her days were quite leisurely. This day, Zhou Xuanji and Xing Tiandao came to a universe that was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Is this place far from the void boundary? Zhou Xuanji asked Xing Tiandao. They could not go to the void boundary for now, in case they encountered the Flame Emperor. Xing Tiandao said, I'm not sure either. I don't know how vast the void boundary is. Let's rest here for a while. Anyway, I didn't sense any danger. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After that, he summoned Xiao Hu, Si Mengyan, and the 4 demon gods to accompany Xing Tiandao. Seeing Xing Tiandao, Xiao Hu raised his brow and said with a smile, Yo, Xing Tiandao. How come your cultivation is similar to mine? He and Xing Tiandao were of the same generation. Back then, he did not obtain the heavenly law violet qi and was left far behind by Xing Tiandao. Xing Tiandao chuckled and said, no matter how poor I am, I'm still better than you. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Zhou Xuanji frowned. If you fight here and attract enemies more powerful than me, just wait for your death. By then, I will surely abandon you and escape. Zhou Xuanji threatened, and Xiao Hu scratched his head with a smile. Xing Tiandao nodded with a smile and sat down with his legs crossed. After that, Zhou Xuanji dived into the Milky Way within the 24-rank deep black lotus. As for the 24-rank deep black lotus, it was held by demon god Nanming. After merging with the Milky Way, the 24-rank deep black lotus had evolved. According to Xing Tiandao, it was not far from becoming a saint-grade artifact. Zhou Xuanji returned to Earth. Now, with the 24-rank deep black lotus, he could go to any corner of the Milky Way with a single thought, as though he was teleporting. He went back to visit his parents first. Although everyone was cultivating, he still had to go to work. His parents were still working, so he wandered around his hometown. There were more people on the streets than before. It seemed that many people had given up on their dreams of earning money and returned to their hometown to cultivate. The more trees there were, the more abundant spiritual qi there was. The suburbs and villages naturally became livelier. On the other hand, many first-tier and second-tier cities saw a significant decrease in human traffic. Along the way, he saw many people meditating on both sides of the street. It was very interesting. Because of Zhou Shaoxian, the way of the sword became the mainstream of cultivation on Earth. Iron swords were sharp and were not widely used, but wooden and plastic swords became popular. Yang Xiaobao, you are finally back. A young man walked over quickly and gave Zhou Xuanji a hug excitedly. You are? Zhou Xuanji asked. This young man looked ordinary. His eyes were small, and his skin was a little dark. Zhou Xuanji could not remember who he was. I'm your high school roommate, Yixing Long. The young man chuckled and punched Zhou Xuanji lightly. He continued, you don't recognize me? That's too much. Back then, we were guarding the garbage dump in the classroom. Chapter 639. Yixing Long? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a little familiar, as though he had heard of it before. Yixing Long smiled warmly and said, at that time, the seats were chosen according to the results. Every time it was our turn, only the last row and the first row were left near the podium. The garbage dump was near the windows at the back, so it became our permanent base. He hissed at the memory of the past. Before they knew it, they were already in their 30s. Time really waited for no man. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, that period of time is indeed nostalgic. He did not resist Yixing Long's attempt to strike up a conversation. He returned to Earth to reminisce about the life of an ordinary person. After that, Yixing Long invited Zhou Xuanji to a high school reunion and asked him about his cultivation. He was very low-key, saying that he was only at Qi Nurturing Level 1, but it was enough to shock Yixing Long. Although Earth's spiritual Qi was recovering, it could not become dense all of a sudden. Moreover, everyone's talent for cultivation was different. Even in the northern wilderness region and Wanshan Great Thousand, there were people who were not suited for cultivation. Trash existed in every world. Up until now, the person with the highest cultivation base on Earth was only at the 7th level of the Qi nourishing stage. In this small town, there were not many people who could reach the first level of the Qi nourishing stage. The two of them chatted for a while more before parting ways. Zhou Xuanji walked around the nearby streets and admired his hometown from his previous life. It was almost dinner time when he returned home. When Su Shu and Yang Dabong saw him, they were pleasantly surprised. At the dining table, the family was happy and harmonious. The couple asked Zhou Xuanji where he had been during this period of time. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, recently, spiritual qi has been emerging from the ground, right? I'm one of the first batch of cultivators recruited by the Alliance. My cultivation has already reached Qi Nurturing Level 7, and I'm close to the ranks of the world's top cultivators. So, for a period of time, I might be away for a long time. At that time, Xiao Shui will come and visit you. Then, he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to his parents, explaining their uses. Remember, don't tell anyone, especially your relatives. If news of this gets out, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you the next time I come back. Su Shu rolled her eyes and snapped, do you really think your mother is stupid? Yang Dabong picked up the bottle and examined it carefully, as if he had found a treasure. Then, the family continued to chat. Su Shu was quite worried that Zhou Xuanji would be in danger, but she was comforted by Zhou Xuanji. He said that his current task was to properly cultivate and teach others how to cultivate. That night was a happy one for Su Shu and Yang Dabong. The next day, Zhou Xuanji left. Because Xing Tiandao was calling him. He quickly left the Milky Way and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. At this moment, Xing Tiandao, Si Mengyan, and Xiao who were on standby. What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked. The 3 of them raised their hands and pointed in the same direction. Zhou Xuanji turned around and frowned. A figure floated in the depths of the universe. It was a woman in red armor. Her hair was disheveled, and a red dragon coiled around her body, silently spewing flames. Zhou Xuanji could not see through the crimson dragon and the lady in red armor. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword and flew over. Xing Tiandao and the other two followed closely behind. All of them were extremely nervous. Because the other party's appearance was too sudden, they were already very vigilant, but they still didn't notice it. Be careful. This isn't the heavenly law cosmos. There are strange existences everywhere and it's extremely dangerous. Xing Tiandao reminded. Back when he was wandering, he was curious and almost died. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He used the sword fusion technique and came up to the red-armored lady. The red dragon tried to bite him, but he caught it with one hand. Not as powerful as I thought. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself with squinted eyes. He scanned the red-armored lady with his divine sense and found that she was severely injured and unconscious. Should I save her? Xing Tiandao and the other two came up to him. TSK. This lady is quite pretty. Save her. Maybe we can find out the whereabouts of Kunlun Origin Court. What if she's the subordinate of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? The three of them spoke one after another. Qiu, who was the most indecent one. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided to save the red-armored lady. They knew too little about the Void Boundary, and it was too dangerous. He immediately used the Extreme Nightmare Abyss to hypnotize the red dragon before piercing the Holy Light Redemption sword into the red-armored lady's body. It was not the first time Xing Tiandao and the other two saw this sword, so they were used to it. They looked at the red dragon. This dragon has the cultivation of the Saint Realm. It seems to be her guardian beast, Xing Tiandao said with a complicated tone. He was once the most powerful heavenly saint. Even though he was no longer a heavenly saint, his knowledge was still there. This dragon was easy to deal with for Zhou Xuanji, but it was definitely a nightmare for them. After a long while. All of you, back off. Zhou Xuanji drew his sword and backed off immediately. Xing Tiandao and the other two followed suit. The red-armored lady opened her eyes slowly, revealing a pair of bright red eyes. A horrifying aura emanated from her body. She turned around and stood up slowly, which frightened Qiu so much that he swallowed his saliva. The red-armored lady looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others. She did not attack but spoke a language that was hard to understand. It was not ear-piercing, but it dazzled Xing Tiandao and the other two. But Zhou Xuanji was not affected. What are you trying to say? Zhou Xuanji asked. He realized that he could not decipher the red-armored lady's words. Her voice was somewhat familiar to him. Why does it sound like the Great Tao's voice? The red-armored lady frowned. Her cold expression did not change, but she began to change her language. After a few dozen languages, Zhou Xuanji and the others finally understood her. You saved me? Qiu nodded and pointed at Zhou Xuanji. My master is kind. To save you, he paid a great price. Do you understand? The red-armored lady looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded slightly, saying, Overlord Saint Level 1. Not bad. Tell me, what do you want in return? Her eyes were indifferent, like a god looking down on mortals. I want to understand the void boundary and the nearby universe. The universe we are in is already destroyed, so we have to wander, Zhou Xuanji said. The red-armored lady squinted her eyes and said, Void boundary? Seems like you want to go to Kunlun Origin Court? Xing Tiandao and the other two became anxious immediately. Could the red-armored lady really be the subordinate of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? It'll be great if we can go. But what we need the most is a peaceful place to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly and did not panic at all. The red-armored lady said, Then follow me. I will bring you to Kunlun Origin Court. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others were not pleasantly surprised but became alert. May I know who you are? Xing Tiandao asked. He did not believe that the red-armored lady was really kind. She must be plotting something. Qiu and Si Mengyan were prepared to fight at any time. You can call me Empress Red Dragon. The red-armored lady smiled coldly. Just when she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly backed away from her. Chapter 640. Emperor Red Dragon. The word emperor shocked Zhou Xuanji and the others. After they were far away from Emperor Red Dragon, Qiu Hu asked softly, "This woman is also one of the Void Boundary 13 emperors?" His heart was about to jump out of his throat. It was too terrifying. "I'm not sure. I only know Flame Emperor, Sky Emperor, Water Emperor," Xing Tiandao replied. Cold sweat covered his forehead. After the battle with the Water Emperor, he deeply understood how horrifying the Void Boundary 13 emperors were. "What should we do now?" Si Mengyan asked Zhou Xuanji telepathically. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Let's wait and see. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions." Seeing their panicked expressions, Emperor Red Dragon's lips curled into a devilish smile. "Don't worry. I'm not from the Void Boundary 13 emperors, but I have enmity with them. To be precise, my enemy is from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you want to find the Kunlun Origin Court, you have to work for me. After you enter the Kunlun Origin Court, I will find a peaceful world for you to live in." Emperor Red Dragon said with a soft smile, but her voice was so cold. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. There were pros and cons to this. Putting aside whether Emperor Red Dragon was trustworthy, they would be involved in the fight. Emperor Red Dragon continued, "I forgot to tell you that the Heavenly Law universe is about to be destroyed, and the Heavenly Law is declining. Now, the Void Boundary 13 emperors can barge in and are searching for a pair of eyes. The eyes came from the primordial ancestor. It was said that someone called Zhou Xuanji took it away. It must be one of you. If you continue to flee, you will surely be captured. Only by going to the Kunlun Origin Court will you have a chance of survival." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Emperor Red Dragon to guess their identities. This time, they had no other choice. "Okay," Zhou Xuanji said, "we will follow you. But I want to ask, are you more powerful or the Void Boundary 13 emperors? Did Emperor Red Dragon's injuries come from the Void Boundary 13 emperors?" "Humph. Don't worry. You saved my life. I will not let you die." Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly, as though she was poked in her sore spot. Shortly after, she sat down cross-legged and began healing herself. Xing Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan looked at each other in dismay. In the vast starry sky, there was a stone tower quietly sailing. It had a total of 10,000 floors, and every floor imprisoned countless resentful demons. Through the windows, one could see their terrifying figures baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. At the top of the tower, a man sat cross-legged. He had a pair of golden eyes and his hair was coiled into a red crown. It was Emperor Yan. "Zhou Xuanji, where are you? If I find you, I will crush you into pieces and consign you to eternal damnation." Flame Emperor's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He had been searching for Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years but could not find him. This feeling of not being able to find him made him very angry. At this moment, a pillar of water appeared behind him, and a man in a blue robe slowly stepped out. He had a handsome face and looked to be in his early 30s. He was as elegant as a scholar. "Flame Emperor, the primordial ancestor has already been handed over, but the higher-ups aren't satisfied because the most important eye isn't here. If you still can't find it, the higher-ups will probably vent their anger on you." The blue-robed man chuckled, feeling as if he was adding insult to injury. Flame Emperor snorted coldly, "Water Emperor, did the two heavenly saints you found provide any clues?" The Water Emperor gave a meaningful smile and said, "They said that Zhou Xuanji and everyone related to him were banished by destiny. However, he has a teacher who is also from the Kunlun Origin Court. Perhaps we can start with him. I have already sent people to capture him. Do you want to know who he is?" As he spoke, he walked up to Flame Emperor and blocked his sight. Flame Emperor frowned and said, "Countless people escaped from Kunlun Origin Court. How would I know who he is?" The Water Emperor mouthed silently to him. Flame Emperor's expression changed drastically. He stood up immediately and roared furiously, "So it's him. No wonder he has such a sinful disciple. Capture him. I will use the soul source curse against him. Water Emperor smiled sinisterly. That's what I intend to do. Zhou Xuanji came to Empress Red Dragon's side and sat beside her. You are so close to me. Aren't you afraid that I will attack? Empress Red Dragon asked calmly with her eyes closed. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, Can you tell me the origin of Kunlun Origin Court? He was too curious about Kunlun Origin Court. He also wanted to know about the distribution of universes. It's like a tower. Each level is a universe of different levels. The higher you go, the more powerful you are. Kunlun Origin Court is the top of the tower. The universes below are all born because of it. Kunlun Origin Court is complicated and has strict rules. If you leave Kunlun Origin Court without permission, you will be hunted down. If you enter Kunlun Origin Court without permission, you will be killed too, Empress Red Dragon said casually. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. So all the universes were created by Kunlun Origin Court. Just like how the old beggar and old immortal sped up the process of heavenly law, creating a universe. There are countless universes under Kunlun Origin Court. It can be said to be endless. Living in the universes is actually safer than living in Kunlun Origin Court. But with me protecting you, you don't have to worry. As for other things, you will know when you reach Kunlun Origin Court. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji already had an idea. But he was still curious about many things. How big was Kunlun Origin Court? What were the stages of cultivation inside? But seeing that Empress Red Dragon sounded a little impatient, he did not ask further. When he reached Kunlun Origin Court, he could answer his questions personally. After the thought, he flew back to Xing Tiandao and the other two. Time passed quickly. 2 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji obtained another 5 legendary swords. The highest level was ancient gazing. Other sword techniques and enchanted treasures did not appear. During this period, he did not return to the Milky Way but used his divine sense to check on the situation in the Demon Realm, Northern Wilderness region, and the Lotus World. Xian Xianghua had already returned to the Demon Realm and was working hard on her cultivation. Even though the Heaven's Path Violet Aura was no longer of any use to her, studying it allowed her to comprehend many things. This day, Empress Red Dragon finally opened her eyes. She stood up and said, Follow me. From now on, you are not to be more than 100 meters away from me, or else you will bear the consequences. The red dragon on her suddenly separated from her and grew to a length of 10,000 meters, allowing her to land on her head. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately flew up to the back of the dragon's head and maintained a distance of a few dozen meters from her. Empress Red Dragon looked around and quickly chose a direction to control the red dragon. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind her. Kunlun Origin Court. We are finally here. Xiao Hu clenched his fists in excitement. He did not know what Kunlun Origin Court looked like. Xing Tiandao sighed, I feel that it will be very dangerous. There might be casualties. It was too difficult for all 4 of them to reach Kunlun Origin Court alive. Zhou Xuanji sat down and said, Wait patiently. Be careful, I can already sense that something is spying on us. Chapter 641. Something was spying on them? Xing Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan were shocked and looked around anxiously. The starry sky was beautiful and resplendent. Looking around, they could not see any other living beings. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them where it was because he was not sure either. When the red dragon began to move forward, they could sense a pair of eyes staring at them. Zhou Xuanji was already used to the feeling of being spied on, so he would not be wrong. Don't be alarmed. We are already working toward the void boundary. The surrounding space seems to be unchanged, but the Great Tao's power has already opened up a space-time tunnel. Next, this feeling of being spied on will continue and grow more intense. Emperor Red Dragon's voice came, which made the 4 even more curious. Great Tao's power? Space-time tunnel? Qiu Hu, Si Mengyan, and Xing Tiandao opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There's great Tao's power around? He immediately calmed his mind and began to sense the great Tao around him. Soon, he sensed the existence of the great Tao. I knew it. Zhou Xuanji felt delighted. Within the range of his divine sense, an invisible passageway appeared around him. It twisted and turned and was quite wide, looking like a long dragon. Compared to the red dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, it was much larger. He would build a bridge with his divine will and connect with it with his Tao will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt an explosion in his mind, and he fell into a mystical state. Xing Tiandao and the other two turned to look at him. They tried their best to remain calm, but their hearts were filled with astonishment. How could he be enlightened like this? Emperor Red Dragon turned back to look at Zhou Xuanji. Her gaze was subtle and thoughtful. Her gaze made Xing Tiandao and the other two anxious. They were afraid that she would interrupt Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji was their only hope of survival. They did not want anything to happen to him. The fusion of Tao wills made Zhou Xuanji forget everything around him. It was as though his soul had drifted out of the universe. It was a wondrous and indescribable feeling. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A pair of mountain-like dragon horns and Emperor Red Dragon silhouette appeared before him. The wonders of Tao are unfathomable. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Just like that, his Tao will grew many times stronger. Xiao Hu transmitted his voice and asked, "You're finally awake. You closed your eyes for half a year. I thought you would continue." Half a year? Zhou Xuanji was a little dazed. He felt that it was only an instant. Not bad. You're only a level 1 overlord saint, yet you're able to touch the level of the great Tao. It seems like you're really a genius. No wonder the primordial ancestor gave you those eyes. Empress Red Dragon's voice floated over, her tone full of praise. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there many people who comprehend the great Tao in the Kunlun origin court?" Xing Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan turned to look. They were very curious about the great Tao, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Facing Emperor Red Dragon, they could not be as casual and bold as Zhou Xuanji. Of course there are many, but there are very few who have truly grasped the great Tao. If one can completely grasp a great Tao, their status in the Kunlun origin court will rise accordingly. Emperor Red Dragon's reply made Zhou Xuanji look forward to the Kunlun origin court even more. He hoped to exchange pointers with more experts so that he could become stronger. We have already reached the emptiness realm. Get ready to fight at any time. The Water Emperor has locked onto us. Emperor Red Dragon's words made everyone nervous. Zhou Xuanji was not too nervous but began to savor the great Tao. After a while, the Red Dragon stopped suddenly, and the surrounding tunnel disappeared. Emperor Red Dragon, you have brought the wrong people. Hand them to me, and I will let you live. Or else, you will not be able to return to the Kunlun origin court. The Water Emperor's voice came from the front. His tone was filled with a cold smile. Emperor Red Dragon stood up and snorted coldly, "Trash like you wants to stop me?" She raised her arms, and countless red lotuses appeared behind her. They were like waves of fire and quickly formed into a gigantic flaming lotus. It was bewitching and filled with danger. Zhou Xuanji scanned the Water Emperor with his divine sense and captured him. In his divine sense, he could see that the Water Emperor was enveloped in a powerful Tao will. The Water Emperor's Tao will was blue, which was different from his. His Tao will had yet to form, which showed the difference between them. Emperor Red Dragon, don't you understand who we are working for? The Water Emperor's face turned dark as he spoke with a murderous aura. He did not have a good impression of Emperor Red Dragon because they had fought before. The fact that Emperor Red Dragon could still escape under the joint attack of several Void Boundary Emperors showed how powerful she was. Facing the Water Emperor's threat, Emperor Red Dragon laughed in disdain. The flaming lotus behind her suddenly exploded into countless petals that shot toward the Water Emperor. The Red Dragon under her feet charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The Water Emperor exploded immediately, turning into countless water droplets that flew in all directions. Emperor Red Dragon, just you wait. If I let you return to the Kunlun Origin Court, I will resign from my position as one of the 13 Void Boundary Emperors. The Water Emperor's voice resounded across the starry sky. He was suppressing his anger. Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly and continued forward. Zhou Xuanji sensed the space-time tunnel formed by the Great Tao appear again. The Red Dragon continued forward at full speed. Next, I will hand you over to a senior. You must obey him completely. After we enter the Kunlun Origin Court's universe pass, I will pick you up. Emperor Red Dragon's voice came into everyone's ears, which made them frown. This was different from what they had agreed on. Xiao Hu could not help but ask, can you guarantee that senior won't harm us? Emperor Red Dragon snorted coldly. No, but if you follow me, I might abandon you. I can't risk my life to protect you. You should understand this. If you follow that senior, your chances of survival will be higher. Her tone was very bad, scaring Xiao Hu so much that he didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. Right now, they did not have the right to choose. As the four of them waited anxiously, they arrived at another universe filled with silver light. There were no stars in the surroundings, only countless silver flowers that refracted beams of silver light. The spirit chi here was very thin, close to the Milky Way's spirit chi. A huge silver tree appeared in front of them. It had countless branches, and all the silver flowers in the universe originated from this tree. The Crimson Dragon was very fast and quickly arrived in front of the huge silver tree. Zhou Xuanji saw an elder lying on a tree branch. He could see him because this elder was wearing a rainbow-colored, dazzling robe. He was 3,000 meters tall and was quite eye-catching on the tree. Senior Een Xian, I need your help. Emperor Red Dragon said with a respectful tone. This elder was called Old Ancestor Een Xin. His power surpassed the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Along the way, Emperor Red Dragon warned them many times not to anger Old Ancestor Een Xin. Old Ancestor Een Xin controlled hundreds of universes, and each of them was bigger than the Milky Way. He was like the ruler of the universe, controlling everything in this silver flower universe. Chapter 642. On the giant tree, Patriarch Een Xin opened his eyes and glanced at Emperor Red Dragon. He said nonchalantly, little girl, I may be on good terms with your grandfather, but I can't be ordered around by you. Empress Red Dragon frowned and fell silent. At this moment, Old Ancestor Een Xin glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others. He sat up suddenly. That kid over there, come here. Old Ancestor Een Xin pointed at Zhou Xuanji, and a formless force dragged Zhou Xuanji into his right palm in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was Sun Wukong, and he was being held by Buddha Tathagata. He did not resist because the difference in strength between him and the enemy was too great. Old Ancestor Een Xin sized Zhou Xuanji up with glowing eyes. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan were all worried for him. Empress Red Dragon smiled mysteriously. Okay, little girl, you can go now. I will do my best to send them to the Kunlun Origin Court, Old Ancestor Een Xin said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Empress Red Dragon immediately teleported Sheng Tiandao and the other two away and left quickly on the Red Dragon. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. The silver flower universe fell into silence. Old Ancestor Een Xin's gaze was extremely invasive. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be afraid and lowered his head. After a long while. Kid, there's a mysterious and powerful force hidden in your body. What is it? Old Ancestor Een Xin asked with a mocking smile. Zhou Xuanji pretended not to know. He really did not know. Was it his eyes, or the supreme legendary sword system? Old Ancestor Een Xin looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said, follow me. I will send you to Kunlun Origin Court. But Kunlun Origin Court is not as good as you think. It might even be hell. His words gave Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan a bad feeling. Ever since they left the Heavenly Law universe, all the news they heard about the Kunlun Origin Court was bad. Even Empress Red Dragon said that the Kunlun Origin Court wasn't as beautiful as they thought. Was the Kunlun Origin Court really not a good place? Senior, can you tell us about the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked. Since old ancestor Inshin had no ill intentions, then he should take the initiative. The more they understood the Kunlun Origin Court, the more confident they would be. Old ancestor Inshin chuckled and said, I can't say that. The words of the Supremes are the law. Anyone who dares to reveal the existence of the Kunlun Origin Court will be punished by heaven and earth. Supremacy? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could the sovereign be the supreme ruler of the Kunlun Origin Court? I'm going to concoct pills. After I'm done concocting pills, I'll bring you to the Kunlun Origin Court. During this time, you can wander around this universe. Old ancestor Inshin waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji out. He then turned into a stream of silver light and disappeared into the giant tree. Xiao Hu immediately hugged Zhou Xuanji to steady him. Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan followed suit. They began to communicate via voice transmission. I can't help but feel like there's something fishy going on. That old man must have his eyes on the thing in your body. What should we do? Is he testing us on purpose? Isn't he afraid that we'll run away? Damn it, I shouldn't have saved that woman. Sigh, we can only take it one step at a time. Hearing their discussions, Zhou Xuanji did not say anything, but he was thinking about this in his heart. All of them were old demons who had lived for countless years. How could they not see the clues? Old ancestor Inshin must have a motive for taking them in. It was definitely not because of Emperor Red Dragon. Most importantly, they did not hear the discussion between Emperor Red Dragon and old ancestor Inshin. Could it be that they also used some kind of sound transmission technique to communicate? They could not figure it out, so they could only give up. Zhou Xuanji asked Xiao Hu to hold on to the 24-rank deep black lotus while he entered it to check on the situation in the other realms. For some reason, he had a feeling of unease. As though he would die at any moment. So, he wanted to see his family more. He came to the demon realm and found that Xian Xianghua was cultivating. The demon realm was considered peaceful. Looking at her peaceful face, Zhou Xuanji could not bear to disturb her. He came to earth again and saw that Zhou Shaoxian, Jiang Shui, Lady Zhao Xian, Su Shu, and Yang Dabong were all living happily. He did not dare to appear before them. If it was in the past, he might have told Jiang Shui about his situation. But now, he could not. It was not easy for everything to return to peace. How could he disrupt it again? Finally, he came to Emperor Sword Court in the Lotus Realm. He saw that Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others were all training hard, and he could not help but smile. Great! All of this is great. He regained his fighting spirit and returned to the Silver Flower universe straightaway. Xiao Hu returned the 24-rank deep black lotus to Zhou Xuanji and asked, You are back so soon? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I just need to go back and take a look. He stored the 24-rank deep black lotus into his body. What I envy the most about you is not your power or talent, but the fact that you have so many people around you who you care about and protect, Xiao Hu said faintly. He, who was always carefree, rarely showed a sorrowful expression. Si Mengyan said with a smile, Yeah. I've lived for so long and had wives, concubines, love, and children. But it's a pity that I abandoned them all. Back then, I was determined to become more powerful. But now, I regret it and can only smile bitterly. Sheng Tiandao said with disdain, The path of a powerful cultivator has always been lonely. Forcefully bringing along the people you care about will only put them in a desperate situation. Zhou Xuanji listened to their conversation and could not help but laugh. Different people had different daos, which could be fully reflected at this moment. He should not be hesitant. He should move forward with determination. He should not be hesitant or lost. Okay, I need to continue my Dao enlightenment. I hope that we can enter the Kunlun Origin Court together. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he sat down and closed his eyes. The other three spread out and did not disturb him. Zhou Xuanji quickly entered the state of Tao Will. A while later, he was pleasantly surprised. He realized that the Baron's silver flower universe was filled with a great Tao that was even more profound than the heavenly law universe. If not for his previous enlightenment in the space-time tunnel, he would not have noticed it. This great Tao was deeply hidden and was silver in color. He tried to use his Tao will to contact it but was repelled again and again. He did not give up and continued to try. Time passed just like that. After 3 months, he still did not succeed. Fortunately, he was calm and did not panic. This day, old ancestor Inshin suddenly appeared on a tree branch. There was a silver cauldron in front of him that was as tall as him. "That brat, come here," he shouted. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the state of Tao Will, was awakened and was immediately pulled over. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan stood up and looked over anxiously, fearing that something might happen to Zhou Xuanji. Old ancestor Inshin chuckled, "I made a pill. Help me try it." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was shocked. "I knew it. This old brat was waiting here. Can I refuse?" he asked. Chapter 643. Do you think you can refuse? Old ancestor Inshin looked down at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. His eyes were curved into 2 lines, like a cunning fox. The threat was evident in his words. "Where's the pill?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Old ancestor Inshin lifted his hand and placed him on the top of the cauldron. Zhou Xuanji looked down and was shocked. He saw a gigantic pill with a diameter of 1,500 meters lying in the cauldron. It was silver in color and had many colorful patterns on its surface. "Damn, I'll die from eating this." Even as an overlord saint, Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense energy within. He looked at old ancestor Inshin and asked, "If you want me to die, just say it." Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan flew up and looked down. Their expressions changed drastically as well. "So big, don't worry. I will not harm you. This might be your serendipity. Don't you want to try?" Old ancestor Inshin snorted and looked as though Zhou Xuanji should be thanking him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and immediately used his Tao Will. He enveloped the gigantic silver pill with his saint energy and compressed it with his Tao Will. Old ancestor Inshin nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Your understanding of the great Tao has already taken shape, and you can even use it simply." Impressive. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and was not very happy. He focused on the gigantic silver pill. Soon, it shrunk to the size of a pellet and flew into his hand. He put the silver pill near his mouth and hesitated again. "I won't die from overeating, right? Don't worry. If you die, I will save you. I will also protect your enchanted artifact that contains the universe." Old ancestor Inshin urged impatiently. Zhou Xuanji could only swallow the silver pill. Boom! A violent impact tore his white robe apart. The entire tree shook, and Qiu Hu and the other 2 were sent flying backward. They vomited blood and almost fainted. Old ancestor Inshin looked excited and mumbled, "You didn't explode and die. Overlord Saint indeed. Very good. Very good." Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. The indescribable pain twisted his face, and his body expanded exaggeratedly. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and the sword fusion technique, and the strength of his body instantly increased. Old ancestor Inshin's smile disappeared. He frowned and looked at Zhou Xuanji carefully. A berserk energy rampaged in Zhou Xuanji's body. He activated world internalization to absorb this energy. Just like that, his body began to transform. All the meridians in his body were under attack, constantly breaking and regenerating. Old ancestor Inshin waved his right hand and threw Zhou Xuanji into the giant cauldron. Qiu Hu grew anxious and said angrily, "You want to refine him into medicine?" Patriarch Inshin turned around and glared at him. "I like refining elixirs, but I don't like eating elixirs." Why would I refine him? I said that I would take you to the Kunlun Origin Court, so I won't go back on my word. Xiao Hu could only give up. Old ancestor Inshin sat in front of the cauldron and waited quietly. Xiao Hu, Xing Tiandao, and Si Mengyan also meditated, but they couldn't focus on cultivating. After a long while, a voice resounded throughout the Silver Flower universe. Senior Een Xian, can we come in and search? This voice belonged to the Flame Emperor, startling Xiao Hu and the others awake. The Void Boundary 13 Emperors chased them all the way here. Humph, I'm busy. Go search somewhere else. Old ancestor Inshin snorted angrily. He didn't care about the Flame Emperor at all. After that, the Flame Emperor's voice did not come again. So domineering, Xiao Hu mumbled. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that old ancestor Inshin could protect them for now. Xing Tiandao said with a frown, I have a bad feeling about this. Si Mengyan nodded. They felt that the Void Boundary 13 Emperors might be planning something since they didn't retreat. At this moment, old ancestor Inshin stood up and took out a giant silver cover to cover the cauldron. He then carried the cauldron on his shoulder. You three, come over here and land on my shoulder. Get ready to run. Old ancestor Inshin shouted. The three came back to their senses and quickly landed on his shoulder. Shortly after, old ancestor Inshin tore open the dimension and stepped into it. Not long after he left, several figures appeared out of thin air in the Silver Flower universe. Among them were the Flame Emperor and the Water Emperor. He escaped. As expected, there's something wrong with this old thing. He would definitely attack us when we investigate him. He has a good relationship with the Sacred Red Divine Range. He will surely help Emperor Red Dragon. Chase. We can't let Zhou Xuanji escape. After a brief conversation, they tore open the dimension and chased after Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, old ancestor Inshin sped through the space-time tunnel. Xing Tiandao and the other two stood on his shoulder and looked back from time to time, fearing that the Void Boundary 13 Emperors would catch up. Senior, are you afraid of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors? Xiao Hu asked. Si Mengyan glared at him. Is this stupid tiger courting death? Humph. Why would I be afraid? It's just that the forces behind them are powerful in the Kunlun Origin Court. I have to reduce the trouble, understand? Old ancestor Inshin replied unpleasantly. He really wanted to throw Xiao Hu out. Xing Tiandao frowned. So, entering the Kunlun Origin Court was equivalent to entering the enemy's base camp? Suddenly, countless souls appeared in front of them and attacked them like a storm. Old ancestor Inshin's body radiated with a silver radiance to defend against these souls. When the souls collided with him, their souls would scatter and dissipate into space and time. What's this? Xiao Hu cried out in shock. Even he felt a chill down his spine when he saw so many souls. These souls had different expressions. Some were in pain, some were excited, some were sad, and some were laughing wildly or crying. They were like the epitome of all living beings. Those who are eliminated from the Kunlun Origin Court. Their souls will flow into different universes through the space-time tunnel. That's how you guys were born. Old ancestor Inshin replied, which made the three even more horrified. They came from the Kunlun Origin Court? Will those souls that you destroyed resurrect? Si Mengyan asked. He looked around and felt sad for some reason. Old ancestor Inshin chuckled, of course not. This is their weakest moment. The Kunlun Origin Court has plenty of souls. You guys have to work hard in the future, or else this will be your end. The three's expressions changed. Could there be some kind of test in the Kunlun Origin Court? Otherwise, why would old ancestor Inshin call them eliminated? Soon, the torrent of souls disappeared, and there was nothing in front of them. But a horrifying murderous aura came from behind, and they looked back in shock. They saw the Flame Emperor, the Water Emperor, and the others rushing over. Xiao Hu counted. There were 10 of them in total. His eyelids twitched and he shouted, "Senior, faster! Old ancestor Inshin scolded, "You think I don't want to? Do you know how heavy my cauldron is? It's enough to crush a universe." Even so, he started to speed up. "Senior Inshin, you're playing with fire." The Flame Emperor's cold voice was filled with murderous aura. Chapter 644. Hearing Emperor Yan's threat, old ancestor Inshin lowered his head and roared, "Little bastard! You dare to say that I, your ancestor, am playing with fire? Do you believe that I, your ancestor, will kill you?" How could he allow the Flame Emperor to tell him what to do? The Flame Emperor didn't reply, but the 10 Void Boundary Emperors were still chasing. "When I, your ancestor, arrive at the Kunlun Origin Court, the next time I come out, you will all die. If it wasn't for the fact that my cauldron is still brewing, your souls would have already been destroyed." "Humph, accept your fear." Old ancestor Inshin cursed as he flew at full speed. Xiao Hu felt his scalp go numb as he shouted, "Senior, don't provoke them again." Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan were terrified as well. They wished they could cover ancestor Inshin's face with a piece of dirty cloth. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough. The two sides continued to be deadlocked. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Old ancestor Inshin opened his mouth and a gust of strong silver wind gushed out from his mouth. It expanded rapidly as if the Milky Way had fallen down and occupied the entire space-time tunnel. It was a spectacular scene. The expressions of the 10 Void Boundary Emperors changed drastically. They subconsciously wanted to dodge, but they were still drowned by the Silver River. "Will they die?" Xiao Hu asked excitedly. Old ancestor Inshin had shocked everyone the moment he made a move. The Milky Way just now had a great momentum and was obviously very powerful. Elder Inshin answered, "No, but we can keep them there to buy us some time." Xiao Hu curled his lips in disappointment. Was old ancestor Inshin considered strong compared to the 13 Void Boundary Emperors? He suddenly lost his sense of security and felt that it was inappropriate for him to follow Elder Inshin. This old thing might abandon them at any time. Old ancestor Inshin continued to lead them forward as if there was no end in sight. Gradually, Xiao Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mengyan felt their eyelids grow heavier. An indescribable exhaustion washed over them like a tide, causing them to feel extremely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, they finally fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Hu felt himself fall to the ground. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that he was surrounded by fire. He opened his eyes wide and immediately got up. His consciousness was clear. He instinctively looked around and found Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan lying beside them. Not far away, Zhou Xuanji was also meditating. "What's going on?" "This is..." Xiao Hu held his forehead and gritted his teeth. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, "You guys were thrown into the cauldron too." Xiao Hu heard him and was stunned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What do you mean? He wants to refine us?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His violet pupils were extremely bright, as though they were devilish. "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be what you think. Otherwise, we would have been burned to death." His answer made Xiao Hu heave a sigh of relief. Next, Xiao Hu woke up Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan. They started to call old ancestor Inshin, but there was no reply. They could only focus on Zhou Xuanji. "Are you alright?" Si Mengyan asked with concern. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Very good, I have broken through to Overlord Saint Level 3. Overlord Saint Level 3. Sheng Tiandao, Xiao Hu, and Si Mengyan widened their eyes in shock. "How long has it been? Is that pill really that magical?" Sheng Tiandao asked enviously. He, who had fallen from the Saint Plane, was extremely eager to return to the Saint Plane. Zhou Xuanji replied honestly, "It's magical indeed, but we don't know the disadvantages yet. There's no free lunch in the world." Old ancestor Inshin asked him to test the pill, not to help him improve his cultivation. His body was evolving toward a more powerful level, but his heart was always tense. He always felt that his body would collapse at any moment. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. So, he was not surprised at all but worried instead. What should we do next? Si Mengyan asked. He looked around and saw nothing but flames. There were no other living beings or mountains. It was just a boundless plain. Let's wait, Zhou Xuanji muttered, we can't escape anyway. He closed his eyes and continued to study his body. He did not want anything to happen to him. Old ancestor Inshin galloped in the boundless void. There were no stars here, only turbid fog. He carried the giant cauldron on his back and scanned his surroundings as he traveled, keeping an eye out for enemies. We're finally here. Those guys are really troublesome. Old ancestor Inshin mumbled to himself with a proud smile. You want to hunt me down? You are too naive. He continued ahead. After a while, a purple line appeared in the deep void ahead of him. As he got closer, the purple line grew bigger. It was a beam of purple light with no end in sight, as though it had split the void into two. Old ancestor Inshin, who was thousands of meters tall, looked extremely tiny before this beam of purple light, like an ant before the sun. He dived into the purple light and traveled forward at full speed. Countless lightning bolts weaved around his body. Boom! A gigantic palm came from the front and slammed into old ancestor Inshin, sending him flying away. Old ancestor Inshin returned to the void. He shook his head and cursed with gritted teeth, who is it? As the voice faded, a burly figure slowly stepped out of the purple light. He was 1,000,000 feet tall, and he wore black scaled armor. He had 12 wings on his back, 3 pairs of wings, and 3 pairs of black wings that were as sharp as blades. He wore a black iron mask that only revealed his eyes. His pupils were blood red, and he looked like a war god from the depths of chaos. Once he stepped out, the billowing clouds in the void stopped. Seeing him, old ancestor Inshin's expression changed drastically. Void boundary god. What are you trying to do? Old ancestor Inshin shouted in a deep voice. The void boundary god was very powerful. The void boundary 13 emperors were his guards. Hand over the pair of eyes. The primordial ancestor has been captured. If you insist on acting recklessly, we will take away all the universes under your control and throw you into the deep universe hell for 10 billion years. The void boundary god shouted, his voice causing old ancestor Inshin's robe to flutter. Old ancestor Inshin did not panic. He flipped his right hand and a golden arrow appeared in his hand. I have the golden venerable arrow. Are you sure you want to stop me? The void boundary god's blood-red pupils shrank and he fell into silence. Old ancestor Inshin raised his head and laughed proudly. You know who wants me to go back. If you dare to stop me, the consequences will be unimaginable. The void boundary god snorted and made way. Old ancestor Inshin flew away with the giant cauldron on his back. When he passed by, he looked down at him with his head held high. Soon, he disappeared into the depths of the purple light. The void boundary god looked in the direction he left and remained silent. After a while, he took out a piece of black paper, used his left index finger as a pen, and wrote on it. Old ancestor Inshin, that pair of eyes is not something you can covet. Even that existence covets those eyes. Just wait for your death, the void boundary god mumbled to himself. The void boundary god muttered to himself, his eyes burning with blood-red flames. After that, he turned around and flew into the void. He did not return to the Kunlun origin court. Chapter 645. In the giant cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was still studying his own body, was interrupted by the sword spirit's voice. It has been detected that the Swordmaster has arrived at the Kunlun origin court, announcing the new grade of the divine sword. From lowest to highest, ordinary stone, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, immortal shaking, god slaying, world destroying, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremes, chaos, mysterious Tao, noble lord, vast sky, myriad life fusion, court toppling. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He had never thought that he would reach the Kunlun origin court so quickly. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The last level, court subverting, represented the power to overthrow the Kunlun origin court. The supreme legendary sword system was truly domineering. To be able to create a divine sword that could subvert the Kunlun origin court, it seemed that the system was also becoming stronger along with him. Very good. Zhou Xuanji laughed. Since he had already entered the Kunlun origin court, it meant that old ancestor Inxin did not go back on his words, and they were safe. Qiu Hu asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan also turned to look at him. "We have already entered the Kunlun origin court," Zhou Xuanji replied, which surprised the three of them. So fast? They thought it would take decades, or even longer. How did you know? Sheng Tiandao asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and did not explain. It was better to remain mysterious than to explain. Qiu Hu said excitedly, "If he says he's there, then he's definitely there. Senior, don't bully me." Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and called for the old immortal in his heart. The old immortal had said that as long as he reached the Kunlun origin court, he would appear. However, no matter how he called out, the old immortal's origin did not appear. His heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom, and the joy of updating the level of the legendary sword also faded. After a while, old ancestor Inxin's voice resounded in the cauldron. "We have arrived at the Kunlun origin court. I will hand you guys over to the others. If you want to survive in the Kunlun origin court, you have to rely on yourselves." Qiu Hu's eyes widened as he cursed, "You sold us again." Empress Red Dragon handed them over to Patriarch Inxin, who then handed them over to others. Weren't they the prey? Sheng Tiandao walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "I'm afraid the situation is not good. Be prepared." When they had inquired about the Kunlun origin court, all they had heard was bad news. It was as if the Kunlun origin court was hell. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stood up slowly. The silver pill's medicinal effects were not completely absorbed by him. The remaining medicinal effects were all stored in the Tianxia map. The four of them stood in a row and waited quietly. About an hour later, the four of them were suddenly moved out. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an iron cage. Beside them were countless cages of various sizes. In the distance, there were undulating hills and trees. There was a giant beside Zhou Xuanji and the others' cages. Compared to it, their cages looked like small rocks. What happened? Qiu Hu's eyes widened in shock. The four of them looked up and saw Ancestor Inxin floating in front of the giant, discussing something. The giant was wearing a white robe with blue stripes. He had a kind face and a fat body, like a merchant in the mortal world. They spoke a strange language that Zhou Xuanji and the others could not understand at all. This was the language that the Red Dragon Empress spoke when she first woke up. It was probably the common language of the Kunlun origin court. Soon, the white-robed giant took out a golden silk bag and passed it to Ancestor Inxin. After that, Ancestor Inxin left in satisfaction. "He sold us?" Qiu Hu roared. He was extremely furious. Although he could not understand what they were saying, it was obvious that they were making a deal. The white-robed giant carried Zhou Xuanji and the others' cages and flew up. The world shrunk rapidly in their eyes. They looked around and saw that there were at least 1,000,000 cages below them. They were so densely packed that their scalps turned numb. They expected to encounter danger when they first arrived at the Kunlun origin court, but they did not expect it to be like this. It was too humiliating. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He grabbed the bars of the cages and tried to pull them open, but he realized that the cages were extremely sturdy. Even he could not move them. He looked around and realized that this world was vast. But when he looked up, he could see a gap, as though they were in a giant bottle. He spread out his divine sense and realized that the space in the horizon was formed by the great Tao. Look forward to it. A good clan will buy you, or else you can only be the lowest grade soul slave. A voice floated down in a language that Zhou Xuanji and the others could understand. As expected. They were sold. Si Mengyan said loudly, "Do you know Empress Red Dragon? We are her saviors. She asked old ancestor Inshin to bring us here, not to sell us." The white-robed giant did not reply. Soon, they flew out of this world. They looked back instinctively and realized that the world was actually a white jade bottle. Next, the white jade bottle shrunk rapidly, and they landed on the ground. Tables and chairs appeared beside them, along with many boxes of different colors. This was an ancient-looking house. Enchanted artifacts and beast bones were hung on the walls. The white-robed giant returned to his normal size, which was slightly shorter than Zhou Xuanji. He looked like he was in his 40s and had a huge mole on his forehead. He flipped his right hand and threw 4 scrolls into the cage. Learn the language of the Kunlun Origin Court. It will help you live better. If not for old ancestor Inshin, would not have helped you. The white-robed man snorted coldly. After that, he walked out of the room. Clang! The door closed, and Xiao, who sat on the ground, paralyzed. The cage was not big. With the 4 of them squeezed together, they could not even lie flat on their backs. Zhou Xuanji picked up a scroll and probed it with his divine sense. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. Soon, he mastered the language of the Kunlun Origin Court. Sheng Tiandao, Si Mengyan, and Xiao Hu learned as well. After they learned everything, they fell into silence. No one spoke. A long while later, Sheng Tiandao looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Are we just going to wait and see?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "This situation is already good. It's better than being captured by the void boundary 13 emperors." Sheng Tiandao heard him and felt that it made sense. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to search for the old immortal source. He had been looking forward to reviving the old immortal, but he did not want the old immortal to tell a white lie. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji gave up. The old immortal source did not appear. The door opened suddenly. The white-robed man walked in. He raised his right hand, and the cage shrunk into his hand like a birdcage. He left the room with the cage. Zhou Xuanji and the others opened their eyes and saw a forest outside. Many servants were planting flowers and plants. These servants were all in soul form. Could they be the legendary soul slaves? Xiao Hu smiled bitterly, "I have never felt so wrong before." Chapter 646. Now, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Sheng Tiandao sighed, but Si Mengyan was very calm. He seemed to have expected this to happen. The white-robed man carried them through many alleys and came to a great hall. 3 people were drinking tea in the hall. The one in the middle was a lady. She looked dignified and wore an exquisite dress. She wore a veil that revealed a pair of bright blue eyes. She sat there obediently. The 2 men beside her were tall, and they were like 2 iron towers beside her. They wore the same black clothes, and there were exquisite patterns on the surface. Their faces were pitch black, and their eyes were so red that they were purple. Their long hair was casually draped over their shoulders. Just them. Only one is an overlord saint. The rest are not even at the saint stage. One of the men in black said with a frown. He sounded a little displeased. The white-robed man smiled apologetically, so, the 3 of them did not calculate the price. Or else, it would not be so cheap. This price for an overlord saint is already very fair. The 2 men in black looked at each other before looking at the lady in the long dress. "Them then." The lady in the long dress replied. Her voice was sweet, which was a stark contrast to the 2 men in black. The man on the right immediately took out a colorful jade bead. It was about the size of half a fist. After that, the white-robed man passed the iron cage to the man in black. In the cage, Xiao Hu sighed in amazement, "It's my first time witnessing myself being traded like this. Most importantly, the 3 of us are free." Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan's mouths twitched. They did not know what to say. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the lady in the long dress and realized that he could not see through their cultivation. And so, the lady in the long dress got up and left. One of the men in black followed behind her with the iron cage. After walking out of the great hall, they soared into the sky in a beam of light and disappeared above the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji scanned out with his divine sense to see what this world was like. But because the lady in the long dress and the other two were too fast, he could not extend his divine sense out. After a while, the iron cage opened suddenly, and a violent suction force pulled them out. They fell onto the ground in a sorry state. The powerful light around them dissipated. They got up and realized that they were in a valley surrounded by mountains. All sorts of slaves were mining and planting grasses. Most of them were in soul form. This is the Longbo divine range. You are the servants of our young lady, Yu Zhongxiu. Take a good rest and don't need to work for the time being. After a while, we will come and find you. The black-clothed man said in a deep voice, and then disappeared with the empty iron cage. Longbo divine range? Zhou Xuanji and the others frowned. They knew nothing about the Kunlun origin court, and now that they had been reduced to slaves, they were even more confused. We have to ask someone. Xing Tiandao said. Zhou Xuanji and the other two nodded and walked forward together. Zhou Xuanji found that the weakest of these servants had universe heaven cultivation, but they all looked dispirited, like mortals, or even more desolate than mortals. Outside the surrounding mountains was a layer of golden light that enveloped the entire forest. Clouds and mist lingered outside, making it impossible to see the specific situation. They quickly found an old man lying on the ground eating grass. This old man was as thin as a match, and his upper body was bare. His hair was loose, and his skin was dark and covered in all kinds of black stains. Senior, we have just arrived. Can you tell us about the Kunlun origin court? Si Mengyan asked respectfully, keeping a very low profile. The old man opened his left eye and looked at them as he said indifferently, "No problem, but my work," Qiu Hu said, "I'll help you." Hearing this, the old man sat up and said casually, "It looks like you have just arrived at the Kunlun origin court, and then you were captured and sold to a divine range as slaves. Don't be disappointed, all living beings who come to the Kunlun origin court have to go through this. The Kunlun origin court is very xenophobic. Endure it a little longer, and you'll get used to it." Zhou Xuanji and the others sat in front of him and asked curiously, "What was a divine range?" The old man smiled and said, "The Kunlun origin court is divided into divine ranges. Divine ranges are like worlds to you. There are strong and weak divine ranges, and the stronger the divine ranges, the more resources they control. Some divine ranges are dominated by sects, while others are dominated by clans. If you want to survive in the Kunlun origin court, you must find a divine range to settle down and register your identity. If you work hard and obtain Miss Yu Zhongxiu's recognition, you might be able to rise to the heavens and regain your freedom. All living beings who enter the Kunlun origin court, regardless of whether they are living beings or souls, will enter a great elimination in their first year. Only 1 in a million will survive, and once they are eliminated, their souls will be destroyed. Not only this, but every 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, or 10 million years, they will enter a great elimination. This is for all living beings in the Kunlun origin court. Great elimination? Zhou Xuanji and the others frowned. This meant that the Kunlun origin court was indeed like purgatory. Si Mengyan asked, "What kind of test is the great elimination?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "There are all sorts of strange tests, but generally speaking, it depends on who can last until the end. The Kunlun origin court is the pinnacle of the universe, and every year, there are countless new souls. If there are no restrictions, the Kunlun origin court will not be able to hold on. What is worth mentioning is that no matter how high one's cultivation is, they will have to go through a great elimination unless they have made contributions that are beneficial to the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. In that case, the Kunlun origin court was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The weak could only die here. Moreover, they could not be reincarnated, and their souls would be destroyed. How big is the Kunlun origin court? How many divine ranges are there? How big is a divine range? Sheng Tiandao asked 3 questions in a row, causing the old man to glare at him. How big is the Kunlun origin court? How would low-level servants like us know? As for how many divine ranges there are, it's impossible to calculate. Divine ranges also have rankings and grade eliminations. Every grade elimination, the last 1,000 divine ranges are all killed. The grade elimination of divine ranges usually happens once every 100,000 years. Do you know how many living beings there are in a divine range? It's impossible to count. The old man sighed. He was so fascinated by the dangerous and exciting Kunlun origin court. It was a pity that he did not even have the strength to escape from this forest. He was full of ambition. Si Mengyan looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Seems like we can only work hard on cultivating." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He thought so too. Hurry up and cultivate. After you start working, you won't be able to cultivate anymore. The ores in this mountain will absorb magic energy. Back then, I was even stronger than you. The old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Xiao Hu's expression changed. He immediately got up and left with Zhou Xuanji and the others. Wait! Help me work! The old man shouted as he pointed at the mountain wall behind him. Xiao Hu completely ignored him, and the 4 of them left quickly. The old man was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly, "4 bastards! You dare to fool me! Follow me!" He pulled up his pants and picked up the hoe and iron saber from the ground before starting to work while cursing. Chapter 647. Zhou Xuanji and the others found an empty tree and began to cultivate. Since they couldn't escape, they had to work hard to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji desperately wanted to reach Overlord Saint level 7 so that he could use the Primordial Chaos legendary sword. Even if Yu Zhongxiu and her guards did not say anything, Zhou Xuanji could guess that it was not anything good. They needed an Overlord Saint most likely for something that only an Overlord Saint could do. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous, or else they would not have found Zhou Xuanji. He didn't believe that the Kunlun origin court didn't have other Overlord sages. The reason why they did not look for other Overlord Saints was either because they could not afford it or the Overlord Saints who had bought it were all dead. He calmed his mind and stopped thinking about it. There seemed to be no day or night in this valley, and it was always bright. Those servants were busy with their own tasks, and there was no fixed time for rest. When they were tired, they would lie down, and not long after, they would start working again. They were muddle-headed, like walking corpses. After staying here for a long time, one could feel despair and numbness. The dark-skinned old man didn't come looking for trouble with them. None of the servants were willing to leave the area of 1,000 feet. When they were tired, they would rest where they were. In the blink of an eye. About a month passed. Zhou Xuanji absorbed another portion of the silver pill's energy to strengthen his saint energy. The remaining medicinal power of the silver pill was in his body, slowly fusing into his meridians. On this day, Yu Zhongxiu and the 2 black-clothed men descended, landing in front of Zhou Xuanji and the others. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Come with us." Qiao Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mengyan became cautious. Zhou Xuanji said to them, "Wait for me." After that, he walked up to Yu Zhongxiu and waited for her arrangements. A powerful energy covered Zhou Xuanji, and Yu Zhongxiu and the 2 black-clothed men turned into golden light and brought him away. Within the golden light, Yu Zhongxiu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'll bring you to register your identity. From now on, you are a member of the Longbow Divine Range." She looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously as though she was looking at a new species. "Is your Longbow Divine Range strong? What do you need me to do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he had come to the Kunlun origin court, the threat of the void boundary 13 emperors was still there. So, he wanted to know if the Longbow Divine Range could protect him or not. If he couldn't, then he would have to keep a low profile and even think of a way to change his base. After understanding the Great Elimination, he understood that only by displaying his talent and strength would the Divine Range value him more. Even divine ranges needed geniuses. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The longbow divine range has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Do you think they are strong? What do I need you to do? You'll have to survive the first elimination. A man in black stared at Zhou Xuanji and said unpleasantly. He did not like Zhou Xuanji's attitude. This fellow didn't seem to put the longbow divine range in his eyes at all. He was so calm and composed. This guy must be scared to death in his heart and is pretending to be calm. In the following year, I will do my best to nurture you and help you become stronger. Only after you pass the elimination will you be considered to have officially joined the longbow divine range. This is also for you. Joining our longbow divine range is actually an opportunity for you. Yu Zhongxiu chuckled. She was not angry at all, and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, if I pass the great elimination, can my 3 subordinates regain their freedom? If Xing Tiandao heard this, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. When did I become your subordinate? Yu Zhongxiu replied, you can. The geniuses nurtured by the longbow divine range all have guards and servants accompanying them. Zhou Xuanji immediately let out a sigh of relief. One of the men in black could not take it anymore and said, boy, don't think that the Kunlun origin court is a lower realm universe. It's very difficult to survive there. The other man in black also gave a look of disdain. You want me to fail? You want your young mistress to waste her resources? Zhou Xuanji asked. After speaking, he shook his head. Hearing this, the two of them were so angry that their faces turned green. However, with Yu Zhongxiu by their side, they did not dare to act rashly. All right, we're almost there, Yu Zhongxiu said, changing the topic. Yu Zhongxiu changed the topic. Then, the golden light dissipated, revealing a huge city with many buildings. There were many creatures flying about in the air, and the streets were filled with people. Under Yu Zhongxiu's lead, they came to a massive tower that was dozens of kilometers wide and reached into the clouds. There were many entrances to this tower, and countless creatures were lining up to enter. Yu Zhongxiu's status was extraordinary, and no one dared to stop her. On the way, Zhou Xuanji received many envious and jealous gazes. He could sense that this was the first time these creatures had come to the Kunlun origin court. Only then was he shocked. Just the longbow divine range alone had so many outsiders. Just how many people had entered the Kunlun origin court? Wasn't the Kunlun origin court very difficult to find? During the assessment, in addition to registering your name, age, and race, your aura will also be tested. You have to erupt with all your strength. At that time, the examiner will give you a rating. This rating is very important. It will determine what level you belong to in the Kunlun origin court. Yu Zhongxiu walked at the front, and her voice drifted into Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He had planned to go all out anyway. Only by displaying enough talent could one survive. At this time, he couldn't hide his abilities. Once he hid his abilities, it was very possible that he would be frozen. After passing through the long passageway, they soon arrived at a spacious square with a diameter of 10 miles. In the center of the square, there were 10 examiners dressed in black robes. Their black robes were all engraved with the same divine beast patterns, which looked like Qilins. In front of them, there was a living being that had taken human form doing its best to unleash its aura. 1. 12 million years old, first level ordinary saint, 2-star aptitude. 75,350,000 years old, 7th level saint, 3-star aptitude. 3. 42 million years old, first level overlord saint, 4-star aptitude. 132, 46 million years old, first level ordinary saint, 1-star aptitude. The examiners' voices sounded throughout the entire square. 4-star aptitude would cause cries of surprise. Zhou Xuanji heard all of this. In the Kunlun origin court, overlord saints were more important than ordinary saints. He asked out of curiosity, aptitude starts from 1 star. What's the highest star? 9-star? Yu Zhongxiu replied, for ordinary living beings, 9-star is the limit. They can enjoy the full support of the divine range, and they can even receive the support of the origin court. However, there are some existences that can surpass 9-star. Surpass 9-star? Zhou Xuanji felt even more curious. Just what kind of existence could surpass 9-star? If you can reach 6-star aptitude, you can stay by my side in the future. Yu Zhongxiu looked back at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. The two black-clothed men's expressions greatly fell, but they did not act out. 5-star was not simple. Even though this boy had reached Overlord Saint level 3, his aura was quite unstable. It was evident that he had consumed some sort of medicinal pill or used some sort of secret technique. He was eager for quick success, which would only harm his aptitude. Chapter 648. Yu Zhongxiu brought Zhou Xuanji to an examiner and pointed at Zhou Xuanji as she said, "Let him come next." The examiner had a medium build and a small mustache. He nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Zhou Xuanji patiently waited. The creature beside him was doing his best to raise his aura. His face was red, and veins bulged on his neck. Seeing him like this, even Zhou Xuanji felt anxious for him. Don't shake the excrement out of your stomach. Finally, his results were out. 97,370,000 years old, ordinary saint level 3, 2-star aptitude. The examiner said expressionlessly. Then, he let the creature walk in front of him. He held a golden seal in his right hand and placed it on the creature's shoulder. When he left, this creature wasn't disappointed, instead releasing a sigh of relief. As long as they had a star rank, they could stay. There were also many living beings who didn't even have the qualifications to become 1-star cultivators and were reduced to slaves. Zhou Xuanji walked up. The examiner sized him up and asked expressionlessly, "Name?" "Zhou Xuanji." The examiner waved his hand, and Zhou Xuanji walked up to him. The examiner stretched out his right hand and placed it on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. A strange power flowed through his body. In the next second, the examiner's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened as he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder with his left hand and pressed his right hand against Zhou Xuanji's forehead. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and was a little displeased. This fellow was using too much strength. What happened? A black-clothed man asked curiously. Could it be that there was something wrong with this kid? Yu Zhongxiu frowned as well. She rarely saw such an expression on the examiner's face. In the past, this would only happen if the examinee wanted to cheat. Zhou Xuanji was just a servant. How could he have the chance to cheat? The surrounding creatures and examiners all looked over, and many doubtful gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. He's not even 1,000 years old. More accurately, he's not even 600 years old. How is this possible? The examiner muttered to himself with a strange expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. When the living beings nearby heard this, they were all stunned. Yu Zhongxiu and the two black-robed men widened their eyes. Their first reaction was that the examiner had drunk something wrong last night. The other examiners gathered around. Are you kidding me? Old merchant, are you awake? He has the cultivation of an overlord saint level 3. 6 million years is already amazing, but 600 years? I think you don't want to work anymore. The examiners spoke one after another. Some were ridiculing him, and some were dissatisfied. Examiner Jia said angrily, "Come and check yourself." His voice trembled, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at a freak. After that, the other examiners surrounded Zhou Xuanji and checked his age. The creatures who were waiting in line for the assessment all glanced over and discussed spiritedly. All the living beings thought that Examiner Jia had gone mad. Soon, all of the examiners finished examining Zhou Xuanji. They all fell silent and looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. This scene silenced the entire square. Could it be that this kid was really less than 600 years old? How could this be? Even if he possessed someone else's body or reincarnated, it was impossible for him to reach Overlord Saint level 3 at 600 years old. Some monstrous geniuses with earth-shattering cultivation bases were born from gestation. Generally speaking, such creatures were born from eggs or were conceived from their mother's body. Is he really less than 600 years old? A man in black robes standing beside Yu Zhongxiu muttered in disbelief. He had never seen such a preposterous thing before. When he was 600 years old, he was far from even reaching universe heaven. What's more, Zhou Xuanji was not a native creature of the Kunlun origin court. That's right, he's really less than 600 years old. Overlord Saint Level 3, what kind of star is that? 9-star talent? Not just that. 9-star isn't enough to measure him. Could it be that we have to invite the Ultrastar examination? How many years has it been since there has been an Ultrastar examination? The examiners all sighed in amazement and began to discuss among themselves. Zhou Xuanji felt like a panda in a zoo, being pointed at by them. Even though he felt a bit uncomfortable, he was still looking forward to the Ultrastar examination. Since he was going to reveal his talent, he was going to soar to the sky. Yu Zhongxiu walked up and asked, does he need to apply for the Ultrastar examination? If he does, can he do it quickly? He just came and is about to participate in the Great Elimination. The examiners all nodded, and in the end, Examiner Jia went to apply. This fellow was no longer as calm as before, and he was now very excited. The remaining 9 examiners were all very enthusiastic, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and praising him in all sorts of ways. Even Yun Zhongxiu was praised, saying that the Longbow Divine Range had given birth to a supreme treasure. With Zhou Xuanji, the Longbow Divine Range would definitely become even more powerful. The creatures waiting for the examination were all sent into an uproar. Talent that surpassed 9-star. All of the doubts they had towards Zhou Xuanji were dispelled, and they were replaced with worship and respect. Zhou Xuanji's name was deeply engraved in their minds. In the end, Zhou Xuanji was taken away by Yun Zhongxiu. On the way back, the 2 black-clothed men remained silent, not daring to say anything. In a bit, bring your 3 subordinates and move out. You can stay in my residence. If you need anything in the future, you can come and find me, Yun Zhongxiu said as she smiled. The strong were respected, and it was the same no matter where it was. Zhou Xuanji did not put on airs and nodded as he said, thank you for your trouble. Yun Zhongxiu ordered the 2 black-clothed men to bring Xiu Hu and the others over, while she brought Zhou Xuanji to her residence. She did not mention the slight from before, she trusted that Zhou Xuanji would understand. Rather than apologizing, it was better to make up for it with practical actions. Zhou Xuanji took this opportunity to ask about the Kunlun origin court situation. This time, Yun Zhongxiu replied patiently. There were more than 10,000 surviving divine ranges. The Longbow Divine Range could only be considered average, but its ranking was dropping with each great elimination. In the Kunlun origin court, even the top-ranked divine range could fall. Because the great elimination was divided into 2 types. One was for individuals, and the other was for the entire divine range. When the top-ranked divine range's experts were killed one by one in the great elimination, the top-ranked divine range naturally could not maintain its position as the overlord. It was no exaggeration to say that in the Kunlun origin court, apart from the sovereign, anyone could die. The sovereign was the ruler of the Kunlun origin court. No one knew his specific name, but everyone called him the sovereign. Is the Longbow Divine Range afraid of the Void Boundary God? Zhou Xuanji asked. He was worried that the sovereign was behind the Void Boundary God. Yun Zhongxiu replied, not at all. Although the Void Boundary God belongs to the sovereign's bloodline, the difference between them and the sovereign is like heaven and earth. The sovereign is absolutely fair to all living beings. Even if they kill the sovereign's descendants in the Great Elimination, nothing will happen. Because the Great Elimination was created by the sovereign himself. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the pressure in his heart disappeared. Yun Zhongxiu said in a profound manner, I won't ask you what conflict you have with the Void Boundary God. If you pass the Ultrastar examination, even the Void Boundary God will have to salute you, and you can even order him around. Chapter 649. After hearing Yu Zhongxiu's words, Zhou Xuanji felt incredibly pleased. Weren't the Void Boundary God and the Void Boundary 13 Emperors very arrogant? The next time he saw them, he wanted to see what kind of expression they would have. But what was the origin of the primordial ancestors' eye? He had to investigate this matter thoroughly, and he couldn't do it openly. Zhou Xuanji followed Yu Zhongxiu to her residence. Her mansion occupied an area of tens of miles, just like a city within a city. Inside, there were many servants cleaning. Seeing her return, the servants all saluted but did not greet her, afraid that they would disturb her. Zhou Xuanji scanned the place with his divine sense and found that the servants here had decent cultivation. The lowest cultivation was at Heavenly Law True God. It seemed that in the entire city, he had never seen an existence lower than a Heavenly Law True God. This was the Kunlun Origin Court. The starting point was the peak that most mortals couldn't reach. Not long after, Yu Zhongxiu brought Zhou Xuanji to a courtyard. There was a garden inside, and there were 5 servants cleaning it. There were men and women. You can stay here. I'll stay next to you. You can look for me if you need anything. Someone will bring you spiritual food and tea at night. If you're afraid of cleaning, you can set a time for them to deliver your food. Your 3 subordinates will be here soon. I have to inform the elders of the Longbow Divine Range about you. Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. Although she was wearing a veil, her smile was still beautiful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked toward the house in front of him. Yu Zhongxiu disappeared as well. After entering the house, Zhou Xuanji realized that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. It seemed that this house also contained some kind of spatial restriction. After entering, it felt like living in a palace. He walked into the inner room, sat on the bed, and began to cultivate. Yu Zhongxiu did not say what the next Ultrastar examination would be, as she had never seen it before. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had confidence, and so did Yu Zhongxiu. In her words, even if she didn't pass, she was still a 9-star divine range. This kind of aptitude belonged to the top 1,000 divine ranges. Soon, he discovered that the spiritual energy in the house was very dense, much denser than in the Heavenly Law universe. He opened his eyes and saw that there were oil lamps hanging in every corner of the room. The spiritual energy was coming from these lamps. How extravagant! Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. This was just a guest room. Moreover, the Longbow Divine Range was neither high nor low in the Kunlun Origin Court. At this moment, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a village. Another moment passed. He sensed Qiu Hu, Xing Tiandao, and Si Mingyan's auras and went out to welcome them. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Qiu Hu rushed over and said excitedly, "Master, you're too amazing. His aptitude is beyond 9 stars." The 2 men in black had already told them the reason on the way, which was why they were so excited. It's indeed amazing. In the Heavenly Law universe, Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful genius in history. He had never thought that he would be so outstanding in the Kunlun Origin Court. Xing Tiandao was also very excited. At this moment, he only had boundless admiration for Zhou Xuanji. He was determined to follow Zhou Xuanji forever. Only then could he follow Zhou Xuanji to the heavens. The 2 men in black bowed to Zhou Xuanji and left quickly. They simply did not have the face to face Zhou Xuanji and were afraid that Zhou Xuanji would hold a grudge against them. With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he would definitely surpass them in the future. They did not even dare to have any evil thoughts. In the divine range, if they dared to kill each other secretly, the consequences would be worse than death. This was especially so for the geniuses that the divine range focused on nurturing. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Xuanji asked Qiu Hu and the others to find a room each before he returned to his own room to cultivate. Qiu Hu and the others understood that he was preparing for the Ultrastar examination, so they did not dare to disturb him. After all, this concerned their fate. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others went from prisoners to honored guests. Every day, they were treated to all sorts of wine and dishes that were rich with spiritual qi. Their trip to the Kunlun Origin Court was no longer painful. During this period, Zhou Xuanji ordered some spirit wine and dishes to share with Jiang Shui and the others. When he finished talking about his experiences during this period of time, all the women were shocked. The most excited were Xian Xianghua and Zhou Shaoxian. Xian Xianghua desired power, while Zhou Shaoxian was purely curious. Zhou Xuanji did not bring them out because he had not established himself in the Kunlun origin court yet. He could not act recklessly. And so, the days passed. 10 days later, Yu Zhongxiu came to find him. She was accompanied by a dozen people. Standing beside her was a tall middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were like torches, and he had the aura of a noble. His cultivation was unfathomable, and Zhou Xuanji could not see through him at all. I am her father, Yu Shinzhong. From now on, you will be the genius that our Yu clan is nurturing. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me directly. The Range Lord of the Longbow Divine Range is still in closed-door cultivation and cannot come to see you personally. But don't worry, with your talent, he will definitely value you highly. The middle-aged man spoke with great vigor and seemed very heroic. Although Xiao bought you from the black market, and there must be a reason. But don't worry, from now on, the Longbow Divine Range will protect you. Even if it's the top Divine Range, we dare to fight. Yu Shinzhong continued to speak. These words were a little arrogant, and Zhou Xuanji did not believe them. He asked, if I want to walk around the Kunlun origin court, can I? Yu Shinzhong nodded and said, of course you can. But it's best to have someone accompanying you. It's not to monitor you, but because the Kunlun origin court is vast, and it's easy to get lost. If you stray into other divine ranges, it will be very dangerous. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had never thought of running away. He had finally found a foothold, and the other party was willing to nurture him. Why should he run away? He just did not want the Longbow Divine Range to become the next divine range. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. How could he think like that? It was too unlucky. Yu Shinzhong continued to speak. Next, the Origin Court will send high-level examiners to conduct the Ultrastar examination for you. At that time, I will promote you and let you shine in the Longbow Divine Range. Even if you fail the examination, your 9-star talent will be enough for you to look down on others. I'm not trying to kill you with flattery. In the Kunlun Origin Court, the more dazzling you are, the more attention and resources you will receive. This matter is even related to the Great Elimination. You will understand the details in the future. His eyes were burning with passion. He had lived for so long, and this was the first time he had seen someone with 9-star talent. Under normal circumstances, this kind of talent would only be found in those powerful divine ranges. Each of them was extremely powerful and unparalleled. Qiao Hu, who was beside him, said with a smile, "Don't worry, my master doesn't know how to keep a low profile." Zhou Xuanji glared at him, and Qiao Hu chuckled and immediately shut up. Yu Shinzhong burst into laughter and took a step forward. He patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said, "The Longbow Divine Range thinks highly of you. You should be a smart person. With your talent, you will not be as free in a powerful divine range as you are in the Longbow Divine Range. You will not be able to enjoy so much attention and nurturing because there are other geniuses with similar talent there." Chapter 650. Yu Shinzhong chatted with Zhou Xuanji for a long time before leaving with his people. The courtyard became quiet. Sheng Tiandao said softly, "Don't tell anyone about those eyes. Don't completely trust the Longbow Divine Range." He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would be impulsive and fail miserably. "Don't worry, I understand," Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly. He was not moved by the Longbow Divine Range's passion and was instead used to it. The Longbow Divine Range might sound nice now, but who knew what would happen in the future? There were not many factions like the Divine Cliff. Thinking of the Divine Cliff, he thought of Han Shuzi. It was a pity that there was no turning back. The four of them chatted for a while before returning to their own rooms to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Yu Zhongxiu came to welcome Zhou Xuanji personally and brought him to the Ultrastar examination. Qiao Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mengyan followed. Along the way, the servants they met all looked at Zhou Xuanji excitedly and whispered among themselves. He's the genius with over 9-star talent. It should be him. The aura of an overlord saint is rare. I feel like he has some sort of halo around him. I heard that all the powerhouses of the Longbow Divine Range will come for the examination. We'll see a group of Dao-treading saints. I'm really looking forward to it. Such a grand occasion is rare. Zhou Xuanji heard their voices. Dao-treading saint? Was this a title or a realm? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "What's the realm above the saint realm?" Yu Zhongxiu looked back and smiled sweetly. The saint realm is divided into overlord saint, common saint, and heavenly saint. Above them are existences close to the great Tao and are called Tao-treading saints. Those with Tao-treading saint cultivation can live alone in the Kunlun origin court for a long time. Above them are Tao ancestors. Those who can become Tao ancestors are almost all the masters of divine ranges or people that the top 1000 divine ranges support. Tao-treading saint. Tao ancestor. Zhou Xuanji remembered these two names. He did not ask about the higher realms. Even if he knew, it would be meaningless. He had not even caught the tail of a Tao-treading saint yet. Yu Zhongxiu did not fly and instead slowly walked out of the residence with Zhou Xuanji. The streets were filled with people, and even the buildings were filled with people. They were all looking around, as if they were waiting for someone. Seeing Yu Zhongxiu walking out with her people, countless gazes turned to look at them. All of their gazes were focused on Zhou Xuanji because Yu Zhongxiu took half a step back and walked alongside him. Walk straight ahead. Let them remember you. Yu Zhongxiu said softly, making Zhou Xuanji feel a bit speechless. Even if he wanted to create momentum, there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? Since things had come to this, he could only walk forward with his head held high. Qiu Hu's face was filled with envy as he said, "How great would it be if I could have such treatment?" Si Mengyan glanced at him and said, using Zhou Xuanji's words, "You need to know your limits." The two of them were having fun arguing with each other. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji finally saw his destination. It was a spacious square with a diameter of several miles. There were already many cultivators standing guard at the edges to prevent people from crossing the boundary. There were all kinds of buildings as tall as mountains next to the test plaza, and countless creatures were waiting eagerly. In the center of the plaza, Yu Shinzhong and a group of beings with equally powerful auras were chatting and laughing. Among them was an old man, who was beaming with joy from all the flattery they had given him. No matter what, this old man will do the test honestly. Don't worry, everyone, the old man said as he stroked his beard and smiled. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. His words had a double meaning, and he was also telling Yu Shinzhong and the others not to play any tricks. Yu Shinzhong loudly laughed and pretended not to understand. "They're here." A middle-aged man suddenly called out, causing everyone to look over. Yu Zhongxiu walked over with Zhou Xuanji, while Qiu Hu and the others stopped at the edge of the plaza. They wanted to come closer but were stopped. If they went any closer, they would be in danger of dying, causing their bodies to tremble. Zhou Xuanji walked forward expressionlessly, ignoring everyone's gazes. "He's Zhou Xuanji." It said that he came from outside the Kunlun origin court and reached Overlord Saint level 3 before 600 years old. What nonsense, how could he not be 600 years old? Maybe he's just boasting. The high-level examiners are here, do you still think it's fake? There were all sorts of discussions. Before the results came out, there would definitely be arguments. Sheng Tiandao was also worried for Zhou Xuanji. From how he saw it, Zhou Xuanji was not only 600 years old. He had been looking for Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years. Of course, according to what Zhou Xuanji said, it might be fate that sent him thousands of years into the future. His soul and body were indeed less than 600 years old. If that was the case, Sheng Tiandao was naturally happy. Now, he accompanied Zhou Xuanji without any disloyalty. Because of Zhou Xuanji's care, they had good food and drinks in Yu Zhongxiu's residence. They did not feel like servants at all. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and Yu Zhongxiu came before the high-level examiner. "Relax, come closer," the old man said with a smile. He did not have the airs of a high-level examiner at all. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward, and the old man placed his hand on his forehead. The old man closed his eyes and began to observe Zhou Xuanji's age. Instantly, the noises at the edge of the plaza disappeared. All living beings held their breaths and waited for the result. If Zhou Xuanji really had talent beyond 9 stars, then the longbow divine range would become famous. A while later, the old man opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Attack me with all your might." With this, Yu Xinzhong and the others quickly retreated to the edge of the plaza. All the guards activated a spell formation, and a translucent golden barrier rose and covered the plaza. Yu Xinzhong was very excited because this meant that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed 9 stars. Next, it was time to see how many stars he had. The spectating living beings did not know about this and continued to wait. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and used the sword fusion technique. More than 1,000 legendary swords fused together, and his aura grew tremendously. The entire plaza trembled violently. Next, he used the 9-soul fusion technique, and his aura grew even more powerful. His body burned with intense flames, and the battle path flame's soul was formed. Most living beings opened their eyes wide. His aura had already surpassed Overlord Saint level 3. Even a level 5 Overlord Saint might not be as powerful as him. Zhou Xuanji moved and slashed with his sword. The sword chi collided with the old man with a loud boom, but a formless barrier blocked his sword chi. He did not panic at all but swung his sword swiftly. Boom! 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 Streaks of sword chi crashed into the old man. His sword moved with extreme speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and cracks spread across the entire plaza. Yu Xinzhong was shocked and speechless. This is the aura of a level 3 Overlord Saint? Yu Zhongxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Seeing how mighty Zhou Xuanji was, she was extremely excited. It was not that she liked Zhou Xuanji, but she felt honored that Zhou Xuanji was her subordinate. Chapter 651. Use your full strength. I know you're much stronger than this, the old man shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the entire city. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji leaped back, and 18 sword souls condensed behind him. The sword souls slashed out, turning into sword Dao rules. They were like 18 giant swords of light that slashed towards the old man. The elder did not move a single step and relied on his formless aura to negate the sword Dao rules. He should be a Dao-treading saint, or even stronger, a Dao ancestor. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was shocked in his heart. In front of him, he felt so weak, like a child punching an adult. He immediately mobilized his will and prepared to unleash his strongest attack. He raised the thunderclap sword high, and billions of lightning bolts flashed, causing the entire world to change between light and dark. At this moment, he had transformed into a god of thunder, causing many living beings to be dumbfounded. A lightning sword descended from the sky. It was so fast that it seemed to have teleported. Heavenly sword descent. There was a loud bang. The ground beneath the old man's feet instantly crumbled and turned into dust. He looked up and was slightly moved. This kid, he was shocked in his heart. He could sense the level of Zhou Xuanji's Dao will. He was only an Overlord Saint level 3, but he had such a deep understanding of the great Dao. An absolute genius. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword as well. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm and composed. He was no longer as violent and fierce as before. The old man floated in the air and fell into deep thought. The audience was silent. They were waiting for the old man to give them the results. The old man said slowly, 12-star aptitude. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple gold stamp. He teleported in front of Zhou Xuanji and imprinted it on Zhou Xuanji's right arm. In that moment, Zhou Xuanji felt a burning sensation, and a large hole appeared on his sleeve. 3 large words appeared on his right arm, 12 stars. Boom! The area around the square instantly exploded. 12 star. Did I hear that right? 12 stars? Mother! There's more than 1 star above the 9 stars. There's a 12 star. How come I've never heard of it after living for so long? The Kunlun Origin Court is so big. How many places have you been to? Too strong. The Longbow Divine Range is about to rise. My great Tao Old Master, 12 stars, how can he say that? All of the creatures cried out in alarm, shouting themselves hoarse. They didn't dare believe their ears at all. Yu Zhongxiu, Yu Shinzhong, and the rest were stunned. They had imagined that Zhou Xian would be able to pass the Ultra Star examination, but they had never thought that he would be able to pass the 12-star examination. 12 star, this, Yu Shinzhong slapped himself to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan almost went crazy. They hugged each other and cheered. The old man smiled and said, "My name is Hong Yuan. If you have any inconveniences in the future, you can look for me. I will record your information in the Origin Court, and your identity token will be delivered to you within half a year. Before you get the identity token, it is best not to go out, especially outside the Longbow Divine Range." The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He rarely encountered 12-star geniuses. Naturally, he had to build a relationship with them in advance. If Zhou Xuanji died prematurely, then they would not be fated. If Zhou Xuanji could soar into the sky, it would be good karma for him. Just like his name, Hong Yuanren believed in fate. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Hong Yuan smiled, turned around, and flew toward the divine jade bell. The deafening clamor did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Zhou Xuanji looked at those crazy creatures and was a little confused. "I have 12-star talent. What are you all so excited about? Aren't you afraid that I will squeeze out your resources?" Zhou Xuanji did not understand, but he did not think too much about it and flew toward Yu Zhongxiu. The plaza had already collapsed, and rocks were everywhere. If this was the heavenly law universe, his aura would have been enough to destroy a great thousand world. One could see how hard the ground here was. Take little friend Xuanji to rest," Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. Then, he pulled Hong Yuan over and greeted her warmly. Yu Zhongxiu smiled at Zhou Xuanji and left with him. "Young Master Zhou, you are really powerful. It's my first time seeing a 12-star talent," Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. Yu Zhongxiu chuckled, her voice sounding even sweeter than before. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the highest number of stars?" Yu Zhongxiu replied, "I'm not sure. I heard that the most powerful should be 16 star. Those are reincarnations of existences that surpass Tao ancestors. They cannot be compared." 16 star, Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that he had underestimated the Kunlun Origin Court. Coming before Xing Tiandao and the others, Qiu Hu said excitedly, "Master, I want to kneel before you." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Go back and kneel for a month." Xing Tiandao and Si Mengyan laughed loudly. Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh as well. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so humorous. After that, the group quickly left. The entire city began to chant Zhou Xuanji's name. News of his 12-star talent would definitely spread beyond the Longbow Divine Range. At that time, the Longbow Divine Range would also be in the limelight. That day, Yu Zhongxiu chose a row of beautiful and charming women and let Zhou Xuanji choose his maidservants. He could take all of them. In the future, these maidservants would be under his control. No matter what he did with them, Yu Zhongxiu would not interfere. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Bring them back." "Do I look like someone who likes this?" He already had 2 wives. If he really desired other women, how could he not find them? Yu Zhongxiu was stunned for a moment before bursting out in laughter. She immediately waved her hand and dismissed the women. When the women left, they all looked regretful and disappointed. They had thought that they could get close to Zhou Xuanji, but they did not expect him to be such an unromantic person. No wonder he had reached Overlord Saint level 3 before 600 years old. He must have spent all of his time on cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their dissatisfaction. Even if he knew, he would not care. Yu Zhongxiu chatted with him for a while before leaving. Zhou Xuanji let out a long breath and muttered, "I can finally cultivate in peace." In the next half a year, he planned to not leave his residence and wait for his identity medallion to arrive. After this, he would still have to participate in the Great Elimination. When that time came, he and Xing Tiandao and the other two might be in disarray. The Great Elimination was split into many areas, or else it would be unfair if the difference in cultivation was too great. He turned and returned to his room. He sat on his bed and began to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a voice sounded in his ears, 12-star talent. He, I never thought that I would underestimate you. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and a look of joy appeared on his face. Senior, you're finally awake. He said in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. It was the old immortal. How many times have I told you to be calm? How come you're in a mess again? The old immortal's voice once again sounded out. It sounded like he was blaming Zhou Xuanji, but it was also filled with joy. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the Tianxia map. This was a forest. Even though it was an illusion, it was very real. The old immortal sat under a tree and chuckled as he looked at him. He walked up and said, I've already come to the Kunlun Origin Court. How do I revive you? Chapter 652. You don't have to resurrect me. If I resurrect, I will still be found. If you can reach the soul source pool of Kunlun Origin Court and put me in it, my soul will be cleansed, reborn, and reborn. The old immortal replied with a smile, which made Zhou Xuanji curious. What is the soul source pool? The old immortal continued to explain. The soul source pool was the birthplace of the Kunlun Origin Court and all souls in the universe. As long as one fell into it, no matter how high one's cultivation was, he would return to his original form and be reborn. Only in this way could the old immortal's enemies not find him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, how do I go to the soul source pool? He wondered if the sovereign would also die if he fell into the soul source pool. Perform well in the Great Elimination. One day, you will get an official position in the Origin Court. At that time, you can choose to be a soul guardian, the old immortal replied with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, can you tell me the origin of the primordial ancestors' eyes now? This matter had always been a hanging stone in his heart. As long as he didn't understand it clearly, he would feel uneasy. That pair of eyes is one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate divine eyes. It's called Exterminating Divine Eyes. It can suppress space, set time, and break all 5 elements. The 5 ultimate divine eyes are legendary treasures in the Kunlun Origin Court. If you can get them, you will be qualified to surpass the Tao ancestor. Now that you have 12-star aptitude, don't worry. Unless you are targeted in the Great Elimination, as long as you don't go to the enemy's divine range, they can't do anything to you, the old immortal said with a smile, stroking his beard. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was with him, like a grandfather looking at his grandson. He thought that Zhou Xuanji had a chance to enter the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't expect him to give him such a big surprise. 12-star aptitude. Among the creatures he knew, only Zhou Xuanji could reach this level. The other creatures were at most 8-star. If the old beggar knew about this, he would definitely regret it. 5 ultimate divine eyes, the qualification to surpass the Tao ancestor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. The two chatted for a while before the old immortal fell into a deep sleep. To prevent himself from being discovered, he planned to stay in the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji didn't know how long it would take for him to come into contact with the soul source pool. His source couldn't last that long. He could only fall into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption as much as possible. After withdrawing his consciousness from the Tianxia map, Zhou Xuanji began cultivating seriously. The Yu family had indeed done their best for him, sending him all kinds of cultivation resources every day, allowing his saint energy to grow continuously. Half a year later, Yu Zhongxiu personally brought Zhou Xuanji's ID medallion over. Zhou Xuanji took the medallion and examined it. Apart from his name, there were also the Longbow Divine Range's Yu clan and 12 stars. The identity medallion was made of green jade and was very light, as if he was holding a feather. He put the identity card into the supreme storage and asked, "Is there anything else, Miss Yu?" Yu Zhongxiu did not leave. Instead, she stood in front of his door, and it was obvious that she had something to say. "The news of your 12-star aptitude has already spread out. You will be participating in the Great Elimination alone. The other disciples of the Longbow Divine Range are not qualified to participate in the same Great Elimination as you. I hope you can prepare early. If you want magic treasures or divine abilities, just tell me and I will personally take you to choose them," Yu Zhongxiu said seriously. The 12-star aptitude surprised them at first, but later on, the Longbow Divine Range started to worry. Because Zhou Xuanji was too outstanding, he would not encounter anyone from the Longbow Divine Range during the Great Elimination. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "No need. I'm confident." He already understood that the Great Elimination was a battle between cultivators of the same level. Could he use virtual fire at the same level? Whoever dares to stop him, he will kill them all. Seeing how confident he was, Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh. No wonder he could become a 12-star genius. Such confidence was indeed impressive. Yu Zhongxiu did not disturb him anymore and left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his bed and asked the 4 demon gods to continue cultivating their saint energy while he comprehended the Great Tao. This city was not the only city in the Longbow Divine Range. The Divine Range was like a tall tower, and this city belonged to the Yu clan. There were at least hundreds of clans in the Longbow Divine Range, and there were more than 100 million living beings. He realized that the Longbow Divine Range was permeating with a special Great Tao. It was very weak, but it existed. So, he wanted to comprehend this Great Tao. His cultivation was already spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, so he might as well improve his Tao will. This way, his battle prowess would grow stronger, and his chances of winning in the Great Elimination would be higher if his cultivation did not change. At the same time, at the top of the Longbow Divine Range, in a gloomy palace, dozens of oil lamps flickered. The shadows on the walls looked like dancing demons. Deep inside, an old man in a loose robe opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes had double pupils, and his hair was tied up with golden threads. He was emanating an extremely powerful aura. "Someone is comprehending my Great Tao, and he's only an overlord saint." The old man in a big robe mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. The Longbow Divine Range had been pushed back in every Great Elimination, which filled him with anxiety. So, he had been in isolated cultivation. If he met a talented junior, he would naturally promote him. He immediately scanned with his divine sense and found that the kid was in the Yu clan, and he was staying beside Lady Yu. He began to search for information with his divine sense. Soon, he heard the discussion of many servants. 12-star. The old man in a big robe stood up immediately. He frowned in joy, and his body began to tremble. He disappeared on the spot to investigate the authenticity of this information. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. The Great Elimination was finally coming. "Everyone, bring out your identity medallions." Yu Shinzhong's voice resounded in the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stored the 4 demon gods into the Tianxia map before walking out of the house. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mengyan walked out too. They were in high spirits and were in a good mood. They were saint contenders, and they were enjoying the resources of the Yu clan. They had already begun to break through to the saint realm. "He will bring the 3 of you to the portal of the Great Elimination. Xuanji, my little friend, will be led by me personally." Yu Shinzhong pointed at a muscular man beside him and said. Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 immediately followed him. Qiu Hu turned around and said, "Master, after the Great Elimination, let's have a good drink." Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile, but he was a little worried in his heart. He hoped that they could make it through. After all, this was not the heavenly law universe but the Kunlun origin court. Xuanji, my little friend, come with me, Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. After that, he waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. Only Yu Zhongxiu followed him. They were shrouded in a golden radiance as they soared through space. The old ancestor wants to see you. Before you enter the great elimination, he will teach you a divine ability so that you can survive more easily, Yu Shinzhong turned around and said to Zhou Xuanji. He looked calm, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Their Yu clan was going to make a comeback. Not only that, but as long as Zhou Xuanji continued to grow, the entire Longbow Divine Range would soar. Chapter 653. Under the guidance of Yu Shinzhong and his daughter, after half an hour, they came to a dark palace. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and saw an old man in a big robe sitting on the ground. The old man was staring at him with cold eyes like a hungry wolf. He could not help but raise his brow. A divine ability inheritance requires such an atmosphere? He's the old ancestor of the Longbow Divine Range. He's also the Divine Range Lord. You can just call him Old Ancestor. Yu Shinzhong introduced Old Ancestor Longbow to Zhou Xuanji. He had heard of the Old Ancestor in the Yu clan. No one knew how long the Old Ancestor had lived. A long time ago, he was a genius from another divine range. He distinguished himself and established the Longbow Divine Range on his own. Brat, come here. The Old Ancestor's voice came. Zhou Xuanji walked over without hesitation. Yu Shinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu waited where they were. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the Old Ancestor and bowed slightly. The Old Ancestor sized Zhou Xuanji up and praised, "You're indeed less than 600 years old. How miraculous. I wonder which universe could nurture such a supreme treasure like you." Supreme treasure? Zhou Xuanji felt uncomfortable all over, but he did not refute. After that, the Old Ancestor raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead with his index finger. A massive wave of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. At the same time, a wave of bizarre energy circulated in his body. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and cupped his fist. "Thank you, Old Ancestor, for your gift." This divine ability was called Violet Sun Tunneling. It was a divine ability that allowed one to travel through the 5-elemental space and the Great Tao's wall. That bizarre energy should be some kind of Great Tao. The Old Ancestor was afraid that he would die in the Great Elimination, which was why he gave him the Violet Sun Tunneling. "Go, I'll wait for you to come back. I still have many divine abilities to teach you." The Old Ancestor chuckled. He waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji to Yu Shinzhong and his daughter. Yu Shinzhong immediately left with Yu Zhongxiu. The smile on the Old Ancestor's face disappeared. A look of worry appeared on his face as he mumbled, "I hope those guys won't go overboard." It was too difficult to protect a 12-star genius from a divine range like theirs. They would either be taken away by other divine ranges or destroyed. For the future of the Longbow Divine Range, Yu Shinzhong was willing to take a gamble. Even if he failed, only Zhou Xuanji would die. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a void. In front of them was a long bridge that connected to an ancient castle. Looking around, there were very few stars in the dark void. There were many creatures advancing on the spear, and it was extremely noisy. "I heard that there's a 12-star genius in this round of elimination. I hope this time, I can get through it. Sigh, I'm not ready yet. This time, the Great Elimination Dojo is very cruel. There are many fierce characters. Even some of the top 1,000 divine ranges have sent their disciples to participate. Even the top 1,000 are coming? This is King under the table manipulation." Zhou Xuanji heard the discussions around him and immediately caught 2 pieces of information. His participation had been revealed. The divine ranges ranked in the top 1,000 were participating. Combining the two, he immediately came to a conclusion. No wonder Ancestor Longbow was worried about him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. What are you smiling at? Yu Zhongxiu asked curiously. She thought that Zhou Xuanji would feel uneasy after hearing the news, but he was still smiling. Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and said, "Wait for me to come back." His powerful confidence stunned Yu Shinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu. Yu Shinzhong said, "We will wait for you outside the teleportation gate. The rules are simple. Try your best to survive. When there are only the specified number of people left, everyone can come out. There might be all kinds of restrictive spells, powerful ferocious beasts, ghosts, etc. Be careful. Your opponents are not only from other divine ranges. Also, the identity medallion of whoever you kill will be absorbed into your identity medallion, so you don't have to hide who you killed." He had never been so nervous before. He was even more nervous than when he participated in the Great Elimination himself. Because Zhou Xuanji carried too much hope. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to die. Zhou Xuanji asked, "If I kill a disciple from a powerful divine range, can your longbow divine range handle it?" Yu Shinzhong nodded and said, "There's still a long time before the next Great Elimination. It's enough for you to grow." Zhou Xuanji was completely at ease now. He sneered as he walked, "Then wait for me to turn the Great Elimination upside down." Yu Shinzhong and his daughter's heartbeat quickened. They somehow believed Zhou Xuanji's words. After they entered the ancient castle, just as Zhou Xuanji had guessed, the space inside was huge. There were thousands of teleportation gates, and people stepped into them one after another. There were many images floating in the air, which were the scenes of the Great Elimination. It was just the beginning, and people were already fighting. The time to enter the Great Elimination was 1 day. If someone did not enter the Great Elimination within the specified time, they would be burned into ashes by the identity imprint. It was the imprint on Zhou Xuanji's arm. It was a spell that the Kunlun Origin Court used to control them. The three came to an empty teleportation gate. Yu Shinzhong pointed at a stone pillar in front of the gate and said, "Put your identity medallion on it." Zhou Xuanji had already noticed that there was a groove on it, which made him feel like he was swiping a subway card. After the identity verification, the teleportation gate glowed brightly. Zhou Xuanji stepped into it and disappeared. Yu Zhongxiu asked, "Father, is the old ancestor really ready to face the pressure?" Yu Shinzhong nodded and then shook his head. He said faintly, "It still depends on his performance. As long as he's impressive enough, the old ancestor will go all out." After entering the teleportation gate, Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning around him. An extremely powerful force enveloped him, and he could not use his divine will. Soon, he landed. He regained his consciousness quickly. He looked up and realized that he was standing on a cliff. The scenery around him was picturesque, and the sun was setting in the distance. This is the Great Elimination? Such dense spiritual qi. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself in surprise. No wonder those who survived the Great Elimination could usher in a period of rapid growth. It seemed like the Great Elimination was a great serendipity for powerful cultivators. Zhou Xuanji sat down and began cultivating with the thunderclap sword by his side. Outside, Yu Shinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu had already found the image of Zhou Xuanji. They were stunned. "This brat is too conceited," Yu Shinzhong said furiously with a frown. He was willing to believe that Zhou Xuanji could survive, but he could not act recklessly. Yu Zhongxiu also frowned but did not speak. Her evaluation of Zhou Xuanji was greatly reduced. Dead geniuses were meaningless. Some escorts from other divine ranges came up to them. "This is the rumored 12-star prodigy. He's so arrogant. He's going to die." Since ancient times, many geniuses died in the Great Elimination because of their arrogance. It seems like your Yu clan can't make a comeback. Chapter 654. The Longbow Divine Range's Yu family had a 12-star genius, and he was even bought from the black market. This matter caused quite a stir in the Kunlun Origin Court. Thousands of divine ranges tried to buy Zhou Xuanji from the Longbow Divine Range, but they were all rejected. This caused the Longbow Divine Range to make many enemies. In this Great Elimination, many divine ranges sent people to kill Zhou Xuanji or invite him to join other divine ranges. But in the Kunlun origin court, if one wanted to change their identity card, the original divine range had to agree. The Longbow divine range did not agree. No matter what, the other divine ranges would not be able to get Zhou Xuanji. So, this time, they sent more powerful cultivators to kill Zhou Xuanji. The outside world was in an uproar. More and more people gathered around Yu Shenzhong and his daughter, all wanting to witness the heroic bearing of a 12-star prodigy. Zhou Xuanji still did not know that he had become the center of public opinion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Rather than hiding, it was better to fight head-on. It just so happened that he wanted to test how strong he was right now. Not long after, an ear-piercing sound was heard. A valiant man with 2 pairs of golden wings flew over with 2 long whips in his hands, causing the forest along the way to shake, as if a green ocean was surging with stormy waves. He swung his whips at Zhou Xuanji, and the 2 whips turned into 2 horrifying black dragons that tore at him. Zhou Xuanji did not get up but continued to meditate. The thunderclap sword at the sides suddenly moved. Lightning flashed, and millions of lightning sword shadows appeared in the sky, fiercely attacking the golden-winged man. Everything happened too quickly. Before the golden-winged man could react, he was struck by the primordial chaos sword shadow. Rumble, an explosion erupted, destroying the heavens and the earth. The noise was vast and deafening, and strong winds swept through the world. Zhou Xuanji's black hair was blown backward, and his white robe danced in the wind. Now, he only wore 2 kinds of clothes, pure black clothes and pure white clothes. In the supreme storage, he had prepared more than 10,000 of them. If he didn't have enough, he could go to the Lotus World to get more. Even though he was blown by the strong wind, his white robes were not stained by a single speck of dust. The outside world was in an uproar. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ferocious and injure the enemy before he even stood up. No wonder he was so arrogant. What kind of divine ability is that? That person is a disciple of the Golden Rock race. How domineering. Looks like he's waiting here on purpose. The Great Elimination Portal hasn't closed yet. This is too exciting. I feel that the Grand Elimination Dojo here will be very exciting. The spectators from the other divine ranges cast their spells to spread the news. Although the Longbow divine range was vast, Zhou Xuanji was the only disciple who could participate in this preaching site. There were countless Great Elimination Dojos in the Kunlun origin court. Because the lifespan of each creature was different, there were countless Great Elimination Dojos opening every day, and the number of participants in each dojo was different. The one who manipulated everything was the Supreme Being. Yu Shenzhong and Yu Zhongxiu were also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. They had never seen Zhou Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow before. They immediately dispelled their opinions of Zhou Xuanji and looked forward to Zhou Xuanji's performance. After the primordial chaos sword shadow hit the enemy, Zhou Xuanji instantly absorbed a massive amount of saint energy, which almost made him cry out. It felt so good. As expected, only battles can make me stronger quickly. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and held the thunderclap sword in his hand. At this moment, the golden-winged man charged out again. He was drenched in blood and had fallen into madness. Stinking brat! I want you dead! He roared furiously. The aura of an 8-level saint exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain and charged toward him. Like 2 meteors crossing each other, the golden-winged man's head was decapitated. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of his saint energy and turned around to use universal attraction. He pulled the golden-winged man toward him and extracted his soul with the Tianxia map. His sword Qi exploded and turned the golden-winged man's body into ashes. He died a painless death. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. An 8-level saint was like a pig to him, and he could kill him easily. The corners of his mouth curled up as he flew in a certain direction. Just when he turned around, he felt something drilling into his right arm. It should be the other party's identity mark. This place was destroyed, and it was no longer suitable for cultivation. He left quickly. A while later, he landed on a mountain top and was about to cultivate. A gigantic python with rock patterns crawled up the mountain wall and tried to eat him. He did not look back but used sword chi soar. The sword chi shot out from his back and killed the python. Troublesome. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself before closing his eyes to cultivate. Swoosh. 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 Air-piercing sounds came from all directions, which made him open his eyes again with a slight frown. 12-star genius? Let's see how powerful you are. Let's attack together and kill him here. A 12-star life. I have never killed one before. Ha ha ha, this brat is so arrogant. He dares to cultivate in such an obvious place. Overlord Saint level 3. Not bad. Numerous figures gathered. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and held powerful treasures in their hands. Their murderous auras soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji counted. There were 26 people in total, and the weakest was Overlord Saint level 3. He could not see through most of them, but they did not give him a sense of danger. You must be Zhou Xuanji. I'll give you a chance. Join our Dragon Dive Divine Range, and you can live. A young man wearing a jade crown laughed coldly and pointed his sword at Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with disdain as though he was looking at a prisoner. The other 25 people raised their enchanted artifacts and quickly got into a formation. Rays of golden radiance burst out from their bodies, connecting to the sky and the ground. Screens of light shot out from their left and right, connecting to each other and forming a spell formation that trapped Zhou Xuanji. Is this how the Dragon Dive Divine Range invites people? Zhou Xuanji asked. He remembered the name in his heart. What a joke. Don't you know the prestige of the Dragon Dive Divine Range? We have cultivators beyond 12-star in our divine range. It is your honor to join us. The young man in red snorted. He did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. His cultivation was Overlord Saint level 7, and his talent was 9-star. There was no reason for him to fear Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique straight away. Over 1,000 legendary swords fused into his body, including the 3 clear Tai Chi sword and Great Thousand Reincarnation sword of the 9 extreme. Boom! His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled instantly. The golden formation distorted exaggeratedly. Everyone in the Dragon Dive Divine Range, including the young man in red, was shocked. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. A golden Buddha rose from the ground, and Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on its head, soared into the sky and looked down at the young man in red. In the blink of an eye, the thousand-hand sword Buddha grew to 100,000 meters tall. The golden formation bound it like a tight suit. Zhou Xuanji stretched out 1,000 arms and broke the formation. One of the cultivators in the formation was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The young man in red immediately took out an aquamarine long saber and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 655. Boom! 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 The thousand-hand sword Buddha brandished 1,000 swords and slashed in all directions, causing the disciples of the Dragon Dive Divine Range to flee in panic. Very quickly, several disciples were killed and died miserably. Just as their souls flew out, they were destroyed. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The red-robed young man moved like a phantom. He quickly went to the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head and slashed. A green radiance burst out, and countless dark green water arrows inundated Zhou Xuanji from all directions. The venom contained within was extremely corrosive, which distorted the space around it. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and slashed with the thunderclap sword. Void instant kill. PFFTTT, the red-robed young man's chest was penetrated by the thunderclap sword. Blood splattered, and his expression froze. How can it be? He opened his eyes wide and could not believe his own eyes. He sensed a hellish murderous intent from Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of smoke and teleported millions of miles away. Why is he so fast? What divine ability is that? He thought while panting. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly regretted. If he knew this, he would not have accepted this mission. 12-star geniuses were all insane. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound came, and the red-robed young man dodged immediately. A sword chi penetrated his shoulder, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing that he escaped, the other Dragon Dive Divine Range disciples panicked even more. Bastard! How dare you abandon us? Run! This guy is too tough. We are no match for him. Damn it, my magic power. He's absorbing our magic energy. We can't fight anymore. The disciples cursed furiously. Soon, they reached a consensus and fled. Zhou Xuanji would not let them do as they wished. He chased after them with the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. After absorbing the saint energy of 12 ordinary saints consecutively, his cultivation grew tremendously. If he continued to fight like this, he would break through soon. The great elimination was a feast for him. Boom! The enormous 1,000-hand sword Buddha rampaged about, smashing mountains into pieces and trampling on lakes with unstoppable might as it pressed forward. In the outside world, in the ancient castle, more and more living beings gathered behind Yu Xinzhong and his daughter to watch the battle on the screen. He's too powerful. He's a disciple of the Dragon Dive Divine Range. They are not on the same level at all. No wonder he was assessed as a 12-star genius. My God, they are going to fall out with the Dragon Dive Divine Range. Well done. I like such a domineering prodigy. Looks like the great elimination this time will cause a huge commotion. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding living beings, Yu Xinzhong was extremely excited, and his entire body trembled. Yu Zhongxiu looked calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. This was the first time she had seen someone from the Longbow Divine Range display such divine might in the great elimination. She suddenly began to anticipate what kind of existence Zhou Xianfeng would become. Dao Father? Or even higher? Zhou Xuanji pursued closely. Other than the young man in red, the other 26 disciples of the Dragon Dive Divine Range were all killed by him. The holy power in his body was about to burst, and he could break through at any time. However, he wanted to kill the red-clothed youth first before breaking through in one go. What will it take for you to let me go? The red-robed young man roared angrily. Fear and despair took over his heart, and he fell into an unprecedented state of panic. This was the first time he had experienced death so closely. I will really die. It's simple. Let me kill you. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. The red-robed young man did not show any mercy to him. He deeply believed in one thing, which was to never show mercy to the enemy. The red-robed young man heard him and sped up. They traveled swiftly across the mountains and rivers one after another. Along the way, they encountered many living beings from other divine ranges, and they were all shocked by Zhou Xuanji's boldness. Who is that guy? He dares to chase after a disciple of the Dragon Dive Divine Range. How dare he? It's him. The 12-star genius of the Longbow Divine Range. I've seen his portrait before. Indeed, none of the 12-star geniuses are easy to deal with. He's too arrogant. Let's hide further away. Zhou Xuanji ignored the cries of surprise along the way. He only had one target, and that was the red-robed young man. He suddenly deactivated the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha and used the violet sun tunneling technique. He turned into a beam of violet light and chased after the red-robed young man. Swoosh! 2 beams of light shone on the red-robed young man and stopped him instantly. Exterminating divine light. Targeted at the enemy and immobilized them. The red-robed young man's scalp almost exploded. What kind of divine ability was this? Zhou Xuanji came up behind him and slashed with sword Dao rules. The red-robed young man was turned into ashes by the sword Qi immediately. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji no longer suppressed the violent saint energy in his body and began to break through. His muscles bulged, and his aura was horrifying. The surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake, and the forest within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled. His aura rose steadily, like a hot knife through butter, unable to stop. Boom! He broke through to Overlord Saint Level 4. This scene made all the spectators gasp in amazement. He broke through right after the battle. Could this guy have some kind of divine ability to absorb magic energy? Such a divine ability was not rare, but it was an inferior one. Because the magic energy of others did not belong to the cultivator, absorbing too much would only destabilize the cultivator's foundation, and the consequences would be dire. Far away, on a mountain peak, a white-haired man sat on the ground. His white hair was long and scattered on the ground like a loose white robe. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. He looked toward Zhou Xuanji's direction with an odd smile. Not bad. He has a 13-star aptitude. I can refine him into a puppet, the white-haired man mumbled. The white-haired man mumbled. He did not act immediately but waited for Zhou Xuanji to finish his breakthrough. Even though he had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's power, he was no longer worried. To him, although Zhou Xuanji was incredibly talented, he was still lacking in power. 2 hours later, he stood up and was ready to move. On the other side, just when Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura sweeping toward him. He turned around and fled almost instinctively. Swoosh! He used the violet sun tunneling technique and turned into a stream of violet light, flying away at high speed. Who is that guy? Why is his aura so horrifying? Could it be that he has reached Overlord Saint Level 9? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He traveled at full speed through the space as though he was teleporting. A cold and emotionless voice came, "You can't escape. Stop now, and I will spare you some pain." Zhou Xuanji immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and charged toward his back. The sound of explosions came from behind him, one after another, deafening to the ears. Soon, he saw a mountain range shrouded in dense fog. The baleful aura soared into the sky. It was probably a forbidden land. He dashed in without hesitation. Chapter 656. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had entered the misty mountain peaks, the white-haired man stopped and frowned slightly. He didn't barge in. Instead, he landed on the ground and meditated in front of a large tree, waiting quietly. The spectators outside were in an uproar. Why is evil ancestor Shichan here? He's a level 9 overlord saint with a 10-star aptitude. Origin Court is so vicious. They want to kill Zhou Xuanji on purpose. It can't be helped. A 12-star genius shouldn't exist in the longbow divine range. The longbow ancestor is too greedy. Isn't that so? If it were me, I would definitely send this kid out. When Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu heard these words, their faces turned ugly. The Kunlun Origin Court's great elimination seemed fair, but in reality, the hierarchy was very strict. The divine ranges ranked above 1,000 and those ranked below 1,000 were two completely different worlds. The stronger the divine ranges, the faster they would develop. They would constantly exploit the low-ranked divine ranges. Generally speaking, if a divine range in the top 1,000 fell, it would be because the other divine ranges in the top 1,000 attacked them together. It could be seen how polarized the divine ranges were. Evil ancestor Shichan came from one of the top 1,000 divine ranges. He was less than 100 million years old and came from outside the Kunlun Origin Court. This was his second time participating in the Great Elimination. His strength had already surpassed the Sage Realm, so his appearance in the Great Elimination of the Sage Realm was simply against the rules. This is troublesome, Yu Xinzhong muttered to himself with an ugly expression. Zhou Xuanji was being hunted down by evil ancestor Shichan. He had to flee in panic. He even fled into a dangerous place. Obviously, his odds of winning were very low. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji landed at the foot of a mountain and suppressed the saint energy in his body. He had just broken through, and his saint power was not yet stable, so he needed to meditate. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't come in, which meant that this place was very dangerous. Zhou Xuanji released the 4 demon god bodies to guard the surroundings to prevent enemy attacks. Time ticked by. He could feel the aura of evil ancestor Shichan outside, waiting for him. 3 days later. Evil ancestor Shichan hadn't left yet. Zhou Xuanji got up and walked towards the depths of the peaks. I advise you not to go any deeper. Otherwise, you will wish you were dead. Evil ancestor Shichan's voice came, but Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. He dived in without hesitation. He knew that he couldn't defeat evil ancestor Shichan, so he might as well go inside and fight. What if there was a great opportunity? He brought the 4 demon god bodies with him and quickly flew along the ground. The further he flew, the dimmer the light became, and the thicker the fog became. If not for his holy power, he would have been soaked through. What is hidden here? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was on guard. For some reason, he felt very uneasy. His eyelids kept twitching, and his eyes felt a stinging pain. The exterminating divine eyes seemed to be warning him that there was danger nearby. In order to prevent any accidents, he merged the bodies of the 4 demon gods into his body to strengthen his senses. The thunderclap sword appeared beneath his feet. Thunder rumbled and it could kill evil spirits. In the Kunlun origin court, any creature was very strong. It was almost impossible to hide their aura and sound. Rumble, the earth suddenly shook violently, as if a huge monster was rushing out from the depths of the earth. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He immediately used the violet sun tunneling technique and passed through the mountains. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. No matter how he sped up, he couldn't fly out of this mountain range. It was impossible for it to be so big. There must be some kind of restriction that confused his sense of direction. He didn't panic and continued to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he activated the exterminating divine eyes. His eyes burst with purple light, turning his field of vision purple. He saw countless golden objects scattered in the mountains and underground. They should be the ferocious creatures hiding in the dark. It can be used like this? It's just like thermal imaging. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. In this state, he could sense how strong those ferocious creatures were through their aura. The strongest one was right behind him, chasing him relentlessly. He looked back and saw that the ground behind him was like a golden ocean sweeping toward him. It was vast, boundless, and extremely spectacular. What the hell is that? Zhou Xuanji panicked a little because that thing gave him goosebumps. It gave him a much stronger sense of crisis than evil ancestor Shichan. He immediately took out a concealment grass and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he stored the thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. He instantly disappeared from his spot and flew in another direction. However, that thing was still chasing him, refusing to give up. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique and charged forward with the Saint Slayer sword in hand. Boom! He broke through the ground and plunged into the ground. He was completely fearless as he charged toward the mysterious existence with no regard for his own safety. With the help of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he had directly plunged into a golden ocean. He didn't encounter the behemoth that he had imagined. He rushed all the way and saw the situation around him clearly. It turned out that this golden ocean was an extremely powerful energy. And there was a petite figure in the center of this golden ocean. He fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be a black cat with blue pupils and a body half a meter long. It was standing on a rock with its forelimbs crossed, looking at him coldly. A cat? Zhou Xuanji's expression instantly turned weird. The black cat suddenly moved. PFFF. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, his chest was pierced through. The black cat appeared 100 meters behind him with his purple heart in its mouth. Countless rubble collapsed, separating them from each other. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he felt his vitality rapidly fading away. He wanted to grow a heart on his own with saint energy, but he couldn't do it. To be precise, the black cat had directly taken away the violet demon monarch's heart, cutting off his vitality. He couldn't even activate the celestial devil rebirth technique. Am I going to die here? Zhou Xuanji felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. The cat's shrill cry resounded in his ears. He felt a pair of claws on the back of his neck, and next, his consciousness went blank. In his daze, Zhou Xuanji felt something licking his face. He gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw a black cat standing on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. A tinge of disdain could be seen in its blue eyes. Above him was the night sky. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A dense fog covered most of the night sky. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic or struggle. What do you want? He asked. The black cat's power was unfathomable. He knew that he was no match for it, so he gave up resisting. Brat, do you want to live? The black cat asked. Its voice was sharp and cold, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or female. Of course, Zhou Xuanji replied. It didn't seem to be some evil being. This guy's mind was very clear. The black cat smiled with squinted eyes. Serve me and make me happy. If I'm in a good mood, I will let you go. Otherwise, even a Dao-treading saint cannot save you. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little confused. Why did the Kunlun Origin Court put such a powerful being in this great elimination? Chapter 657. Tell me, how do you want me to serve you? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. No. It was time to lower his head to the cat. The black cat walked to the side, and Zhou Xuanji immediately felt his body relax. He sat up with his hands and was shocked to find that there was still a bloody hole in his chest. His heart was gone. He was not dead. He turned to the black cat and asked, "Where's my heart?" The black cat licked its paw and said with a fascinated look, "I ate it. It was delicious." Ate it. Zhou Xuanji felt as though he was struck by lightning. Even his calm mind could not take it anymore. The violet demon monarch's heart was one of the main sources of saint energy. Without it, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Don't look at me like that. You consumed some kind of elixir earlier. Although your cultivation has increased significantly, the toxicity of the elixir has seeped into your heart. If you continue to cultivate like this, you will die from the poison when you break through to Dao-treading saint. By then, you will not be able to stop it, the black cat said lazily, as though it wanted Zhou Xuanji to thank it. Poison? Zhou Xuanji frowned and cursed in his heart. Old Ancestor Inshin was up to no good indeed. The next time he meets old Ancestor Inshin, he must get even with him. You won't die now, but only for 10 days. If you want to live, then come and entertain me. I've been here for billions of years, and I'm so bored that I want to explode. Those guys I met before were either scared to death or panicked. The stories they told were not funny at all, and the food they cooked was disgusting too. The black cat laid on the ground and mocked. Zhou Xuanji looked around instinctively and realized that the mountain peak was filled with bones. There were human bones and beast bones. If an ordinary person was here, he would have been scared to death. He looked back at the black cat and fell into deep thought. The mountain peak fell silent. Hurry up. I'm going to sleep. The black cat snorted coldly and was a little displeased. Why is this brat not panicking at all? Zhou Xuanji said, "Come here. Lie on my legs." The black cat leaped over and landed on his legs before lying down lazily. Brat, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. My body is so powerful that you can't hurt me at all. You will only anger me. Understand? The black cat snorted, its tone laced with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He grabbed its paw and stroked its paw. It retracted its paw instinctively and soon felt comfortable, so it stopped struggling. It was indeed a cat. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. It was his first time seeing such a powerful cat. As he stroked it, he asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here?" The black cat felt very comfortable being touched by him. It stretched its body and said with a smile, "My name is very famous. My name is Barbaric Ultimate God, and I'm one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate gods. I offended a powerful expert of the Origin Court and was suppressed here. I can never escape, and I can't even step out of this forbidden area." 5 ultimate gods? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Could the two be related? That's right, your exterminating divine eyes and my eyes both belong to the 5 ultimate divine eyes. This is also the reason why I can talk so much nonsense with you. The black cat flipped over and revealed its belly. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and rubbed its belly. "The 5 ultimate divine eyes were created by you guys?" he asked curiously. He still did not know the true origin of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. The black cat replied lazily, "I advise you not to ask so much. That's what happened to me. The less you know, the safer you will be." Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The black cat stared at him and cursed, "Brat, I asked you to serve me, not be my disciple. Not only do you want to massage me, but you also want to make me happy." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Then, I will tell you a joke." The black cat laughed coldly, "Those who tell me jokes are all dead. No one can make me happy." Zhou Xuanji's eyes looked gloomy as he said, "Then be prepared. You will die of laughter." The black cat heard him and became spirited. It flipped over and faced him, waiting for him to tell a joke. "Back then, when I was traveling the world, I met a thief. He stole my sword, and I immediately sensed it and chased after him. But the thief's cultivation was about the same as mine. Half a year passed, and I still could not catch up to him. Then, we came to the end of the world. He stood on a cliff and cursed loudly. He said that if I forced him again, he would throw his sword down. I said, then throw it. If you throw it, I will have a reason to kill you." Zhou Xuanji began telling a story with a sorrowful expression. Seeing how serious he was, the black cat felt a little strange. Wasn't this a joke? Why did it feel like he was talking about the past? This thief was very daring. He threw my sword down. How could I bear it? I drew my other sword and killed him. Zhou Xuanji sighed, which made the black cat frown. "And then?" it asked. It did not understand. What was so funny about it? "He died, and then he reincarnated," Zhou Xuanji said. "And then?" the black cat asked further. It almost exploded in anger. It felt like it was being toyed with. "Are you sure you want to know more?" Zhou Xuanji confirmed again. The black cat pressed its sharp claws against his throat and used its actions to tell him the answer. "Afterwards, I met an old man who called himself Jiang Zia and looked incredibly deep and unfathomable. As such, I chatted with him, and he told me his story." Zhou Xuanji continued to speak, and he changed the entire investiture of the gods to Zhou Xuanji. The black cat was immersed in the excitement of the battle between Shang and Zhou and the schemes of the immortal gods. Daji's viciousness, King Zhou of Shang's cruelty, and especially the cruel torture of the Shang dynasty, made the black cat gnash its teeth in anger. Zhou Xuanji spoke for 2 hours. He described the investiture of the gods in detail and told it an epic story. In the end, Jiang Zia retired from the world of immortals and demons, and he did not meddle in politics. The black cat admired his great enlightenment. The black cat sighed in amazement, "I pity those saints. They fought to the death in the end. I really don't know why. Was it just for the fight between their disciples?" To the black cat, since one had become a saint, there was no need for him to stay in the mortal realm. He should pursue greater power and a higher level of the universe. All in all, the story was very exciting. It was immersive and could feel the heroism, scheming, sinister, and loyalty of those characters. It was very satisfied and even had a feeling that it wanted to say more. "Hold on." The black cat's fur bristled. "Is Jiang Zia's story related to what you told me at the beginning?" Zhou Xuanji nodded seriously and said, "Of course it's related. But I can't tell you yet. It's an important matter and involves a shocking secret. If you know it, the sovereign might kill you." Seeing how serious he was, the black cat was stunned. If it were someone else, it might not believe it. But this brat had the exterminating divine eyes, so he must have an extraordinary background. Also, the story was very detailed and did not seem to be made up. Zhou Xuanji suddenly changed the topic and said, "Since you also have one of the 5 ultimate eyes, it means that we are on the same side. Your enemy might be my enemy, and my enemy might be your enemy. Why don't you teach me how to cultivate and let me completely master the exterminating divine eyes, then I will tell you the secret. We are on the same side, and I will help you escape. What do you think?" Chapter 658. The black cat was in deep thought after hearing Zhou Xuanji's words. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt it. It would be fake if he acted too eagerly. It was better to let it think on its own with a neutral attitude. A while later. "Brat!" The black cat yelled in a frenzy. "You are messing with me. I asked you to amuse me, not to negotiate with me." Zhou Xuanji sighed, "You are one of the 5 ultimate gods. Are you willing to be imprisoned here forever? Be it a human or a cat, one must have a dream and a goal. Be a cat?" The black cat opened its eyes wide and roared furiously, "I am barbaric ultimate god. Not a cat." The voice was so deafening that Zhou Xuanji felt that his soul was about to shatter. "Damn! Just you wait." Zhou Xuanji thought hatefully in his heart, but he looked calm and composed on the surface. Left with no choice, Zhou Xuanji could only tell it jokes. They were all corny jokes that did not hit the funny spot directly. The black cat needed time to react. The black cat was amused and burst into laughter. After 8 hours, Zhou Xuanji's stock of corny jokes was almost depleted. He could only make up the same type of corny jokes repeatedly. Gradually, the black cat lost interest. "I have amused you for so long. You can't just kill me after I'm done. Are you not satisfied?" Zhou Xuanji said as he massaged the black cat. "You are not qualified to negotiate," the black cat said lazily. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak further. In the next few days, he told the black cat stories every day. Fortunately, they were not jokes. He told it stories like Journey to the West, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Water Margin, and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. The black cat was mesmerized by the stories. In order for him to continue telling stories, the black cat extended his life, extending his lifespan to 1 year. Zhou Xuanji was not too happy about this but felt helpless. It seemed that the black cat really treated him like a toy. This day, Zhou Xuanji could not hold it anymore and said, "Barbaric ultimate god, are you really going to stay here forever? Don't you have any ambition?" The black cat rolled around on the ground and ignored Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only give up. He sat on the ground and began internalizing qi. A long while later, the black cat said suddenly, "If I let you out now, you will die too. There is someone waiting for you outside." Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, nor did he speak. The black cat's eyes widened. "You were serious about working together?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, "Are you sure you want to communicate like this? Could there be a powerful being watching over the barbaric ultimate god? Don't worry. I was beaten down by a paragon. Apart from a paragon, no one else is allowed to pry into the dojo of the Great Elimination. Otherwise, the rules of the paragon will be enraged, and I'll be destroyed by heaven and earth." The black cat replied with a smug look on its face, as if it was not a prisoner. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together. You help me become more powerful, and after we get out, I will try my best to save you. I'm a man of my word." The black cat hesitated, "But I can't guarantee that you can really save me. Do you have a way?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't have one yet because I'm new here. But I believe you definitely have one. After being imprisoned for countless years, you must have thought of countless ways. The black cat was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. It only cared about sleeping and playing. Although it had thought of ways to escape, it could not think of any, so it could only give up. Zhou Xuanji asked, "If I make a great contribution to the Kunlun Origin Court, can I request for your release?" He remembered that Yu Zhongxiu said that in the Kunlun Origin Court, other than power, contribution was important. You can indeed. With your current power, God knows how long it will take for you to make enough contribution to save me. The black cat sighed and became discouraged immediately. Zhou Xuanji said, "Nothing is absolute. If you make a deal with me today, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you will not even have a chance to live." The black cat heard him and fell into deep thought with squinted eyes. A while later, it stood up and spat out a purple heart from its mouth, which quickly entered Zhou Xuanji's chest. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He seemed to have seen something sticky on the violet demon monarch's heart. A powerful energy enveloped Zhou Xuanji, helping him to assimilate the violet demon monarch's heart. He did not feel any pain but comfort. 10 breaths later, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had recovered to his peak. He stood up and stretched his body. "Brat, your heart is not simple. It should be an innate creation of some world. Although it's not a supreme treasure, it will be of great help to you, especially to the exterminating divine eyes." The black cat rested its head on its front paws and said slowly. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He knew that the violet demon monarch's heart was a creation of the world. The violet demon monarch's heart was of great help to his body that was so powerful. The black cat continued, "Next, I will teach you an energy technique. First, tell me what energy technique you are cultivating and tell me the details." Zhou Xuanji immediately told the black cat about the world Buddha art. He was not afraid that the black cat would steal it. There must be more powerful energy techniques in the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how devilish Gu Tianxia was, he could only be more powerful than the Kunlun Origin Court. After Zhou Xuanji finished talking about the world Buddha art, the black cat ignored him. The only outstanding thing about this energy technique is its control of magic energy. It's nothing. When you break through to Tao Treading Saint, your saint energy will turn into Tao energy. Tao energy repel each other. If you absorb it forcefully, it will only self-destruct, the black cat said casually. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about Tao Treading Saints after hearing it. Tao energy? Great Tao energy? What kind of energy is a Tao ancestor? He resisted the urge to ask questions and continued to listen. The black cat boasted for a while before saying, "I will teach you an energy technique first. Only those with the 5 ultimate eyes can cultivate it." It raised its paw, and a beam of light shot out from its paw into Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He closed his eyes and comprehended the energy technique's memory. Half an hour passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised, "Such an exquisite energy technique. If you cultivate it to the 10th level, it will be horrifying indeed." This energy technique was called the Greatly Divine Suppressor Technique. At the first level, he could split into 10 Greatly avatars. He could control them at will without consuming any Tao energy. As long as the main body did not die, the Greatly avatars would not be destroyed. At the same time, the main body could make the Greatly avatars disappear. With every level, the number of Greatly avatars would increase by 10 times. At the 10th level, he could have as many Greatly avatars as he wanted. Not only that, the Greatly Divine Suppressor could absorb great Tao energy. This alone surpassed the world Buddha art. Did you create this energy technique? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He always felt that this energy technique was incredible. The Greatly avatars and the main body were almost the same in strength. The most horrifying thing was that as long as the main body did not die, the Greatly avatars could recover immediately even if they were destroyed. If he cultivated it to the 10th level, he could create billions of Greatly avatars to fight his enemies. Not to mention the same cultivation stage, he could even kill enemies 1 or 2 cultivation stages above him. The black cat shook its head and said, this is the energy technique of the previous owner of the exterminating divine eyes. I'm not sure about its exact origin. Back then, we, the 5 ultimate gods, were unstoppable in the Kunlun origin court. We killed gods and demons in our way. Chapter 659. You also know this technique? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. How could the black cat not cultivate such a domineering energy technique? The black cat smiled smugly and said, "Of course I will. It's also my main technique now. I've already trained it to the 5th tier, and I can directly create 100,000 dolly clones. Although my cultivation is not as good as before, I can still easily deal with Daoist ancestors." The 5th level. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This guy had only reached level 5. How hard would it be to reach level 10? The black cat said meaningfully, in addition to being immortal, the Great Li Avatar can also pass through the Great Tao Wall. In other words, you can control the Great Li Avatar and come and go freely in the entire Kunlun origin court. There's no fluctuation of aura, so it's hard to detect. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. He felt that the greatly divine suppressor technique was more and more impressive. He immediately began to cultivate the greatly divine suppressor art. Very soon, he sensed the great Tao around him. There were all kinds of great Tao. He didn't know what rules these great Tao represented, but he could feel their existence. Their colors were also different. From his meditation vision, his surroundings were colorful, as if he was in a different dimension. In the past, he could only use his will to come into contact with these great ways, but now, he could directly absorb them. The power of the great Tao, which was countless times more violent than spiritual qi, burrowed into his body. In just an instant, he was so frightened that he immediately opened his eyes. Hoo-hoo-hoo, he gasped for air, still in a state of shock. In that instant, he felt that he was about to explode from the power of the great Tao. It was clearly just a trace. Just how terrifying was the great Tao? The black cat laughed mockingly, ha ha ha. Look at you. The more it laughed, the happier it became. It even rolled on the ground. Zhou Xuanji said unhappily, my cultivation is too weak. Even if I learn this technique, I cannot absorb great Tao energy. What should I do? It was like giving him a mountain of gold, but he was stranded on a deserted island and couldn't use it even if he wanted to. Be patient. Practice the greatly divine suppressor art from the Overlord Sage level. When you become a Tao-treading venerable, your foundation will be more stable than other Tao-treading venerables. It's no exaggeration to say that the greatly divine suppressor art is definitely a top cultivation technique in the Kunlun origin court. The black cat said impatiently. Why was this kid so impatient? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to try. Following that, he was scared off again and again by the power of the great Tao. A whole month passed. He could finally absorb the power of the great path slowly and form a dolly clone at the same time. His great Li avatar was silver in color, like a silver shadow. It had no face, and its body was exactly the same as his. The outside world. Yu Zhongxiu was meditating in the air. She opened her eyes and looked at Yu Shinzhong in front of her and sighed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji entered the danger zone, they could no longer observe his movements. All the great elimination venues had such a forbidden area, making it impossible for the outside world to observe. This made the great elimination more interesting and dramatic. Gambling houses were a big industry in the Kunlun origin court. Every divine range had a gambling house, and countless creatures competed to guess at the various great elimination venues almost every day. Yu Shinzhong waited for a month, but Zhou Xuanji did not come out. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji was dead, which made Yu Shinzhong emotionally unstable. His eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't easy for him to get such a huge surprise, and he didn't want it to be ruined. He couldn't accept it. He's so confident. It's impossible for him to die so easily. Yu Shinzhong kept repeating this sentence to convince himself to persevere and wait. Yu Zhongxiu's heart ached for him, but she didn't know how to comfort him. She had already said all the words she could. Now, she could only wait for the result. Among the mountains. Zhou Xuanji and his great Li avatar attacked the black cat together. They were extremely fast, like 3 flashes of light, constantly moving. The black cat stipulated that they must not touch the surrounding mountains. It wanted Zhou Xuanji to completely control the great Li avatar. At first, the great Li avatar crashed into the mountains easily, but it gradually became more agile. In less than half a day, the great Li avatar no longer crashed into the mountains while chasing the black cat. The black cat stopped suddenly and scattered the great Li avatar with a claw. "Very good," it said with a smile, "your talent is outstanding indeed. I will help you refine the great Tao energy so that you can quickly pass the foundation. After all, you don't have much time left. You are going out soon." Zhou Xuanji stopped as well. He was shocked in his heart. The great Li avatar was as powerful as him. Didn't that mean that the black cat could kill him with a single slap? The most horrifying thing was that this guy's cultivation was far from its peak. It was definitely someone who surpassed the Tao ancestor. After that, under the black cat's urging, Zhou Xuanji sat down with his legs crossed. The black cat jumped onto his head and helped him absorb the great Tao energy. This time, he felt an extremely powerful force supporting him, which reduced the impact of the great Tao energy on him. Endless great Tao energy flowed into his body, helping him grow stronger. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Overlord Saint level 5 straight away. His cultivation soared. He was much more powerful than before. Under the refinement of the great Tao energy, his Saint energy was gradually transforming into Tao energy. If not for the fact that his cultivation was far from Tao Treading Saint, he might have broken through to Tao Treading Saint directly. "Brat, you have too many serendipity. You might become someone who can shake the Kunlun origin court. No wonder the exterminating divine eyes chose you." The black cat looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in amazement. The reason why it could not kill Zhou Xuanji and even trust him was because of the exterminating divine eyes. At the thought of this, it could not help but recall the time when it was one of the 5 ultimate gods. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said with a smile, "If not for your help, how could I have such serendipity?" He wanted to address himself as a junior, but the black cat was too mischievous. Whenever he lowered his stance, this guy would get angry. Just like a tremor. "You have already formed 3 great Li avatars. When you form 10, it will be the time you complete the first level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. You will be surprised then," the black cat said with a smile as it lay on the ground. The black cat laughed as it lay on the ground. After a pause, it continued, "All right, you can leave now and teach that guy a lesson." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "I can already defeat him?" The black cat yawned and replied, "You two are about the same, but he can't kill you." Zhou Xuanji got up, cupped his fist, and bowed before leaving. "Wait for me to come back and save you," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Zhou Xuanji said without turning his head. The black cat's eyes turned gentle at his words. "I hope so," it mumbled. Suddenly, its heart became heavy and sad. In the dim forbidden ground, it looked so lonely. Like an unwanted kitten, it mumbled, "Su Xian is really something. He didn't even want such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that the brat hasn't finished his story. I hope someone will teach Su Xian a lesson. Sigh, I haven't had sex for a long time. I miss it so much." Chapter 660. Outside the barren land of peaks, evil ancestor Shichan was sitting in front of a tree, quietly meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure walking out of the dense fog. It was Zhou Xuanji. This kid really didn't die? Evil ancestor Shichan frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't know what was hidden in this forbidden land, but he could feel that it was very dangerous, so he didn't go in. His target for coming to the Great Elimination Dojo was Zhou Xuanji, so he did not kill the other participants. He thought that since Zhou Xuanji was dead, he could cultivate here until the end. Who would have thought that this kid would actually come out? He was not the only one who was surprised. In the castle outside, The 12-star prodigy of the Longbow Divine Range is still alive. Someone exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of hundreds of living beings. Yu Shinzhong, who was sitting there, suddenly stood up. Looking at the scene in front of him, he trembled with excitement. Yu Zhongxiu was also very excited, her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. This guy didn't die. Zhou Xuanji's gaze pierced through the dense fog and locked onto evil ancestor Shichan under a tree in the distance. This time, he had absorbed a lot of power of the Great Path, and his cultivation had broken through to the Overlord Saint 5th level. Facing evil ancestor Shichan again, he suddenly felt that this guy was not that dangerous. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but I have to take revenge today. Zhou Xuanji smiled and muttered to himself. Speaking of which, he had to thank evil ancestor Shichan. Otherwise, how could he have met barbaric ultimate god? Everything was fate. Something was not right. He couldn't say that it was his fate, lest fate was controlling his luck from behind, which was inauspicious. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and walked toward evil ancestor Shichan. 3 silver silhouettes appeared behind him. They were the 3 dolly clones. They were also holding swords, and the shape of the swords was also the thunderclap sword. Their light couldn't be obscured by the thick fog, causing evil ancestor Shichan to narrow his eyes. What's that? This kid actually broke through. It seems like he encountered a fortuitous encounter inside. Evil ancestor Shichan narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It was not rare to encounter a fortuitous encounter in a dangerous place. 9 out of 10 living beings that were able to escape from the danger zone would have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, they would have died there long ago. Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him, and the 3 greatly avatars followed closely behind. The distance of 100 zhang was covered in a single step. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly dodged the 4 swords. Bang! The sword chi crisscrossed, and the entire forest was cut open. Dust rose into the sky and merged into the boundless fog. So fast. Evil ancestor Shichan was secretly shocked. This kid has only broken through a small realm, but why does it feel like he has become a completely different person? Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji and the 3 greatly clones charged over from different directions. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air in all directions. They were densely packed. There were tens of billions of them blocking all the routes of evil ancestor Shichan, leaving him nowhere to escape. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Thousands of people had gathered in the castle to watch the battle. So powerful. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid get? What is hidden in that forbidden land? I think it's the barbaric ultimate god, one of the 5 ultimate gods. Isn't that guy incredibly savage? Why did he let Zhou Xuanji out? Hearing the exclamations of the people around them, Yu Xinzhong and his daughter could not contain their excitement. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to give them another surprise. This speed of growth was worthy of a 12-star aptitude. At the same time, the primordial chaos sword shadow erupted and instantly submerged evil ancestor Shichan. The explosion burst forth with a bright and powerful light, illuminating the dark world like it was daytime. Dong! A deafening bell rang as a giant bronze bell rose into the air, counteracting the mighty sword chi. Evil ancestor Shichan was suspended in the bell, looking at Zhou Xuanji with a solemn expression. His clone is as strong as his main body? What kind of divine ability is this? The most important thing is that his clone can pass through the Great Tao Wall faster than his main body. Evil ancestor Shichan fell into deep thought. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhou Xuanji. Such a genius must be refined into a puppet by him. I can't miss it. Zhou Xuanji cast the sword fusion technique and 9 soul fusion technique, condensing Tao will, and slashed. Sword Tao rules. With a flash of sword light and a deafening explosion, the giant bronze bell was directly cut in half. Evil ancestor Shichan was shocked. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" Puff! His right arm was cut off. If he hadn't dodged instinctively, he would have been cut in half. Zhou Xuanji and the three greatly avatars rushed into the giant bronze bell. 36 sword souls appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, crazily slashing at evil ancestor Shichan. Every time a sword soul was slashed, a new one would appear almost at the same time. When Zhou Xuanji's sword qi touched evil ancestor Shichan, it was also absorbing his magic energy. This guy wasn't a Dao-treading saint yet. Naturally, his magic energy could be absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly dodged. His right arm grew as a long staff appeared in his hand with 9 bells hanging on it. He waved the long staff at Zhou Xuanji. The next moment, the bells rang crisply. In an instant, 9 evil dragons flew out of the bells. They were millions of miles long, dominating the sky as they looked down at Zhou Xuanji and his 3 greatly avatars. In front of the 9 evil dragons, they were so insignificant. Zhou Xuanji's expression didn't change. He immediately used the ancestor dragon sword, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. It also grew to millions of miles long. It was like a huge mountain range that crossed the earth as it bit at the 9 evil dragons. The 3 greatly avatars dashed along the dragon's spine, each using a different sword technique. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Heavenly Sword Descent. Sky Dominating Divine Sword. Countless sword shadows poured down like a torrential rain. The huge heavenly sword tore an evil dragon into pieces. It was extremely powerful. The remaining greatly avatar brandished his long sword. Sword chi from the sky dominating divine sword swept in all directions. It was incomparably gorgeous. Evil ancestor Shichan furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to be so difficult to deal with. He immediately gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and waved it in the air. When his movement came to a stop, a huge red hole appeared out of thin air behind him. The edge of the hole was covered with dense and mysterious runes. One after another, figures exuding a tyrannical aura flew out. All of them were in human form. Their faces and figures were different. All of them were wearing black robes with blood-red patterns. They looked like demons from the abyss. There were a total of 79 puppets. All of them were Overlord Saints. The weakest was a 6th-level Overlord Saint. They each took out their enchanted artifacts and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon and activated the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha. The golden Buddha rose from the ground like a divine mountain that created the world. It was majestic and towering. 1,000 arms emerged, each holding a golden sword. The arms slashed wildly in all directions, and the remaining evil dragons were turned into ashes immediately. The 79 Overlord Saints charged over swiftly and dodged the storm-like attacks of the 1,000 swords. The 3 greatly avatars were blasted apart in the blink of an eye. But soon, they reappeared, each restraining the 3 Overlord Saint puppets. The other puppets bombarded the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with different divine abilities. Boom! 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 Explosions occurred one after another. The ground crumbled, trees were swept away, and mountains were flattened. Even the thick fog and clouds in the sky were swirled into a vortex. Chapter 661. Zhou Xuanji and evil ancestor Shichan were fighting with all their strength. Zhou Xuanji wanted to get close to evil ancestor Shichan, but this guy was relying on the Overlord Saint puppet to hide far away. The 3 avatars of Greatly were constantly destroyed, but they quickly reappeared. They also killed several Overlord Saint puppets, which made evil ancestor Shichan frown slightly. If they continued fighting like this, he would definitely be the one to suffer heavy losses. Zhou Xuanji's power had already exceeded his expectations, and he understood that he could no longer obtain Zhou Xuanji. Let's stop. Rather than letting both sides suffer, why don't we sit down and talk? You should be able to sense that there are many existences spying on you from afar. Evil ancestor Shichan asked, his voice clearly reaching Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and stopped. The other Overlord Saint puppets stopped almost at the same time. The three greatly avatars came up behind Zhou Xuanji and stood back to back, like three sharp legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Evil ancestor Shichan was very strong, which made him think of Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao also had many puppets, but they were nothing compared to evil ancestor Shichan's overlord Saint Puppet. Evil ancestor Shichan flew over and stopped 10 feet away from him. He said leisurely, "Your potential is very strong, beyond my expectations. Do you want to join hands in the future?" Zhou Xuanji laughed, "You wanted to kill me before, and now you're begging me to cooperate with you. Don't you think you're too much?" Evil ancestor Shichan shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He then said seriously, "This is the law of the Kunlun Origin Court. There are no eternal enemies. You are new here, so it's best to get to know some people from other divine ranges. Only then will you know whether the longbow divine range is good or not." This sentence made Yu Shinzhong, who was in the castle outside, curse loudly. Too shameless. Not only did they poach people, but they also trampled on the longbow divine range. The other spectators were all ridiculing Yu Shinzhong. Most of them wanted the longbow divine range to hand over Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was really not suitable to stay in the longbow divine range. Throughout the history of the longbow divine range, there had never been a 9-star genius. A divine range like this wanted to dominate a 12-star genius? Aren't they afraid of bursting to death? Yu Shinzhong's face turned purple when he heard this. He wanted to flare up, but he was afraid of making too many enemies. Yu Zhongxiu was also very angry, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. She could only turn her anger into anticipation, hoping that Zhou Xuanji could stay in the longbow divine range forever and lead the longbow divine range to become stronger. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji spoke. "Scram. The next time we meet, it's either you die or I die." Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, evil ancestor Shichan's face instantly turned cold. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't say any nonsense and directly turned to leave. Seeing how tough Zhou Xuanji was, Yu Shinzhong let out a loud roar to vent his displeasure. The other spectators snorted in disdain, thinking that Zhou Xuanji was crazy. Such a stubborn person would not live long. After evil ancestor Shichan left, Zhou Xuanji flew toward another place with a strong aura of life. Since there were so many worms that wanted to kill him, he would just deliver himself to them. Seeing Zhou Xuanji force evil ancestor Shichan to retreat, the creatures who wanted to make a move were naturally frightened. They didn't dare to overestimate themselves anymore and fled. It had to be said that these creatures were all very powerful, and they all had their own ways of escaping. Zhou Xuanji was unable to catch up to a single one of them. Finally, Zhou Xuanji stopped halfway up the hill and began cultivating. He brought out the bodies of the 4 demon gods and scattered them in all directions. They were 10 feet away from each other. If an enemy attacked, he could react in an instant. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had once again entered a state of cultivation, Yu Shinzhong and his daughter no longer panicked. Even evil ancestor Shichan couldn't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The outcome was already set. No one could eliminate Zhou Xuanji. Time flew by. About 2 months later, the great elimination was finally over. Zhou Xuanji felt an extremely powerful force wrapping around him before he was teleported away. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the ancient castle. He was surrounded by a sea of people. He saw evil ancestor Shichan at a glance, and evil ancestor Shichan was also looking at him. When their eyes met, evil ancestor Shichan made a gesture of cutting his throat. In response, Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up. He slightly raised his chin, revealing a contemptuous smile. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly left. This enmity had already been formed. He must be prepared early. With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, evil ancestor Shichan had entered the Kunlun Origin Court much earlier than Zhou Xuanji. God knew how many tens of thousands of years he would have to wait to meet him again in the Great Elimination. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew up to Yu Shinzhong and his daughter. "Good boy. Good boy. You are so proud of us. How about it, do you like my little daughter? I will betroth her to you directly. Yu Shinzhong excitedly patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Yu Zhongxiu, who was next to him, became shy after hearing this. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He didn't agree. He had a good impression of Yu Zhongxiu, but he didn't like her. The two didn't have a deep interaction. If he married her, wouldn't Zhou Xuanji have an extra burden? If the Longbow Divine Range was in trouble in the future, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would have to help. Just thinking about it made him feel a headache. There was no gratitude between him and the Longbow Divine Range. There was only mutual benefit. Everyone around looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. After today, Zhou Xuanji had completely established himself in the Kunlun Origin Court. They quickly left. After leaving the ancient castle, Zhou Xuanji asked, "It is said that there are many places in the Kunlun Origin Court suitable for cultivation and comprehension of the Great Tao. How can I go there?" He had heard about this from the Black Cat. There were some cultivation places that could help him become stronger quickly. In every origin city, there is a Tao Tower that requires merit points to enter. After we return, I will give you my merit points and personally take you there. Yu Shinzhong laughed heartily. As the head of the Yu family, he had no lack of merit points. Merit points were the most important currency of the Kunlun Origin Court. As long as you had enough merit points, you could have anything you wanted. The so-called merit points were related to one's contribution to the Kunlun Origin Court. The specific missions could be accepted by the various divine ranges. This also ensured that the missions were monopolized by the powerful divine ranges. After completing the mission, he would head to the origin city to exchange for merit points. The origin city was the main city of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was located between the various divine ranges and wasn't much smaller than the divine ranges. Zhou Xuanji could not wait to cultivate the greatly divine suppressor technique. After returning to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu family's giant city, Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest. Yu Shinzhong went to report the news and prepare merit points for Zhou Xuanji. The fact that Xiao Hu, Xing Tiandao, and Si Mengyan had yet to return worried him. The next day, the three finally returned. They were all seriously injured. After landing, they had to support each other. Zhou Xuanji came to the courtyard and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to treat them. "Master, how are you?" Xiao Hu asked weakly as though he had lost half of his life. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Not bad. I broke through a small level." The three looked at each other in dismay and smiled bitterly. Comparisons were odious. Chapter 662. Xiao Hu, Xing Tiandao, and Si Mengyan returned to the house to recuperate. Although they had successfully teamed up in the Great Elimination, their souls had been injured, and they could not recover in a short period of time. However, they were still very excited. After all, they had obtained the opportunity to break through to the Sage Realm in addition to escaping from death. This was not the heavenly law universe. Becoming a sage did not require the recognition of the heavenly law. With magic power and comprehension, everything would fall into place. 3 days later, Yu Shinzhong finally came to Zhou Xuanji. He asked Zhou Xuanji to take out his identity medallion. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, Yu Shinzhong also took out his ID card. The two ID cards were placed together and glowed. Shortly after, Yu Shinzhong returned the medallion to Zhou Xuanji. "Scan it with your spiritual force and you will be able to see your merit points. Some missions come with other rewards. If you are able to complete such missions in the future, these rewards will also be recorded in your identity card," Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. During this period of time, he had been in a very good mood, and he was usually grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Xuanji immediately scanned his divine will into his identity medallion. Immediately after, he saw a screen of light that only he could see. It was like the attribute list of the Supreme Legendary Sword system. Merit points, 84321. Was this a lot of points? He was too embarrassed to ask directly, so he opened his eyes and nodded at Yu Shinzhong. "Since you have already passed the first elimination, from now on, you can merge your identity card into your identity imprint. This will prevent it from being stolen or lost. Yu Shinzhong reminded. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more he liked him. He was thinking about how to marry Yu Zhongxiu to this guy. As long as he settled down, this kid would be able to stay in the Longbow Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji nodded but did not fuse the ID medallion into his right arm. He felt that it was not safe to do so. What if the medallion exploded? He still chose to put it in the Supreme Storage. The Supreme Warehouse was at least another space. Can you take me to the Dao Pagoda in Origin City today? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yu Shinzhong nodded and turned around to lead the way with a smile. He sighed in his heart. So this kid was a cultivation maniac. With such a terrifying aptitude, he was still thinking about cultivating all day long. It was really unreasonable. Under Yu Shinzhong's lead, Zhou Xuanji left the Longbow Divine Range again. They passed through the spatial barrier of the Divine Range. What entered Zhou Xuanji's eyes were massive pillars of light that looked like towers. They rose from the dense fog at the bottom to the top where no one could see. Divine Vein. This was his first time seeing the scene outside the Divine Range. The Kunlun Cosmos. The Kunlun Cosmos was filled with Kunlun essence energy, especially at the bottom and top. The gray fog-like Kunlun essence energy condensed into two oceans. Those divine veins were interspersed, like lines connecting the top and bottom of the Kunlun Cosmos. They were of different colors. Each divine range was massive. Even though they were far away, they still gave Zhou Xuanji a strong visual impact. Countless creatures moved about in the Kunlun universe. There were also many huge cities between the divine veins. From a distance, they looked like pearls flickering with light. Apart from those divine ranges, you have to be careful of many other spaces. They might look ordinary, but they might have already been occupied by some divine ranges. If you are not careful and enter the territory of other divine ranges, they have the right to kill you. Many outsiders didn't distinguish clearly and died without knowing why, Yu Shinzhong explained to Zhou Xuanji. Yu Shinzhong introduced to Zhou Xuanji. He pointed to some fluctuating spatial areas. Those spaces were where the divine ranges were produced. There might be a vast world or a city in an independent realm hidden inside. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge vortex at the top of the Kunlun universe. There was a halo in the center of the vortex that seemed to lead to another universe. Stop looking. That's the center of power of the Kunlun Origin Court, the domain of gods. Even the sovereign is there. Anyone who enters without being summoned by the Origin Court will be turned into ashes without exception, Yu Shinzhong said, shaking his head. Yu Shinzhong shook his head. Every outsider who entered the Kunlun cosmos would be attracted by the deity domain. Domain of gods, the name was really pretentious. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and didn't ask further. Following Yu Shinzhong, he entered the nearest origin city. The bright light on the surface of the origin city gave off a warm feeling. Passing through the layer of light, there was a huge city below. Countless towers towered into the clouds. At the edge of the giant city was a sea of white clouds that looked like a cloud wall. The streets were wide, the buildings were tall, and the shapes of the buildings were all kinds of strange. Looking left and right, he could see many creatures going in and out. Some were riding on mounts, and some were stepping on artifacts. Their cultivations were all different. The aura of the saints was the most common. But he also sensed many unfathomable auras. Some of the creatures even gave him the feeling that he was facing the black cat and old ancestor Longbow. Yu Shinzhong brought him and landed in front of a Dao pagoda. The Dao pagoda was completely black, like a black pillar. Every 100 feet, there was a door that could only be flown out, not in. In front of the door at the bottom, a group of soldiers in black armor were guarding. All of them had Saint Realm cultivation. The leader was a Dao-treading saint. Go in directly. Someone will introduce you to them. I will pick you up after a year, Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. Yu Shinzhong said with a smile. The merit points he gave Zhou Xuanji allowed him to cultivate in a decent cultivation room for a year or two. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked in. Only after seeing Zhou Xuanji walk through the door did he leave with peace of mind. After entering the Dao Tower, Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw several spiral stone steps at the edge of the Dao Tower, leading to higher floors. The first floor was nearly 100 feet high and covered an area of a few miles. Many creatures were meditating and cultivating. There was a stone platform in front of him. 26 charming women were sitting on benches. Behind them was a light screen with a few lines of words: 1-star Dao Room, 10 merit points a day, 2-star Dao Room, 100 merit points a day, 3-star Dao Room, 1,000 merit points a day, 4-star Dao Room, 10,000 merit points a day. There were 7-star Dao Rooms in total. The highest one cost 10 million merit points a day. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. So Yushinzhong is this poor? He took a deep breath and walked up to the stone platform. He took out his ID card and was about to speak. At this moment, a young man in animal skin clothes rushed over and said anxiously, "I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking. Here are 10,000 merit points." The young man had long hair like a wild lion. His face was rugged and his voice was extremely loud. "Okay, please wait a moment, senior." The woman in front of him took the identity card and registered him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Brother, what is the breakthrough ranking?" The wild young man glanced at him and said weakly, "The breakthrough ranking is a ranking for gambling merit points. You have to pay at least 10,000 merit points. If you can break through quickly in the Dao Room, you can get a huge amount of merit points. Every time someone enters the breakthrough ranking, each Dao Tower will show it. This is also an opportunity to become famous." Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. He was in need of merit points. Chapter 663. Hello, senior. You can go directly to the vacant 1-star room. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately. The Dao Pagoda woman returned the ID card to the wild young man and said with a charming smile. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something. The wild young man ignored her and turned to leave. Zhou Xuanji turned to the woman facing him and asked, "How long can I challenge the breakthrough ranking with 10,000 merit points?" The woman facing him looked a little cold and elegant. She was still wearing a bewitching makeup. She replied, 3 months. The 1-star room was only 10 merit points a day. 3 months would be more than 900 merit points. This is really a gamble. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What is the reward for the challenge?" The cold and elegant woman patiently replied, "The Dao Pagoda has a spirit. It can measure your progress according to your speed of breakthrough. It's hard to explain the specific criteria. The speed of cultivation in different realms can't be compared. It also takes into account your own aptitude. You just need to cultivate hard and enter the top 10,000 of the tower's breakthrough ranking. You will get 20,000 merit points. If you enter the top 10,000 of the citywide breakthrough ranking, you will get 100,000 merit points. This is the lowest reward for each threshold." Zhou Xuanji understood. He immediately took out his ID card and said, "I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking." The women around him immediately agreed after hearing his question. They all shook their heads and laughed. Another idiot with wishful thinking. 12-star aptitude. The cold and elegant woman suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of all the creatures on the first floor of the hall. The women behind the stone platform hurriedly gathered together and confirmed that the ID card showed 12-star aptitude. The most recent 12-star aptitude, Zhou Xuanji of the Longbow Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji remained calm, ignoring the gazes around him as he waited for the cold and elegant woman to register. The cold and elegant woman noticed his gaze. Her cheeks turned red as she quickly began to register Zhou Xuanji. He is Zhou Xuanji. 12-star aptitude, he is the only one in the Kunlun origin court. I just got the news that even evil ancestor Shichan suffered a loss in front of him. Really? 12-star. TSK, he is going to challenge the breakthrough ranking. I guess he can reach the top of the tower and the top 100 in the city. The creatures pointed at him and discussed in a low voice. No one dared to come forward and strike up a conversation. Because Zhou Xuanji did not look friendly at first glance. His face was expressionless, and he might get angry. After all, geniuses were all arrogant. Soon, the cold-looking lady returned the ID medallion to Zhou Xuanji and said carefully, "Senior, hello. You can go to the empty one-star room directly. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately." She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not offend Zhou Xuanji just now. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left with his identity medallion. The first floor was a waiting area. Some star-ranked Dao rooms were full, so one could only wait. Of course, most of the creatures were there to freeload the free spirit qi. The spirit qi and the great path in the Dao pagoda were stronger than in the outside world. Zhou Xuanji walked up the stone steps and came to the second level. He saw rows of stone houses, and the doors were marked with the words, "1 star without spirit" or "1 star occupied." He didn't look around. He quickly found a 1-star stone house without any spiritual energy and pushed the door open. After closing the door, he found a groove on the side, so he took out his identity card and pressed it. With a bang, a violent spiritual energy filled the entire stone house. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. So awesome. The space inside the house was quite large. It was 10 feet in length, width, and height. From the outside, it looked like a completely different room. He put away the ID medallion, came to the center of the house, and sat down cross-legged. The 4 demon gods appeared, responsible for absorbing the spiritual energy. He began cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique, absorbing Dao energy. The great Dao here, Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. The great Dao in the Dao room was much stronger than the one he felt in the Yu clan's guest room. He quickly immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, the news that a 12-star genius had joined the breakthrough ranking challenge spread quickly. In less than a day, the whole city knew about it. A 12-star genius was really eye-catching. Many geniuses immediately entered various Dao towers to challenge the breakthrough ranking, trying to stop Zhou Xuanji's ranking. This was a good opportunity to step on a 12-star genius to become famous. Even if he failed, there was no loss. Zhou Xuanji was oblivious to the outside world's turmoil. He was focused on cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. The next day, he refined another greatly avatar. From then on, he could refine another greatly avatar every day. 7 days later, 10 greatly avatars stood behind him. He had also officially mastered the first level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. The reason why he was so fast was thanks to barbaric ultimate god's teachings. In the battle with evil ancestor Shichan, Zhou Xuanji had learned a lot. This time, with the help of the Dao room, he succeeded naturally. The first level was actually not difficult. After all, he had barbaric ultimate god to guide him. What was difficult was what came after. Even someone as powerful as barbaric ultimate god had only reached the 5th level. After breaking through the first level, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed doubled. He absorbed Dao energy faster. Although he was still cautious, his efficiency was more than 5 times higher than before. He was in a good mood, immersed in the comfort of Dao energy tempering his body. As he absorbed more and more Dao energy, the great Dao's rejection of him became weaker and weaker. He had already embarked on the cultivation path of Dao treading saint ahead of time. At this moment, on the first floor of the Dao Tower, where he was, the scene on the light screen behind the stone platform changed. The list of the top 10,000 was changing. The top 10,000 here only took the best results of the creatures. So even if there were 10,000 people on the list, there were still few changes. Zhou Xuanji's name appeared at the bottom of the breakthrough ranking. Seeing this, the creatures gathered on the first floor cried out in surprise. He entered the top 10,000 in just 7 days? He's still moving forward. Wow, he suddenly entered the top 500. A 12-star genius is too powerful. He's really powerful. It's not impossible for him to enter the first place in 3 months. The creatures sighed in amazement. They ignored a message that appeared at the top of the screen. It was about Yi Jun breaking through to the 10th place in the city. The results of the top 100 in the city would be announced in all the Dao Towers. It was said that there was also the strongest breakthrough ranking, which was the top 100 in all the Dao Towers. It was very difficult for new names to appear on that ranking. Time continued to pass. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji entered the top 1,000. His movements had already attracted many creatures to come and watch. The first floor of the Dao Tower was already overcrowded. The Longbo Divine Range also received news that Zhou Xuanji was challenging the breakthrough ranking. Yu Shenzhong, Yu Zhongxiu, and dozens of experts from the Longbo Divine Range hurried over. This kid is really troublesome. Yu Shenzhong sighed, but his tone was very excited. He liked this side of Zhou Xuanji. The more impressive the better. The more famous the Longbo Divine Range was, the more geniuses it could attract to join. Chapter 664. A storm was brewing outside, but Zhou Xuanji was still focused on cultivation. His cultivation was constantly growing, and when his physical body had completely transformed into a body of the Great Path, the saint power that he had generated would become the power of the Great Path. At this rate, I will break through to Overlord Saint level 6 soon. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. The great Tao energy was indeed powerful. If not for the old immortal teaching him how to comprehend the Tao realm, he would not have been able to cultivate so smoothly. Not only that, but his violet demon monarch's heart could also perfectly withstand the great Tao energy. All the serendipity added up to make him what he was. None of them could be missing. He cultivated while trying to comprehend the greatly divine suppressor technique. The greatly divine suppressor technique was indeed peerless. Just the qi circulation technique alone was ever-changing. With his current attainments, he was still far from reaching level 2. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He was not discouraged but was full of fighting spirit. He loved the feeling of growing stronger. Time passed day by day. Halfway through the 3-month period of the breakthrough ranking, Zhou Xuanji successfully reached the top 10 of the breakthrough ranking and the top 1,000 in the entire city. This had already shaken the entire origin city. It even attracted the attention of the nearby divine ranges. Old Ancestor Longbo came to the back of Yu Shenzhong and his daughter. Before he could speak, he heard Yu Shenzhong's body trembling as he mumbled, "Keep going forward. Keep going forward." Old Ancestor Longbo shook his head in laughter and said, "Shenzhong, did you give him too few merit points? Or else, why would he take the breakthrough ranking challenge?" He sounded a little dissatisfied. He thought that Zhou Xuanji could grow stronger for a while before taking the breakthrough ranking challenge, which might shake the entire Kunlun origin court. After all, there were not many 12-star geniuses in the Kunlun origin court. Yu Shenzhong heard him and immediately bowed. "Old Ancestor, I was wrong. I thought," he said in fear. Old Ancestor Longbo stared at him and scolded, "If you can't treat him wholeheartedly, hand him over to the other clans." Yu Shenzhong was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly promised. He thought that Zhou Xuanji just wanted to give it a try, which was why he gave him 80,000 merit points. If he knew this, he would have given him hundreds of thousands or even millions of merit points. "Old Ancestor Longbo, your Longbo divine range is truly blessed." A burst of laughter rang out from the side, causing Longbo Patriarch, Yu Shenzhong, and the others to turn their heads. They saw a middle-aged man walking over with large strides, escorted by several dozen subordinates. As soon as he saw him, Longbo Ancestor's smile quickly disappeared, and he even snorted coldly. Outside the Kunlun origin court, a black iron palace was floating in the void realm. Inside the hall, the void boundary gods sat on the main seat, and the void boundary 13 emperors half-knelt in the hall. Barbarian god Huang Luo, Buddha Yang Ling, the old beggar, Gu Qianxia, and Su Qing were imprisoned next to him. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and it caused barbarian god Huang Luo and the others to be on the verge of being unable to catch their breaths. The Flame Emperor braced himself and said, "Chief God, we are useless. Please punish us." He had waited in the heavenly law universe for so many years, but he still let the exterminating divine eyes slip away. The other great sovereigns followed suit. Don't worry, Chief God. We will do our best to find Zhou Xuanji. We have found old ancestor Inshin's whereabouts. He just left the Kunlun Origin Court. He sold Zhou Xuanji to the Kunlun Origin Court as a slave. There is still hope to find him. This brat is too lucky. The Void Boundary 13 emperors were furious. They kept cursing Zhou Xuanji to vent their emotions. A mere overlord saint had made them so embarrassed. How could they accept it? Let's end this here. The Void Boundary gods suddenly said, stunning the Void Boundary 13 emperors. The 6 people in the cage were also stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is already? The old beggar trembled all over, holding his head in pain. Looking back at his past, he had accepted so many disciples, but none of them had a good ending. Gu Tianxia frowned, staring at the Void Boundary god. Zhou Xuanji joined the Longbow Divine Range and was tested to be a 12-star genius. Now, the Longbow Divine Range is fully nurturing him. It won't be long before his status surpasses mine. After some time, choose one of you to go and apologize to me, the Void Boundary god said expressionlessly. The Void Boundary god said expressionlessly. He tried to pretend that he didn't care, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Wah, the Void Boundary 13 emperors were shocked. The old beggar and the others also opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe their ears. What? How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji had already established himself in the Kunlun Origin Court. The Water Emperor said in a trembling voice, how is this possible? 12-star. How could such a prodigy be born in that heavenly law universe? The other Void Boundary emperors were also in a daze. An unprecedented fear welled up in their hearts. A 12-star prodigy, if Zhou Xuanji grew up, what kind of height would he reach? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Void Boundary God looked at the old beggar and the others and said, do you want to live? Barbarian God Huang Luo immediately came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. Yes. We can help you. Ask Zhou Xuanji for mercy. Buddha Yang Ling's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he could speak in front of Zhou Xuanji. But at this moment, this was all they could do. Otherwise, in order to silence them, the Void Boundary God would probably kill them. I hope you can understand the situation. Even if he is dissatisfied with us, it is impossible for him to cause trouble for us because we are directly under the control of the Origin Court. I am doing this so that both sides will not fall out with each other, so that we can meet each other in the future. The Void Boundary God said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Barbarian God Huang Luo nodded vigorously. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia were still in a trance. They could not imagine how Zhou Xuanji did it. 12-star aptitude, how did he prove it? Too many doubts occupied their hearts, making it difficult for them to come back to their senses for a long time. Inside the Dao Tower. Boom! Zhou Xuanji finally broke through and reached Overlord Saint level 6. There was still a month before the end of the breakthrough ranking. When he realized that he could not make any progress in the greatly divine suppressor technique, he began to calm his mind. He was preaching the great Tao's voice to himself. In this absolute tranquility, his cultivation was actually increasing at an even faster rate. At this moment, the ground floor was already crowded with people. All of them came because of the fame of Zhou Xuanji. They wanted to see Zhou Xuanji's elegance. More than 50 divine ranges had sent their people. Time continued to pass. Demon god Nanming became an overlord saint, perhaps because he was not a living being or because he did not encounter the lightning tribulation in the Dao Tower. 3 days later, demon god Jihuang broke through to overlord saint level 1. Demon god Tianwu broke through to overlord saint level 1. 2 days later, the demon ancestor also broke through to overlord saint level 1. So far, Zhou Xuanji's 4 demon god avatars had all reached the overlord saint level. His physical strength had also transformed and reached an incredible level. This did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. He was still comprehending the great Tao. In this state of absolute peace, he seemed to be in another world. The great Tao around him seemed to be alive, hovering around him joyfully. Chapter 665. With only 10 days left before the 3-month deadline, Zhou Xuanji became the first on the breakthrough ranking and the 36th in the entire city. With the cultivation of Overlord Saint, it was his first time challenging the breakthrough ranking. It was already amazing enough. One should know that most of the top 10,000 cultivators in the city had challenged the breakthrough ranking countless times to reach their current ranking. However, Cloud City had a lot of people. The strength of Cloud City was determined by the surrounding divine ranges. Although Zhou Xuanji's 12-star aptitude was devilish, it could only be in this area. In Cloud City, which was among the top 1,000 divine ranges, the breakthrough ranking was even more terrifying. In the last 10 days, Zhou Xuanji could not continue to break through, but he was still very satisfied. When he walked out of the Dao room, he found many creatures wandering in the corridor. When they saw him, they all turned to look at him. Zhou Xuanji calmly walked toward the stone steps at the edge. He was in a good mood and was still thinking about his next cultivation plan. He wanted to take root in the Dao Tower. When he came to the first floor, he saw a sea of people below. Countless creatures were looking at him. Well done. Yu Shinzhong waved his hand excitedly, without the demeanor of a clan lord. Yu Zhongxiu also waved at Zhou Xuanji. The entire first floor was in an uproar. He is Zhou Xuanji. Overlord Saint level 6. With such cultivation, he became the first in the tower? I don't believe it. What a handsome young man. Did he really rush up from another low-level universe? 12-star aptitude, all the creatures began discussing among themselves. Most of them looked at him with burning passion in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came to the stone platform in a flash. Ignoring the gazes around him, he took out his ID medallion and asked the cold-looking woman who received him before, I'm in the breakthrough ranking, right? How many merit points can I get? He had already heard the discussions of the other creatures and knew his ranking. The cold-looking woman took over his ID medallion and said respectfully, you are ranked 25th in the whole city. You have received 2.5 million merit points. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. So much? He became rich overnight? The surrounding creatures all looked at him with admiration and admiration. Yu Shinzhong was a little embarrassed. He gave Zhou Xuanji more than 80,000 merit points, but Zhou Xuanji earned 2.5 million merit points straight away. It was a slap to his face. Old Ancestor Longbow walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, my little friend, you're really awesome. It's all my fault. I didn't know that you needed merit points. And Yu Shinzhong, that brat, is really something. Without merit points, he doesn't even know how to use the clan storage. As he spoke, he deliberately glared at Yu Shinzhong. Yu Shinzhong hurriedly smiled apologetically and apologized to Zhou Xuanji, claiming that it was his inconsideration. Zhou Xuanji could only laugh but did not hold a grudge. He waved his hand and said, it's not a big deal. I'm just curious. I can cultivate and earn merit points at the same time. Of course, I want to try. Even if he gives me a lot of merit points, I will still try. Yu Shinzhong felt grateful to Zhou Xuanji for giving him a way out. He had given Zhou Xuanji money, but Zhou Xuanji did not mind. Instead, he was grateful. It sounded strange, but it was the truth. People from other divine ranges swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji, trying to get close to him. Some even invited Zhou Xuanji to join their divine ranges. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji enjoyed the treatment of being surrounded by stars. Old Ancestor Longbow immediately asked someone to stop them. He furiously shouted, all of you, get out of my way. I'm still here. Who dares to poach me? For Zhou Xuanji, he no longer cared about offending others. Zhou Xuanji knocked on the table of the stone platform and asked, is there no order in your Dao Tower? Hearing this, the cold-looking woman immediately asked the other women next to her to call for help. After 3 breaths, dong! A bell rang in the tower, deafening everyone. Except for Zhou Xuanji and the people of Longbo Divine Range, all the other creatures were moved out. The Dao Tower is an important place. No noise. A majestic voice came from the top of the Dao Tower. Even the creatures outside the tower could hear it. Old ancestor Longbo let out a long sigh. He patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little friend Xuanji, I didn't misjudge you." Zhou Xuanji's actions had proven his position. He swore in his heart that he would never mistreat Zhou Xuanji. If such a genius wanted to leave, there would definitely be a lot of divine ranges willing to take him in. But until today, Zhou Xuanji had never mentioned this matter. He didn't ask other divine ranges either. He just wanted to focus on cultivation. A genius who could be so focused on cultivation was worth cultivating with all their might. For the next period of time, I plan to cultivate here for a long time, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The past 3 months made him feel very good, and he could not wait to continue. Next, his goal was a higher-level Dao room. He wanted to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm as soon as possible. I will send someone to wait in front of the Dao Tower. If you come out, you can look for him directly. He will wear the uniform of our Longbo Divine Range. Old ancestor Longbo nodded with a smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to rope in Zhou Xuanji. Marry the proud daughter of the Divine Range to him? Old ancestor Longbo couldn't help but look at Yu Zhongxiu. His eyes became thoughtful. After a while, the cold-looking woman returned the identity medallion to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji chatted with old ancestor Longbo and the others for a while before turning around and walking up the stone steps. Such an ascetic cultivation maniac, Yu Xinzhong sighed in amazement. If he had such a talent, he might be able to live a carefree life and cultivate occasionally. One day was equivalent to 1,000 days of hard work. Old ancestor Longbo looked at Yu Zhongxiu and chuckled. "Xiu, what do you think of him?" Yu Zhongxiu heard him and lowered her head shyly. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew up the stone steps. He planned to enter the 4-star Dao room, which would cost him 10,000 merit points a day. By then, he would save tens of thousands of merit points to challenge the breakthrough ranking again. The 4-star Dao rooms were on the 20th floor and above. There were not many rooms here, and very few living beings came and went. He found a Dao room without spirit and walked in. After closing the door, he placed the identity medallion into the groove. Boom! The Dao room trembled violently. Spiritual chi that far exceeded that of a 1-star Dao room exploded. He could even sense the aura of the great Dao directly. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered, "This is the feeling." He sat down cross-legged and took out the 4 demon god bodies to focus on cultivation. He also took out the 24-rank deep black lotus to absorb the spiritual chi here to strengthen the demon realm, the world in the lotus, the northern wilderness region, and the Milky Way. Time passed day by day as he cultivated. A month later, he broke through to Overlord Saint level 7, and the 4 demon god bodies reached Overlord Saint level 2. His Dao will grow stronger day by day. If he used Sword Dao rules, his damage would be dozens of times more powerful than during the Great Elimination. He was still immersed in cultivation and did not think about the world. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months passed. He broke through to Overlord Saint level 8, and his demon god bodies all reached Overlord Saint level 4. When he opened his eyes, he felt so good that he could explode. The saint energy in his body had transformed, and it faintly contained the profoundness of Dao energy. Compared to when he first entered, his divine will was more than 100 times stronger.